Chapter 1. The Battle of Iwo Jima, known as the most tragic battle on the Pacific battlefield, lasted from February 19 to March 26, 1945. The entire island was almost blasted to scorched earth. A total of 6,821 people were killed and 21,865 were injured in this battle. 22,703 Japanese were killed and 1,083 surrendered. During the battle, Sergeant Tom Hardy, who belonged to the Marine Division, was very brave and shot a dozen Japanese soldiers. When charging with his team, unfortunately, a bullet passed through his chest. When he woke up, he had been moved to the medical ship for treatment, but no one knew. At this time, Tom Hardy had a soul from China in his body. Tom Hardy was born in 1921 and is 24 years old this year. He has no father and no mother in his family. He has only a middle school education level. He has participated in many battles as a soldier for 5 years and has developed a strong personality. And the soul of China comes from modern times. Named An Yi. The two souls are separated by 100 years. The female nurse in charge of Hardy is called Catherine. There are dozens of nurses on the ship. Catherine is the youngest and beautiful one. Catherine changed the dressing of An Yi, disinfected the front and back wounds with iodophor, poured sulfur powder, wrapped it in gauze, and supported An Yi to lie down. Sergeant Hardy, I believe you will get better soon. Catherine smiled and comforted. Thank you, Miss Nurse. A few days later, the medical ship was filled with the wounded, set sail and returned to Hawaii Harbor, and found one thing in ease. His injuries were originally considered to be serious, but his recovery was different from ordinary people's speed. There is no inflammation. The wound scabs for 2 days. Only one scar is left in 10 days. Healed completely after half a month. The recovery speed is almost 10 times that of ordinary people. Annie didn't dare to tell others that he was afraid of being treated as a monster, but he guessed that he suspected that this was his own crossing welfare. Now that the two souls have not been fully integrated, the two memories are constantly interacting, which makes An Yi sometimes trance and very uncomfortable. He went to see a doctor. Of course, he couldn't say anything about the journey. He just asked how the trance condition should be relieved. There are all surgeons on the ship, and they are not good at ease of illness. The analysis may be a mental illness. Many soldiers have suffered war trauma from the battlefield. The doctor gave him a few tablets of sedatives, and then prescribed an examination strip, so that he could go to the psychiatric department for a good check after An Yi arrived in Hawaii. The ship was full of wounded people, and the nurses were very busy every day, which made them very tired and comfortable and basically healed. Catherine expressed her willingness to help, and Catherine readily agreed. With Annie's help, Catherine's workload was reduced by half, which greatly relieved her exhaustion. While Annie was also taking care of patients, she made many friends. Half a month later, the ship crossed the Pacific Ocean and arrived at the port of Hawaii. All the wounded landed ashore, including the nurses on board. There will be another wave of nurses to replace them. Annie received a physical examination in the hospital. The doctor found that he was healed, but he didn't care too much. There were too many wounded and the doctor didn't have the energy to pay special attention to him. Annie took the note issued by the doctor on the ship to the psychiatric department. After a brief questioning, the doctor here diagnosed him as having post-war trauma syndrome. In conclusion, was hospitalized for 1 month for psychotherapy. In the inpatient department, An Yi saw Catherine again. The two were already very familiar. An Yi was very fond of the girl who had 2 dimples when she laughed, and invited Catherine to have dinner at a downtown restaurant in Honolulu. After dinner, the two took a walk on the gentle beach, enjoying the gentle sea breeze and the beautiful night. It was a bit late. They didn't return to the hospital. They walked into the hotel as a matter of course, and had a pleasant and beautiful exchange on the bed. Afterwards, Catherine lay in the man's arms, stroking the gun scars on the solid chest muscles. She told An Yi that she thought Hardy was the most handsome on the boat. In the morning, Catherine went to work in the hospital and lay in bed comfortably. After the little nurse devoted himself to treatment overnight, he felt that his trance symptoms were much better. An Yi once saw someone on the internet saying that love is the best medicine for heart trauma. Now Taksin believes. Went into the hotel bathroom naked. In the mirror, the man has a strong body, six-pack abs, mermaid line, strong thighs, short black hair, small but deep eyes, naturally with a strong smell. Grinned slightly, and there was a sneer in his smile. No wonder women like it. During the next month of treatment, half a month of ease was spent at the hotel with Catherine. Catherine is a nurse, so she must be a nurse. White hat, stethoscope, silk stockings, vacuum nurse clothes. These are really a perfect match. But the good times are always short. This day a second lieutenant officer finds these. Sergeant Hardy, your injury has healed, and the military is ready to arrange for you to return to the army and continue to serve. An Yi immediately shook his head. He is now a Chinese soul in his body, and he is absolutely unwilling to sacrifice his life for the Americans. Besides, the battlefield is ruthless. Although he is recovering from injuries much faster than others, he is not dead. The bullet still bleeds when it hits the body, and it will definitely be fatal if the head is blown. He has made up his mind to retire. Ran to the psychiatrist and said that he was still in a trance. The doctor gave him a post-war trauma syndrome certificate, and he left the army with ease. A few days later, he received a poor retirement allowance of several $100s and a battle medal, said goodbye to Catherine in the hotel, and boarded the cruise back to Los Angeles the next day. Where should I go from now on? In fact, I am a bit at a loss now. Because of observing these 2 months, he found that this world is a bit paradoxical, and many places are different from the world in his memory. In his past life, the President of the United States should be Harris Truman, but now he is an old guy named Johnson. There are many things he knows in this world, and there are also many companies and celebrities he has never heard of. In the newspaper, he also saw some reports. For example, the newspaper reported a few days ago that the Mafia Corleone family leader and godfather Vito Corleone had a grand wedding for his youngest daughter Connie. Seeing this report, An Yi felt a little dazed at the time. Godfather Vito Corleone married his daughter. Isn't this the plot in the movie The Godfather? How would it appear here? The FBI filed a lawsuit against Chicago gang leader Al Capone again. This is the 7th accusation that Capone has faced in his lifetime. I don't know if the Chicago Underground Emperor will survive this time again. He also read a news report not long ago. The federal court sued Nucky Thompson for tax evasion and sentenced him to 10 years in jail. Nucky Thompson was imprisoned, which caused several major forces in Atlantic City to fall apart, and the future direction is unknown. He didn't care at the time. Now that I think about it, isn't this the plot of Empire of Atlantic City? An Yi seriously suspects that he has crossed into the world of film and television. He is going to settle down first and talk about it after he understands the world. The cruise ship arrived in Los Angeles, then took a bus back to his hometown in Orange County, rented a small apartment room to settle down, and a few days later found a job as a waiter in a pub. His working hours are from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., which gives Annie a lot of time during the day. Get up in the morning for a run and exercise. There is a boxing gym near his home, and he reported his name and went to the gym to practice boxing in the morning. Through this time and space, An Yi also looked forward to whether there is a system mentioned in the novel at the beginning, but it was a pity that it did not appear after waiting for a long time. But he also found that he was different from ordinary people. For example, his physical recovery ability is 10 times stronger than that of a normal person. I was aware of this when I was born again. Practicing boxing in the boxing gym will inevitably lead to injuries, muscle strains, swollen eye sockets, fist bruises and so on. These minor injuries can be fully recovered after just a nap the next day. Even worked as a sparring partner once, accidentally broken a rib by Garcia, the strongest fighter in the gym, but he basically recovered in just 3 days. Also, he is much more sensitive to crisis than others, and he doubts whether it is because of the fusion of the two souls. After more than 2 months of training, the ease of physical fitness, endurance, fighting ability, and fighting awareness have been greatly strengthened. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Yesterday, when he was playing against Garcia, he couldn't get the guy up in 3 minutes. His eyes were black and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Annie has become the strongest boxer in the gym. The coach advises Annie to concentrate on boxing. In the future, he may become the best fighter in the United States, and he can also make a lot of money. Annie thought for a while and finally refused. He has a greater pursuit of the future, but he doesn't want to be just a boxer. In addition to practicing boxing, also occasionally practice guns. His marksmanship is good, and he has developed a very strong fighting quality on the battlefield. His main practice is to draw us beer. When he was in the army, he met a guy from Texas, and Annie said that he had won the fast gun competition organized by the county. After the two became friends, he taught Hardy his best gun drawing skills. Annie bought a second-hand Colt revolver for $45. The boss included a holster, and occasionally went to the field to practice the gun. If he was lucky, he could get back a game or two. I live very peacefully, but the world does not stop, moving forward vigorously, and countless major events happen every day. On August 6, 1945, the little boy exploded in Hiroshima, and on August 9, the Fat Man exploded in Nagasaki. On August 15, Japan announced its unconditional surrender. The letter of surrender was signed on September 2, and the Second World War ended. But these have nothing to do with these. Now he is just an ordinary American, a tavern worker. The new book sets sail. Please support from the book friends. Every ticket in the collection is the greatest support for Dayu. Here, Dayu would like to thank you new and old book friends in advance. Chapter 2. Good afternoon Tom. Good afternoon Sonny. At the entrance of the working tavern, I just ran into Sonny, who was also an adaptable student. Sonny greeted comfortably and enthusiastically. The two of them worked together for 3 months and became a good friend. Sonny is of French descent, with long chestnut hair rolled up, not particularly beautiful, but she is young. Only 19 years old this year. Said that there are no ugly young women, and Annie feels that this is indeed the case. The two enter the door together. I changed my clothes and cleaned up. In the afternoon, the guests were sparse. After the night, a large number of guests poured in, and the pub became noisy. The tavern is a mixed place. There are good people, but there are also many bastards. A guy drank too much. When he saw Sunny walking by, he grabbed her waist and pulled her on her lap, and she screamed. The other drinkers saw this scene, and no one stood up to stop it. Instead they all showed a smirk and watched the excitement. Annie saw Sunny's horrified look, and glanced at the tavern owner, and found that the tavern owner didn't look at this side at all, and continued to take the beer seriously. After working in the tavern for a few months, Annie knew that the tavern owner was an asshole. The boss turned a blind eye, but Annie couldn't watch Sonny being molested. Although the drunkard could not be too much in the crowd, his behavior was already a great insult to a girl. Annie stepped forward and grabbed Sunny's arm, and pulled her out of the man's arms. Go back. Sunny got out of trouble, gave Annie a grateful look, and quickly ran into the back kitchen. The girl was taken away by Annie, and the guy who molested Sunny felt shaved, and was very upset. He stared at Annie angrily, cursing in his mouth. Boy, are you going to die? This is a pub. I want to find a woman to go elsewhere. Annie replied coldly. The people watching the crowd laughed. Was preached by a bartender. The drunk felt offended and thought people were laughing at him. Picked up the beer on the table and poured it into ease. Annie dodged subconsciously, and was not splashed by the alcohol, only a little splashed on his body. Looked at this guy. Annie turned around and left. Being ignored by Annie, the guy felt even more uncomfortable. The draft glass in his hand fell to the ground forcefully, and it suddenly shattered into countless pieces with a loud noise. Annie turned and looked over. The man looked at Annie with a sly smile, and said with a tilted mouth, "Boy, I accidentally smashed the beer glass. Don't worry, I will pay the price. I don't have to do it now. This is your job," said and pointed to the ground. Annie brought the broom from the stairway, But when he was sweeping the floor, the guy stepped on the broom and looked at Anyi defiantly. Drinkers around watched with interest what happened here, just as watching the excitement. Suddenly, a violent mood rippled in Anyi's mind. After traveling through this world for half a year, Anyi's soul has completely merged with Hardy's soul, which has also changed Anyi's character. Was originally a calm personality, but after integrating Hardy's thinking, he became much wilder than before. Looking up at the drunkard, the ease in his eyes became cold at this moment, and the man's expression was stunned, because he saw the strong murderous in the eyes of the young man in front of him, like being stared at by a tiger. This look made him feel afraid. There was a timid thought in his heart. But in the next second, he became even more irritated. How could he let a tavern adapt to frighten him? It made him feel shame. Boy, dare to look at me with such a look. This guy drunk his head and punched Anyi round. Boom. Before the drunkard's fist hit Yi, Yi moved, and hit the guy's chin with a fist. The guy was hit and flew out and hit the ground heavily. Anyi stepped forward, riding on the person, pinching the bastard's neck with his left hand, and hitting his face with a sturdy right fist! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! A violent beating, bleeding from the guy's mouth and nose. The man was still struggling at first, but after a few punches, he collapsed completely to the ground and became like a dead dog. The boss hurried over to pull comfortably. Tom, stop fighting. You will kill him like this. The people in the tavern looked at Anyi in surprise. He didn't expect that this seldom talkative adaptable student would have such a violent temper. If no one stopped him, he would really kill that guy. It was not long before the police arrived. The man was taken to the hospital and taken to the police station comfortably. He was then detained for assault and awaiting trial and sentence. Was detained for about a week before the court opened. In the court, Anyi's lawyer showed a certificate of mental illness, and several witnesses, including the girl Sunny, were found. Because the other party was at fault, the judge finally awarded Anyi to compensate the other party with $350 indemnity plus attorney's fees. All of the comfortable retirement allowances were all used up at once, and even some things were sold, including the second-hand Colt revolver. He was completely a pauper. The job of adapting to the tavern was also lost. After all, it caused trouble for the boss. Went out to find another job. Everyone refused. The town is not big. People have heard of what happened in the tavern and knew that Anyi was mentally ill. In order to avoid trouble, no one wanted to hire him. Just got home, Anyi saw the girl Sunny standing at the door of the apartment. Tom, thank you for helping me that day, and I also resigned, and I am going to leave Orange County. Sunny said. Where are you going? I saved some money during this time, and I am going to study. You are still young, you really should study. What do you plan to learn? I am going to study law and become a lawyer or a judge in the future. It is because of what happened in the tavern that day that gave me this idea. The girl said, a very good idea, I hope you succeed. Anyi encouraged. Sunny Okula looked at Anyi, then suddenly stepped forward and gave him a strong hug, then kissed him on the cheek. Thank you again, Tom. Goodbye. Goodbye. Looking at Sunny's back, Anyi doesn't know if she will see this girl again in the future. Many people are actually passing by in a flash on the way of your life, and they may never meet again. Lying on the small bed in the apartment, thinking comfortably about how to live in the future, Orange County may not be able to stay. At this moment, the landlord came up and called him, and there was his phone number downstairs. Anyi went downstairs to answer the phone, but he didn't expect it to be Bill. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Bill and Hardy were once comrades in the same team, the Best Brothers. Hardy also saved Bill's life on the battlefield. He was injured in a battle. After he was injured, this guy retired directly and left a year earlier than Hardy. Bill was very enthusiastic on the phone. Brother, I just learned that you were injured and retired. It was hard to find out your contact information. How are you doing now? Not good. Anyi talked about the previous experience and the current situation. I am now penniless and lost my job. To make matters worse, Everyone here knows that I am mentally ill, and no one wants to hire me." Bill laughed. "It's no big deal. Come to Los Angeles, there are a lot of ways to make money." Just like that, I packed my things comfortably and set off for Los Angeles. As soon as he got off the long-distance bus with his suitcase, Bill got out of a Ford next to him, came up and gave Annie a bear hug. After the two separated, he looked at Bill comfortably. Bill had dark blonde hair, clear blue eyes, and the typical short stubble with big cheeks, and he looked 7-point like Brad Pitt. Annie thought, Bill's full name is Bill Pitt, is also surnamed Pete. Isn't it Brad Pitt's grandpa? Haha Tom, I finally saw you again, Bill said happily, flapping his comfortable arm. We have been apart for almost 2 years. You are a lot fatter than before. Peacefully patted Bill's generous back. I am strong or not fat? Bill retorted, said that he took the suitcase in Annie's hand and threw it into the back seat of the Ford. Chapter 3. The car stopped outside a bar, and the neon lights outlined a playful bunny girl. The name of this bar was Bunny Girl Bar. The two walked in, and Annie found that it was much busier than the tavern he stayed in Orange County. Blurred dark lights, jazz music, exposed women, bustling voices, the smell of marijuana in the air. Women are all dressed up as bunny girls. Tight bikinis make the figure look bumpy. The long legs are wrapped in stockings, the high bunny ears stand upright one by one, and there is a plush ball on the buttocks, which looks very cute. A beautiful bunny girl came over. Bill, what do you want? First, 2 glasses of beer. Bill grinned and patted the bunny girl's ass, teased a few more words, and sat down in a deck with ease. The bunny girl brought 2 glasses of beer. Annie and Bill touched, took a big sip. The two chatted about the past when they were in the army, and then they talked about the current situation. You joined the gang? Annie asked in surprise. Bill shrugged. When I left the army, I only got a few $100s in retirement allowance. You know I have a family of children, my parents and 5 younger siblings. That money is not enough. I originally wanted to work hard and earn money. I went to the factory, worked in the store, washed the car, and worked as a transport driver, but my income was only enough to make ends meet. Now prices are soaring, but wages are lowered by those capitalists. They said that the war was over and there were too many workers to use up. They were not afraid that no one would work. The newspaper said that the country is now prosperous, but the unemployment rate has increased greatly, but nobody reported it. I have a friend who is from a Jewish gang. He asked me to join, and I did this. It's not bad now, and it's a lot more money than working. Bill smiled. What do you do? Annie asked. Send wine, collect bills, and maintain order. Gangs have underground casinos, loan companies, all of which require collectors, as well as a smuggling business, providing drinks to neighborhood bars and nightclubs. This nightclub is my responsibility. Bill rode. No wonder the people here know him so well. The two raised their glasses, and Bill looked at Ease and said, Tom, let's do it together. With your mind and skill, you can definitely get ahead. Annie shook his head. He doesn't want to join the gang. In the last life, Annie had also succeeded in business, but was framed and fell from the peak, has memories of past lives and has more than decades of insight into this world. He believes that just by finding the right way, he will definitely make a lot of money in the future. And the underworld is a thorny road. I plan to find a stable job, Annie said. Bill shrugged and did not persuade Yi again. Okay, you will live with me during this time, said as he took out a wad of bills and handed them to Annie. There were hundreds of dollars. This money is for you. You need a well-fitting suit to find a job. It's cold now. You still need a beautiful woolen coat. Go buy one tomorrow. Annie is very poor now, with only a few dollars on him, did not reject Bill's kindness, took the money and put it in his pocket. Bill was very happy to see Annie did not refuse. The two continued to drink and chat, and did not leave until night. The weather became a bit cold and the two drove back to Bill's apartment. The car parked in the courtyard. Bill arranged a room for Annie, told him where the bathroom was, and took a bath comfortably, wiped his hair and came out. Bill greeted Ease and lifted the living room sofa to reveal the things underneath. Tom, Here are 2 guns and a few magazines. If you need to, you can take them as you please. Look at the 2 guns as Colt M1911. The Army is equipped with guns. The shotgun Tom Hardy used in his service is the Colt M1911. He is very familiar with this type of gun. And Yi smiled. I'm going to get a decent job. I don't need a gun. Bill shrugged. Who knows? Bill poured another glass of wine for the 2 of them, and continued to chat in the living room, and did not go to bed until the middle of the night. The next morning, Bill and Anyi said hello to go out, and Anyi simply cleaned up and went out. Bought a new suit and woolen coat in the commercial street. The whole person looked more energetic and handsome, and bought a newspaper to check job information. Factory workers, accountants, drivers, hotel attendants, porters. Checking for a long time. The salary is either too low or the job position is not suitable. I went to several recruiting units in the afternoon and tried it out. As Bill said, although the economy is good now, there are more people looking for jobs. Many units just ask Anyi to fill out a resume and nothing is left. Going back to Bill's house at night, Bill asked Anyi about his job search. Anyi said helplessly, "It's not going well. There are too many people looking for work. I don't have academic qualifications and professional skills. There are not many suitable jobs. It's just the beginning. Don't worry." Bill comforted. After a few days, Bill went out to work on his own affairs, looking for a job easily, but there was nothing very good. The main reason is that he does not want to enter the factory to do that kind of repetitive work. Those who have no development at all do not match his ideas. But there are development jobs, but it is not easy to find. Bill went out that morning and smiled at Anyi. "I'm going to collect an account today, $5,000, which is a huge sum of money. If we can get it back, we can divide it up to tenths and come back and bring you. Go for a big meal." 1/10 is $500, which is enough for a person's salary for 2 months in this era. Bill went out and comfortably continued to go out looking for work. Saw noon, bought a hot dog and a cup of hot tea on the street, sat on the street to eat, and continued to look for work in the afternoon. Until the evening, there was still no gain. Dragging his exhausted body back to Bill's apartment, just entering the house, Anyi suddenly felt a dangerous aura, which made him stiff and subconsciously wanted to withdraw. But the door suddenly closed, a pistol appeared, and the black hole pointed at Anyi's head. There are 2 guys in suits in the room. One is before and the other is behind. The guy in front is holding a revolver in his hand, and the muzzle is pointed at Anyi's head, only about 2 meters away. Another person is standing at the door of the bedroom 4 or 5 meters away, putting his hand in his pocket, making a motion ready to draw his gun at any time. "Don't move," pointed the gun at Anyi man in a deep voice. Numerous thoughts flashed quickly in Anyi's mind. Thief, robbery, or Bill's enemy? "Who are you?" pointed the gun at Anyi. That guy took a step forward. The revolver was still pointed at Anyi's head. It was only half a meter away from him, and it was almost on his head. Anyi suddenly moved. S body dodged abruptly to the side, avoiding the muzzle, and at the same time stepping forward quickly, holding the revolver in the opponent's hand with both hands one after the other. That person was surprised. Before making any response, Anyi flipped his hands over, abruptly snatching the revolver from that person's hand. The other party was shocked. The man at the bedroom door was so scared that he quickly took out his gun. "You can move faster with ease, turn your feet, and strangle the neck of the man in front of you with your left hand, and the revolver is already on his temple in the next second. Don't move. You will blow your head when you read www.uyukahsu.com. The person in Annie's hand was immediately so scared that he didn't dare to move anymore. The man at the bedroom door took out a pistol and raised his hands to aim at Anyi, only to find that the situation in the field had changed drastically, and his companion was under control. "Release Sean." The man at the bedroom door screamed, "Leave the gun down, or I will kill him first." Anyi roared, and the muzzle pressed the head of the man in his arms again. The guy in Anyi's arms was so frightened, His body was visibly trembling. The man at the bedroom door threw a rate avoidance device. For a while, he didn't know what to do. He could only grit his teeth and point his gun at Anyi, and the two sides confronted each other. "Say, why did you come to my house? What is your purpose?" Anyi asked. The man in Anyi's arms was taken aback. "Your house? Isn't this Bill's house?" "I live here." The person in Annie's arms immediately thought of something and quickly said, "We may have some misunderstandings. We are Bill's companions." "Are you Hardy?" "Bill told us that he has come with a friend named Hardy who lives in his house." Annie heard what they said, and realized that it might be a misunderstanding, but did not relax his vigilance, and continued to ask, "Why do you come to my house and still look through the things at home?" The man in Annie's arms immediately said, "We are here to get some clothes for Bill." "Why didn't Bill come to get it himself?" "Bill is injured, very badly." Thanks to the book friends for their support, thanks to the Ipu leader for their rewards, and thanks to the book friends sitting on the grave, meeting ghosts, paying news, tears of poetry turned into tears of lovesickness, waking up from dreams, Blackheart dead, Love Hanf, etc. Book friends give a reward. Chapter 4. The misunderstanding is resolved. Annie also knows that the guy who had just been shot by him was named Sean, and the guy standing at the door of the bedroom was named Ryder. They were all Bill's men. What on earth happened? Knowing that Bill was seriously injured, Annie asked eagerly. "Bill was still undergoing surgery when we came over, and the situation was not good. Give him something and go back." "Should we get in the car and say?" Sean said. Annie immediately followed them into the car. Ryder drove, Sean and Annie sat behind, and told Annie on the road that Bill had been shot 3 times. He is now being rescued in a private hospital. The situation is very bad. They went to collect the accounts today. The other party is a Spanish gang leader named Cook. The Jewish gang does not sell drugs, but there is always a need for that. After negotiation, the Spanish gang is allowed to sell goods in the Jewish gang block, and they collect part of the profit. Cook is in charge of selling goods in Bill's block. There are 5 or 6 people under him. Bill leads Sean and Ryder to find Cook. Cook is about to delay and even wants to repay the debt. Bill gave a cruel remark, but he didn't expect that library actually took a gun and gave Bill a few shots. Then the two sides fired a few more shots at each other, and Cook ran away with his men, and the two of them hurriedly took Bill for treatment. "Before we came, we asked. That guy Cook lost a lot of money in the underground casino half a month ago, about $10,000 US. It is estimated that he lost all the shares, so he can't get it out." Xiao En said. At this time, Ryder, who was driving, interjected, "I suspect that the guy Cook was a fan and was a little unconscious, otherwise he couldn't be so crazy." Annie remembered that Bill said this morning that he would charge a large sum of money, $5,000, which should be the share. "I didn't expect an accident." The car quickly arrived at the private clinic. The 3 of them entered, and Sean stopped a passing female nurse. "Miss Nurse, how is Bill?" "The doctor is still performing an operation and is taking the bullet in his stomach. He bleeds a lot. I don't know if he can save it." The female nurse turned around and went into the rescue room. After waiting for about half an hour, the door of the rescue room finally opened, and a middle-aged doctor and 2 nurses pushed out the bed. Bill was lying on the bed, his face pale, his eyes closed, and he didn't react at all. "Dr. Murphy, how is Bill?" Sean asked. Dr. Murphy pushed his glasses and glanced at Bill. "All 3 bullets have been taken out, and the wound has been treated, but his injuries are too serious and he has lost too much blood. I am afraid that the chance of surviving is only 30%. I have tried my best, and I have done everything I can do." "Then it's up to God's will." Pushed the bed into the next ward, and the nurse gave Bill an infusion. Annie looked at Bill with a pale face, feeling very uncomfortable. The two had been fighting together for 3 years, and Bill was his best brother. "Knowing that I was not doing well, I immediately called myself to Los Angeles to help myself live here, but now I'm injured and dying." After the nurse settled down, she looked at the 3 comfortable people in the room, and said impatiently, "You go out. You are of no use to the patient here. maybe it will bring germs. The three were kicked out of the ward. In the yard, Xiao handed Annie a cigarette. "Do you know where that cook lives?" Annie asked after taking a deep breath. "Yes, B4379 Brown Avenue, a toastery building," Sean said. "What does that cook look like?" "Bald head, in his 40s, easy to recognize." "Why are you asking this?" Ryder asked Annie. Annie did not explain. After the three of them smoked, Sean said to Annie, "We are going back to report to the boss about Bill's matter. What about you, Tom?" "Let's go. I am here to accompany Bill again," Annie said. Sean and Ryder drove away. At this moment, it is completely dark outside. The surrounding lights are on. There was wind in the evening. It's a bit cold on the face. Annie came to Bill's ward again. The nurse had already gone out. Only Bill was left in the room. He was lying on the bed quietly, breathing weak and his face pale. Walked comfortably to the bed, patted Bill's face, and said solemnly, "Bill, go through it. You didn't want your life on the battlefield. It would be a shame to die in the hands of a bastard. Brother, you rest here with peace of mind. What you haven't completed, I will help you complete, and I will let the other party pay enough." After speaking, he turned and left the ward. Stopped a taxi on the road and quickly returned to Bill's house. Opened the sofa, revealing two Colt M1911 pistols underneath. Insert the magazine and pull the bolt firmly. Crack. The bullet is loaded. Two guns on the coffee table. Turned off the lights. Quietly sitting on the sofa in the living room. I don't know how long it took. Dang dang dang. The clock rang. A total of 12 sounds. Is exactly 12 o'clock in the morning. Annie got up, grabbed two guns from the coffee table and inserted them into the back waist, and took two more magazines into his pocket. Took off his hat from the coat rack and fastened it on his head, lowered it slightly, and opened the door to go out. Brown Street. In the shadows, Annie looked at the small building opposite. It was 1:30 in the morning, and the surroundings were silent. Annie came to the back fence, put his hand on the fence, jumped in, silently landed on the lawn in the courtyard. Came to the door of the backyard and turned the doorknob slightly. Plugged in. I came to the window and looked at it. There was a faint light inside, which should be a bright light in the living room. I pushed the window and didn't open it. I walked to another window. Inside was the kitchen. I pushed the sliding window and there was movement. Slowly lifted the window, got in comfortably and flexibly, stepped on the stove and fell into the house. There is a corridor outside the kitchen, and several rooms on both sides. Comfortably close to the door to listen. There is a strong snoring sound inside. Cautiously came to the living room. The living room was lit but there was no one. He went to the front door and opened the latch so that he could escape at any time. Took off his hat and hung it on the coat rack at the door. Drew two pistols from behind. Opened the safety, the bullets were loaded, and comfortably opened one of the room doors. On the bed, a guy is sleeping soundly. The pistol is raised. Boom. The bullet directly penetrated the man's head, and the bedsheet was stained red by the violent blood mist. The guy on the bed shuddered slightly and then he didn't move. The gunshots awakened the others, and a few people rushed out of the other room, holding the guy in their hands. But as soon as the door opened, they were greeted by a dense rain of bullets. Boom, 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 boom. There was a loud gunshot in the villa, and the four people rushing out of the room were all shot in the chest and abdomen and fell to the ground. Annie glanced at these guys. There is no bald head. It seems that Cook is not among these people. Just when Annie thought of Cook, there was a slight noise from upstairs. Annie felt her energy tightened and a sense of danger came. Fell forward without hesitation. Boom. With a huge gunshot, a big hole was punched in the wall next to Annie, and the gravel splashed his face. Cook slept upstairs. Because of his many enemies, he was very alert on weekdays. He woke up immediately after hearing the gunshots. He grunted to the bedside and reached for the spear on the cabinet. This is a Winchester M1887 lever type shotgun. It uses a number 12 shotgun. It is powerful. It was once Megatron in the West. In the Terminator movie, Schwarzenegger used this gun against the T-800 robot. Moved the lever bullet to click and load it, and Cook rushed out of the room in his pajamas. Through the gap in the stairs, he saw a figure. He couldn't help saying that raising his hand was a shot. The thing was that the guy escaped ahead of time. "Asshole, I must kill you." Crack boom. Crack boom. Cook shot while walking down, and a big hole was blasted out of the corner of the comfortable escape. Because the opponent's firepower was too fierce, he was suppressed. With a turn of his mind, he looked at the corpse on the ground comfortably, lifted up a guy and threw it out forcefully. When Cook saw the figure rushing out of it, he immediately raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Boom! The shot hit the corpse, and flesh and blood splashed. The lights were dim, and Cook didn't even see who the corpse was. Attracted Cook's firepower, Annie finally found a chance, flew out of the corner sideways. You are reading www.uukansu. There are a few shots of the comp pistol on the stairs. Boom, boom, boom. "Ah!" screamed Cook. Was shot twice. One shot hit his stomach and the other hit his gun arm. Cook fell to the ground, his shotgun fell on the stairs, and rolled down. Annie stood up, raised his gun and walked towards Cook. Cook finally saw the person coming. He was a young man who didn't know him. He looked at him coldly, and he could feel the strong killing intent on him. Don't kill me." Cook held his stomach in pain and pleaded. Annie looked at bald Cook coldly. "Ha ha, does Bill know that he is my brother?" Cook finally knew who was going to kill himself. "I can give you money, all. Don't kill." Bang! Before Cook finished speaking, Annie shot him in the head. He is not interested in talking nonsense with the enemy. Looked up at the room. There was blood everywhere in the corridor, on the walls, and in the stairwell. 6 corpses lay all over the place, making it look like a Jura field. Killed 6 people. Annie didn't feel any discomfort, even because of the adrenaline secretion in the fight just now. He was a little excited. For more than half a year, the soul of Ease has completely merged with the soul of Tom Hardy. Tom is a guy who has experienced the real war slaughter field, and the current situation is just a small scene for him. Came to Cook's room, comfortably turned on the light, opened several drawers of the boss desk, searched, and found a wad of money in one drawer. P.S. Brothers passing by, order a collection. If you have a vote, please vote for 2. Thank you. Chapter 5. $10, $20, $50, $100. There are all kinds of denominations, all of which are old banknotes. Annie guessed that the money was used to sell fans. It is estimated that the $5,000 is only a lot more, and he puts it directly into the pocket of his coat. In the cabinet, Annie also found an exquisite box, opened it and placed a brand new gold watch, to see that the logo was Rolex. This gold Rolex watch is a new model that was just launched in 1945. It is made of gold from the frame to the strap. It is the ancestor of the Rolex gold watch. It was sought after by countless people as soon as it came out, and the price reached more than $1,500. A proper luxury. I was in the Orange County bar before, and there was a customer showing off to his friends. Annie just happened to see it, and now he recognized it. This watch is very new, the bags are still on it. I guess that Cook is not willing to wear it yet. I just missed a watch. The cash was taken for Bill, and treat this watch as his own harvest tonight. Put the box into his pocket. He didn't dare to delay too much. There was too much movement here, and someone would definitely call the police. It is estimated that the police will come soon. The pistol was inserted into the back, and he walked downstairs quickly. Took off his hat from the coat rack, lowered the brim and went out from the front door, flashed by a street lamp, and soon disappeared into the darkness. 10 minutes after leaving comfortably, a police car pulled a siren and stopped at the door of the villa. The 3 policemen got out of the car and approached the gate cautiously with their guns. Open the door. The tragic scene in the villa shocked the police. There was blood everywhere in the room, and several corpses fell to the ground in all directions. The walls were full of bullet marks. At first sight, they went through a fierce gun battle. Notify the FBI immediately that a major incident has occurred here. Waiting for the FBI people to come over, Many reporters have gathered on the street and kept taking pictures inside. The FBI personnel conducted an on-site survey and concluded that the gunman was probably only one person. As for other circumstances, it is completely unknown, and there is no clue of any value. Asked the neighbors around, but no one saw anything. After all, it was around 1 a.m. and everyone was asleep. 3:30 in the morning. The police carried the body and left. The FBI recorded the case as a major first-degree murder, and then evacuated. Ring-ling-ling. The phone rang in the bedroom of an apartment. Click. The lamp is turned on. Fred looked at the clock on the wall. It was 3:30 in the morning. Fred is more than 40 years old this year. His cheeks are as sharp as a knife. And he is mature and capable. He is the boss of the Jewish gang in Los Angeles. He manages more than 200 members of the Jewish gang. He is definitely a man of Los Angeles. The Jewish gang occupies some of the most prosperous neighborhoods in Los Angeles, owns 3 underground casinos, operates loan sharks and smuggling businesses, and controls the supply of drinks to 5 nightclubs and dozens of bars in the jurisdiction, earning $2 to $3 million a year. Profit. The phone is still ringing. Fred picked up the phone, and the second-in-command Alan Payne's voice came from inside. I just got news that someone entered Cook's house in the early hours of the morning and killed Cook and his 5 men. Fred was taken aback for a while. The subordinates reported to him in the evening that Bill, a small boss in the gang, was seriously injured by Cook of the Spanish gang when he was collecting the accounts. His life is unknown. Fred asked about the situation and went to the hospital to take a look at Bill. Anyi had already left at that time. After coming back, I discussed with some of his subordinates, and planned to see Bill's situation tomorrow, and then decide how to deal with it. I didn't expect such a thing to happen at night. Who did it? Fred asked. Do not know. Aren't they ours? No. I have asked all of my staff, and they have said that they have not done it. Fred was even more surprised. Who would it be if someone who is not ours? Do you know other things? I learned from the police that the FBI surveyed the scene and determined that there was only one gunman. Alan Payne said. Fred was slightly surprised. One person kills Cook's 6? Yes, that's what the police said. Hanging up the phone, Fred looked at the wall and thought, if it was a person who killed Cook, then that person is indeed very powerful. But who is this person? What is the origin? Fred's wife turned around and put her arms around the man and asked, Fred, what happened? Fred kissed the woman's hair. It's okay, my dear, it's just a small problem. Go to bed, and I'll deal with it tomorrow. Morgue. Cook's body was lying on the cold bed. His face was pale and colorless, and there were 2 deadly bullet holes in his forehead and abdomen. Danny, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at Cook's corpse, his face full of anger. Danny is the leader of the Spanish gang in Los Angeles. His gang name is Red Danny. Danny is slightly obese. He is in his 50s this year, but for men, his 50s are the most powerful age. Danny has worked hard in Los Angeles for many years. There are more than 100 people under his staff, occupying 2 blocks, operating bars, nightclubs, underground boxing arena, casino clubs and other businesses, and their biggest business is the sale of coca powder. Cook is Danny's more effective subordinate, responsible for part of the drug sales, and can give him tens of thousands of dollars in profits every month. Now his capable man has become a corpse, which makes him very angry. Who killed Cook? Danny asked in a hoarse voice. It is likely that the Jewish gang did it. A middle-aged man behind Danny said, this person is Danny's army instructor Burstein. Jewish gang? Danny frowned deeply. The Jewish gang is the biggest power in Los Angeles, followed by the Irish, and then the Spanish. Other forces include Mexicans, Chinese gangs, and small groups of Russians, Polish and French descent. I just found someone to understand that Cook lost a lot of money in our casino some time ago, and now he still owes a lot of money to the casino. Burstein explained. Yesterday the Jewish gang asked Cook to be divided, and Cook prepared to delay. For this reason, The two sides clashed. Cook sucked fans and shot and wounded a small Jewish gang leader in excitement. The attack happened in the evening. Danny's face was extremely gloomy, biting his cigar hard, and suffocating for a long time. Damn it. I don't know if this sentence is cursing Cook or the Jewish gang. Leaving the morgue, Danny returned to the mansion with Sergeant Burstein, and the two lit up cigars and poured a glass of whiskey. Danny pondered for a while, seeming to make up his mind, and said to Burstein in a deep voice, I want to get rid of the Jewish gang. In addition to businesses such as loan sharks, casino clubs, bars, nightclubs, Jew-arn, and underground boxing grounds, Red Danny's biggest source of income is coca powder, which can bring him nearly $1 million in income every year, 2 or 3 times that of other businesses. He occupies a small territory. The Jewish gang has the largest territory in Los Angeles, but the Jewish gang has banned drug trafficking. This gave Danny a chance. He found the Jewish gang boss Fred and was willing to take a large profit as a share. Only allow them to enter the site to sell goods. To this end, he would give $300,000 to $400,000 to the Jewish gang every year. Danny has been very upset about this huge protection fee. Hearing Danny's words, Burstein was shocked and frowned. The Jewish gang is very strong, and we are not opponents at all. Danny sneered, I have considered that we can cooperate with the Irish, and even bring in Mexicans, Chinese, Russians, and Poles. You reading www.uukanzu.com will work together against the Jews. As long as we unite these people, we are fully capable of killing those Jews and then carve up their turf. We can have more bars, nightclubs, sell more coca powder, make more money, and don't have to give the Jews divide. Danny said that the prospects are attractive, but Burstein is still worried. But behind the Jews there is an Italian mafia. The mafia. Danny groaned. Today's Italian mafia is absolutely thriving in the United States, but Danny seems to have already thought about it. So we want to draw the Irish. The Irish are enough to contend with the mafia, and there is hatred between them. Otherwise, how could we call ourselves the White Hand? The main power of the mafia is on the East Coast, with its base camp in New York, as well as Chicago, Detroit, Denver, Kansas, and Philadelphia. The Irish on the West Coast are more powerful. When Fred brought people to Los Angeles a few years ago, the Irishman was actually the most annoyed because he was a nail that the mafia penetrated into the West Coast. We provoke conflicts between the Irish and the Jews, join hands to kill the Jewish gang, and divide the interests. As for the mafia, it is entirely possible for the Irish to deal with it, and we can hide behind. I have to say that Danny is also a very smart guy. Army Master Burstein thought for a while, and felt that Danny's idea was indeed workable. And even if it was unsuccessful, it would not lose much. How are you going to do it? Danny snorted a cigar and said with a smile on his face, Burstein, help me have an appointment with an Irishman. Okay, I'll arrange it at dawn. Chapter 6. After killing Cook, he walked home comfortably. When passing by the Los Angeles River, he took out the gun, dismantled it skillfully, and threw the parts into the river. Destroy the evidence. Even if someone accuses him of murder in the future, as long as he cannot find the tools to commit the crime, his crime will be greatly reduced, and it is even possible to be found not guilty. Took out the watch box, put a gold Rolex watch on his wrist, and threw the box far into the river. Perfect. Going back to Bill's house, comfortably turned on the stove and burned all the clothes on his body. Unfortunately, this new suit and woolen coat were only worn for a few days, and it cost him more than $70. I washed away my blood in the bathroom, and I felt comfortable lying on the bed. On the battlefield before, it was not a lifetime of 9 deaths in a battle, and I couldn't rest well after the battle. How comfortable it is now. I don't know what happened to Bill. Wait until dawn to see him again. Hoping that the brothers can survive, no matter what. He is considered revenge for Bill. Annie quickly went to bed, and when he opened his eyes, it was already more than 9 o'clock in the morning. Got up to wash, went out to find a restaurant to order, and asked for a newspaper. Opened the newspaper, and the headline on the front page immediately attracted him. There was a gunfight on Brown Street, and 6 people were killed in the gunfight. The newspaper is equipped with photos of police carrying body bags and loading cars. The report later stated that all 6 of the dead were members of Spanish gangsters. It is speculated that it was caused by gang vendettas. This incident may trigger a new round of gang conflicts in Los Angeles, reminding the general public attention when traveling. I remembered that I also interviewed the chief of the police, who said that he would catch the murderer and protect the people of Los Angeles. Annie came to the newspaper shelf, and flipped through several newspapers today, and found that they all had reports on the shooting last night. He took a closer look at the content. There was not much useful information in the newspapers, but some newspapers mentioned that the FBI investigation should be committed by one person. At this time, Annie heard a few guests talking next to her. "Hey, did you read this morning's news? 6 people from the Spanish gang were killed." Of course I read. The headlines of every newspaper in Los Angeles are all this news. I know that Cook, a very fierce guy. I heard that he can be counted in the Red Danny gang. I didn't expect to be beaten to death like this. I don't know who offended him. It is written in the newspaper that one person killed 6. And the murderer is really powerful. Who else can it be? It must be done by other gangs. Maybe there will be gang fires and fights in the future. The police should take care of it, right? Police, hee. Do you think they will really maintain public order and protect the safety of the people as they said in the newspaper? They are more good at collecting money. Murphy's private clinic ward. Bill opened his eyes slowly. Sean and Ryder stood by. Seeing Bill woke up and jumped excitedly, Ryder said excitedly, "Boss, you finally woke up." "I'm really afraid you will meet God." Snap. Sean slapped Ryder. "You can't say something nice." Ryder touched the back of his head innocently. Bill didn't care, and smiled weakly and said, "God may not like me very much, and he doesn't want to talk to me at all." Sean asked Ryder to call the doctor, and Dr. Murphy would come over soon. Checked on Bill. After the examination, Dr. Murphy nodded and said, "Congratulations on your survival. Yesterday I was really not sure that you could carry it. Fortunately, you are in good health. If you cultivate for 3 or 4 months, you will live again, but you have to be careful in the future. You are not so lucky every time." "Thank you, Dr. Murphy." Bill thanked him. Dr. Murphy left the ward. Bill looked at the door, and whispered to Sean, "People are gone. Give me a cigarette." "Boss, the doctor doesn't allow smoking." Sean said, "Don't talk nonsense. If people can't live happily, it's better to die." Bill cursed. Sean lighted a good cigarette and handed it to Bill. Bill took a sip, probably because he was in a hurry. He coughed twice suddenly, and his wound was aching. "Fuck. Cook attacked Lao Tzu unexpectedly, and I must find him to take revenge when Lao Tzu gets better." Bill cursed. "Boss, Cook is dead." Ryder said. Bill was taken aback. "Cook is dead? What's the matter?" Sean took out a newspaper from his pocket, opened it and handed it to Bill. The newspaper recorded that the Spanish gang leader Cook and his 5 men were all killed at home, suspecting that it was caused by the gang conflict. Bill looked at Sean after reading. "Is it done by a helper?" Sean shook his head. "It should not be." In the early hours of the morning, the upper echelon asked us if we did it. I still don't know who did it, but I have to say that the person who did it was really amazing. He killed the library by himself. Grand 6 people. Scene's tone was full of reverence. Annie had breakfast, came to the private clinic again, opened the door of the ward, and saw that Bill was chatting with Sean Ryder, and he was delighted. "Bill, you are awake." Annie walked quickly to the bed. "Tom, you are here." "Very happy to see my brother Bill." Take a look at Bill's complexion. Although his face is pale, he seems to be in good spirits, so he shouldn't be able to die. "Looking at you like that yesterday, I'm really afraid you will die." Annie patted Bill on the shoulder, and said, taking out an envelope from his pocket, "Congratulations on coming back to life again. I brought you a present." "What is this?" Bill looked at the envelope in surprise. "Money. Because this thing hurt you, I helped you get it back." Bill took the big envelope and opened it. There were colorful bank notes inside. There were 10, $20 and $100. Bill thought of something. Tom, you killed Cook? Bill asked in surprise. And ye did not deny it. He touched my brother. I must make him pay the price, and your job for you. Looking at the envelope, Bill was very moved. I was injured, and my brother ran to avenge himself and killed Cook and his gang. This is the true brotherhood of life and death. Shaun and Ryder looked at Ease and were shocked. It turned out that Tom did Cook's affairs. He asked Cook for the address last night, and he seemed to have an idea. Broke into the other's premises alone, killing 6 people in a row without injury. Amazing. Deserves to be a person who has survived on the battlefield. Bill smiled at Yi. Did you think I was dying yesterday, so you ran to avenge me? The doctor said you only have a 30% chance of surviving. Yi said, if I die, it will be useless if you get the money. Bill smiled. I will burn it for you. Burn it to me? What do you mean? Bill was a little surprised. Obviously, Bill didn't quite understand the Chinsey-style memorial method of burning paper and burning objects for the deceased. Bill wanted to move, and he was involved in the wound. He frowned because of the pain. Shaun and Ryder hurriedly lifted him up and leaned against the head of the bed. You two go out first. Tom and I have something to say. By the way, you are not allowed to tell anyone about Cook, you know. Shaun and Ryder nodded out of the ward. What are you going to tell me? Yi asked. Bill looked at Ease and said, Tom, I have something to ask you. What's happening? The doctor said that I will lie in bed for 3 or 4 months. The site I am responsible for needs to be taken care of. I want to ask you to help me. Bill said, you let me join the gang? Yi didn't expect Bill to repeat the old story. You can join temporarily, or you can quit after I get better, or I'm afraid that when I get better, the current site will be gone. Bill said, aren't there Shaun and Ryder? Bill shook his head. They can't. Shaun can settle the bill, but he is too courageous. Ryder is impulsive and brainless. They need a head that can lead them, and now only you are the most suitable. If I don't manage for 3 months, my site will definitely be taken by others. When I get better, I am afraid I will start again, and the previous efforts will be wasted. You know that I just bought a new house for my family, and I still owe a lot of money to the bank. If the site is lost and no income, my parents and brothers and sisters can only go back to the old house in the country. Bill looked at Ease, with requests in his eyes. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Think about it for a while. Anyway, I haven't found a suitable job. Then help Bill. I can help you manage it for a period of time. But will your gang agree? Bill smiled immediately. I'll talk about this. Just as Bill was talking to Yi, another group of people came from the private clinic. The Jewish leader Fred, and his second-in-command Alan Payne came over. Shaun and Ryder were smoking in the corridor, when they saw the 2 big guys coming over and hurriedly threw down the cigarettes and stepped on them. How is Bill? Alan asked. I'm awake. Dr. Murphy is no longer a serious problem. Just 3 or 4 months of cultivation. Xiao En quickly replied. Everyone came to the ward, pushed the door open, and saw the Ease in the room. Fred and Alan Payne are very strange to Ease, and they both raised their eyes to look at him. Bill introduced immediately, Mr. Fred, Mr. Alan, this is my best brother Tom Hardy. By the way, Cook's money has been recovered, and Tom helped me to recover it. He picked up the big envelope on the bed. Fred heard the meaning of Bill's words. Cook's thing was done by the young man in front of him. Carefully look at Ease's young and handsome appearance. He has a strong and sturdy temperament on his body. If one person kills Cook's 6, he must be good. A friend was bullied, and he brazenly took revenge for his friend, and acted decisively and decisively. He admires such young people very much. Tom Hardy, I see a trait from you. I feel that you are very suitable for the underworld. How about it? Are you interested in joining the Jewish gang? Fred took the initiative to solicit. Chapter 7. I see a trait from you. I feel that you are very suitable for the underworld's business. Annie was a little confused when he heard this sentence, and a certain movie clip flashed in his mind. Old Ghost Hong, young man, I see your excellency from head to toe. There is no place where the shape of a beggar is not revealed. Such a Harkan, so what? It means your excellency is destined to beg for a lifetime. Cut. I won't tell you anymore. I want to sleep for a while first. Don't go first. You will be the top pick. If I read it right, you will be the overlord of beggars. The overlord of beggars? What is that? Still a beggar. The Jewish gang leader in front of him actually said that he has the characteristics of being a gang member. Is it related to his name? Tom Hardy. HD. Will he become the overlord of the gang? The boss made a word to solicit Tom, which made Bill very happy, and quickly said, I want Tom to help me. He is my best brother. I want him to take care of my affairs. Yes, I agree. Fred agreed. Annie didn't say a word. The matter was decided. That's all. Annie joined the Jewish gang. Of course, is only counted as peripheral members. Bill picked up the envelope on the bed and said to Fred, Boss, Tom helped me get the share back and turn it in now. Said and passed the money. Alan Payne, the second in command, took the money that Bill handed over, opened it and counted it. $6,800. The split should be $5,000. The number is 1,008 more than the split. Alan said after counting. Fred took the money, took $1,000 from it and handed it to Bill. This 1,000 is a revenue share. Bill glad to take it. This money is not only his own, but also Sean and Ryder according to the rules. Fred counted 1,000 and passed it over. This 1,000 is for your treatment. You are injured when you work for the gang, and the treatment costs are sent to the gang. Thank you, boss. Bill accepted the money gratefully. Fred counted another $1,800, but this time it was handed to Annie, who looked at the Jewish gangster for a moment. Fred smiled. Cook only owes us $5,000. And the more belongs to you. Annie found that the Jewish leader was very open and bright. He was divided into two groups, sickness relief money, and 1,800 yuan for him. The whole thing was done in a reasonable and atmospheric manner. Welcome, took the money. Fred smiled, satisfied with his ease. At this time, Bill said, Boss, what about Cook? What about the Spaniards? Fred waved his hand and said solemnly, You don't have to worry about this matter. I will be responsible. Cook is the fault of the whole matter. It is they who broke the rules first. I will settle this matter. If they can't cooperate well, I don't mind stopping the Spaniards' business. There are many gangs who want to sell goods in the Jewish gang, and there is no shortage of Spaniards. After a few more chats, Fred left with second-in-command Alan. And Bill smiled and looked at Annie. Brother, I'll take care of you next. Turned his head and said to Sean and Ryder, You two guys cooperate with Tom to do things well. You must know that in the Marine Corps, he was my leader. Sean and Ryder had already admired Annie in their hearts. As soon as they met before, Annie grabbed the gun empty-handed and restrained them both. It was one person who wiped out Cook and the group last night. They only have respect for such a powerful person. How can they dare to make a mistake? Don't worry, boss, we must do things well, the two guys said in unison. Fred and second-in-command Alan returned to the villa, thought about picking up the phone, and calling Danny, the leader of the Spanish gang. Danny heard that Fred was looking for him. His eyes narrowed, and after taking the phone, he said a little angrily, Fred, did your people kill Cook? Cook is my most powerful subordinate. 6 of them died all at once. 6. To tell the truth, Cook's death, Danny, is indeed a little distressed. He is also number 110, and 6 of them died at once, which is definitely not a small loss. Danny, you broke the rules first. I don't know if Cook did that. Is it because of your instruction? Red Danny is ready to cancel cooperation with us and turn into opposition. Fry said in a bad tone. Danny's momentum stagnated. This is by no means my instruction. Danny replied. Danny, if you still want to continue to cooperate, then you have to abide by the rules, and those who want to break the rules, you know the end of the game better than me. If you want to play tricks, we have a way to deal with it. Danny took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotions. Well, Fred, I admit that Cook did not do the right thing. He is dead, and you have taken the money back. This is the end of this matter. How about we continue our previous cooperation? Fred had already expected the result to be like this, with a chuckle on his face, and said in a light tone, "Danny, making money is very important, and rules are also very important. I hope there will be no next time." "I see," Danny replied in a low tone. Click. The black handset fell heavily on the phone holder. Danny's face was full of anger. Since he became the boss of Red Danny, no one dared to talk to himself like this anymore. But today he has been taught a lesson. Picked up the cigar in the ashtray and took a hard sip. "You must kill the Jews. You must." Turned his head to look at the soldier Burstein next to him. "Is it tonight to meet the Irishman?" "Yes, at 8 o'clock tonight in the Irish Hoffman Bar." Military instructor Burstein said. Danny thought for a while, and said to Burstein, "You continue to contact Mexicans, Chinese people, and other gangs in Los Angeles. I don't want to delay for a day." "Okay, I'll get in touch now." After Burstein left, Danny walked to the window. His office was on the 18th floor of a building with a view of Beverly Hills. "I want to master the entire underground world of Los Angeles, just like Al Capone, and become the king of a city. There is a famous saying, 'Ambition makes people extremely poor and vicious.'" Danny's ambitions are constantly growing and swelling, for which he is willing to take risks. Night falls. A brand new car parked in front of the bar. Danny and Sergeant Burstein got out of the car, followed by two men. Looked up at the signboard, Hoffman Bar. As soon as they entered the door, someone greeted them and prepared to search them. Danny's two men looked forward with ill-faced faces, and the two sides immediately confronted each other. Danny waved his hand to let him go down, picked up his clothes and let him check. They didn't come to fight, so they didn't bring weapons at all. "Mr. Danny, Mr. Burstein, I'll take you to see the boss. Please follow me." After finishing speaking, he led the way. The two came to a private room, where there were already two people sitting. The old Semmelweis of the Los Angeles Irish Gang's North Shore Gang, and his deputy Bugus Moran. Semmelweis has a long face with a British moxie dry head shape, which makes his face look longer and even a little funny. But throughout Los Angeles, you were reading www. You can sue. However, no one dared to laugh at this young man, who was only 28 years old, because he was the leader of the Irish and controlled several blocks of Los Angeles. Irish people are known for their cruelty and sometimes unscrupulous things, so they are not as famous in the way as Italians and Jews. But because of this notoriety, others dare not provoke them easily. Semmelweis stood up with a smile, and shook hands with Danny. "Danny, you said on the phone that you have a very important thing to talk to me. What kind of thing? Do you want to sell cocoa powder on my site? You know that I also have that business. Are you interested in getting the Jews' site?" Danny said straight to the point. The smile on Semmelweis' face was certain, and his eyes turned deep to look at Danny. "Danny, what do you want to do?" "I want revenge," Danny said. Semmelweis frowned. "Just for a cook? Are you going to go to war with the Jewish gang?" Danny's smile disappeared, gritted his teeth and said, "It's not just for cook, but also for business. My current cocoa business has millions of profits every year, but it has to be divided into about half of the Jewish people. They don't have to do anything, and we have to risk losing our heads. This is very unfair. Cook just quarreled with the other party because of a problem, and they sent someone to kill 6 of my men. Afterwards, Fred called me again and threatened me, blaming all the blame on us. This irritates me very much. If we form an alliance, we can completely kill the Jewish gang. After success, our Red Danny will only have 40% of the territory and property, and the rest will be given to the North Bank gang. How about?" Danny looked at Semmelweis after speaking. Chapter 8. "What are you going to do?" asked, looking at Danny. "Squeeze. First squeeze the Jewish gang's business, including their nightclubs, bars, underground casinos, as well as the loan shark business, smuggling business, consume their strength, and finally strike out in one fell swoop, completely wiped out." Danny said. "Have you thought about the Jewish guy's counterattack?" Weiss asked. Danny smiled slightly. "In the beginning, we don't have to be so blatant, just come a little bit, find someone to smash their nightclubs, bars, robbery of wine trucks, or even robbing of casinos. You can also use customs to disrupt the smuggling business of the Jewish gang. If these methods are used, I believe those Jewish men will be burned. Although the brown bear is very large and ferocious, if its body becomes riddled with holes, it will not be so ferocious. You say yes, Jaime. Weiss took a sip of the whiskey on the table, pondered for a while, with a smile on his face when he raised his head. Danny, I think your plan is good, and I agree to cooperate with you. He stretched out his hand to Danny. Seeing Wes' promise, Danny was very happy. The most important step of the plan has been taken, and he seemed to see victory beckoning him. Shook hands with Weiss. The two reached an agreement, formed a temporary alliance to deal with the Jewish gang together. Danny left with the military division. His deputy, Bagus Moran, looked at Weiss and asked, Jaime, do you believe him? Jaime chuckled and spit out a cigar. How could I believe him? Danny has never been a man of love and righteousness, and revenge for his men is all bullshit. As for the business and the site, it is indeed possible, but he does not have such a big appetite. He came to us. The biggest possibility is to provoke us to fight against the Jewish gang. In the end, when both parties are exhausted, he will sit back, profit, take the opportunity to grow bigger. Then you promised to form an alliance with him? Moran asked, slightly surprised. Jaime spread his hands. It's just calculating each other. We and the Jews are always enemies. Why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to make a fuss? Maybe you can see the benefits. Danny wants to use us. Why am I using him? Ha ha. Bugs Moran also laughed with Hemi, raised his glass and touched, and the two took a happily sip. Work hard in the underworld. No one is a fool. The mind is not worse than those politicians, otherwise it would not be able to survive. Danny has his own purpose. Why doesn't Wes have his own ideas? It just depends on who performs better. In the car, Danny smiled and said to the Sergeant Burstein, you see, the Irish are not difficult to deal with. They have always hated the Jews, and they will never let it go as long as they have the opportunity. Burstein, how are the other gangs contacting? The Mexican side has already made contact. I will meet the Mexican boss tomorrow. The Chinese people may be later. Their boss has gone to San Francisco and will not be back in a few days. As for the Russians and the Poles, you don't need to come forward. I can talk to them. I want to give some small profits, and they will rush to the front and work for us. Danny nodded, looking at the bustling neon lights on both sides of the street outside the car window. He seemed to see that the whole city would become his land, and he would become the king here. The next day, Annie officially went to work. Sean and Ryder drove over to pick him up. They drove for half an hour to the slum area and stopped in front of a large iron gate. Sean honked his horn. The door opened a small hole. Someone looked out, and Xiao-En waved at the person, and then the door opened. The car drove in and parked in the yard, which was a row of warehouses. Xiao-En smiled and said to An-Yi, Tom, this is the gang warehouse, and all tobacco and alcohol are stored here. We are in charge of the block. There are a total of 7 pubs and 2 nightclubs. We get the invoices every evening. The next morning we come here to pick up the goods and distribute the tobacco and alcohol. The pubs settle with us once a week, and we also pay every Monday. Account. A strong man came over, greeted Sean and Ryder, and then looked at Hayes. Sean said with a smile, this is Tom Hardy, the brother of Bill's boss. From now on he will be responsible for our affairs. Tom, this is Benson, the deputy head of the warehouse. Annie stretched out his hand and shook hands with Benson to get to know each other. A few people walked to the warehouse. Benson asked, how is Bill? I have been out of danger. It will take about 2 or 3 months to recover, Xiao-En said. Benson asked curiously again, by the way, who did Spain help cook? Do you know? Many people are discussing that matter now. That person is really fierce. One person kills Cook and a group of people. Xiao-En glanced at An-Yi quietly, then smiled and said, I don't know this, it may be done by a high-level person. Before Fred left, He told An Yi and others that the murder of Cook should not be publicized for the time being, mainly to protect An Yi's personal safety. Ease doesn't want to be famous, but safety is the most important thing. Naturally, he agrees with Fred's arrangement. All Sean lied to Benson. Entering the warehouse, Sean took out the list and started stocking wine, whiskey, rum, vodka, brandy, tequila, fruit wine. Cigarettes include Marlboro, Camel, 35 cigarettes, and various cigars. Someone started to move goods into the car. Sean and Ryder were responsible for the inventory. After everything was loaded into the car, Sean asked An Yi to sign the bill. An Yi looked at it and found that the price actually reached more than $3,000. In 1945, the monthly salary of an ordinary worker was only about $200. These cigarettes and alcohol are equivalent to the salary of an ordinary worker for 1.5 years. This is just the amount they are responsible for the block for a day. Farewell and Benson drove out of the warehouse. An Yi asked Xiao-En, "Are these alcohol and tobacco products genuine?" "Of course, they are all good things," Sean said. "Then how do we make money and raise prices for pubs and nightclubs?" An Yi asked inexplicably. Sean smiled. "Of course not. Our tobacco and alcohol are even cheaper than market prices." "What do you rely on to make money?" "Smuggling, tax evasion." You are reading www.uukanzu.com. You don't know how high the federal government's tax rate on tobacco and alcohol is. It is 40% to 50% lower, and even higher than 100%. If we go through the proper channels, we won't make any money at all. Money. We evade taxes on domestic tobacco and alcohol. Foreign imported tobacco and alcohol are all smuggled goods. Our gang has its own smuggling channels. Even the tobacco and alcohol from other sites are purchased from us. Although the profits of tobacco and alcohol are not as good as during the Prohibition period, smuggled goods still make money, and the more expensive the more profitable. An Yi was very interested in gangster American movies in the previous world. He had watched almost all the movies. For this reason, he had also studied gangster culture. He knew that the rise of American gangsters was caused by Prohibition. During the Prohibition period, the gang sold a lot of bootleg alcohol, obtained sufficient funds, and began to grow wildly. Later the Prohibition on alcohol was lifted, but the bootleg business is still an important economic income of the gang, but they have turned from bootlegging to smuggling, tax evasion. Will the State Administration of Taxation not pursue it? An Yi asked. Of course it will be investigated. The Internal Revenue Service is much more powerful than the FBI, so we have been doing it very concealedly. Besides, the top management will come forward to take care of it. This is not something we care about, Xiao-En said. The car drove to the door of the nightclub. Is the Bunny Girl nightclub that Bill brought him on the first day. The manager came out, picked up the order, and soon all the goods were moved in. The two parties signed the documents and the delivery was completed. Unloaded cigarettes and alcohol in the nightclub, and rushed to other bars to deliver. Sean kept the account and signed it, and he was busy until 10 o'clock to deliver them all. "Tom, let's have something to eat," Sean said to An Yi. "They haven't eaten breakfast yet." "Okay, go eat." Chapter 9. Found a small restaurant and ordered a burger coffee. Sean said while eating, "Now you can rest." Generally, at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, bars and nightclubs are open. Let's go around and take care of their safety. To put it bluntly, it means to watch the venue. If someone makes trouble, we can get rid of those damned alcoholics. It's usually easy to solve. We mainly focus on other gang members who might make trouble. But that kind of situation is rare. Each gang has its own territory, and other gangs, people usually don't step on it. Went around one by one in the evening and asked about the sales of the wines. After getting the list of the next day, work usually ends at 1 or 2 in the morning. Xiao-En said in a relaxed tone. From An Yi's point of view, what they actually make is hard money. But in this society, who doesn't work hard? What about the collection? An Yi asked. We only have one fixed account, which is to ask the Spaniards to share the cocoa powder. Oh, it was Cook before. and he has been killed by you. Then I don't know who it is, Sean said and looked at Hayes. The other is to help casinos and loan companies collect accounts. Those are to pick up tasks at the company and find work by themselves. I think it's not too late to do it when you get familiar with the business at hand. Annie understands a little bit. Helping casinos and loan companies to collect accounts is actually making extra money. You can do it or not if you pick it up and make money yourself. Annie thought of something, and bit his burger and asked Sean, "Is there a way to buy a gun? I want to buy a few guns." Mixed with gangsters, they may encounter danger at any time. How can they defend themselves without guns? Bill's gun was thrown into the Los Angeles River after an easy murder. He needs to prepare some guys for himself. Buy a gun? No problem. I'll take you to find old Mike after dinner, Sean said. After eating, the three drove to a gun shop in the suburbs. The size of the gun shop is not small. When getting off the car, Sean said, "Old Mike is also a member of our gang. He sells guns from regular channels as well as black guns. The gang members are basically all get the goods from him." Opened the door and the three of them walked in. "Old Mike, business is coming," Sean shouted to an old man on the couch. Old Mike with grey hair and a big beard opened his eyes and got up from the couch, looked at Sean, turned his head to Annie, and asked, "Who is this?" "John Hardy, Bill's brother." Now that Bill is injured, Hardy is temporarily in charge of his affairs, Sean introduced. Old Mike walked to Annie and looked up and down a few times. "Have you been a soldier?" "Yes, the Marine Corps," Annie said. The old man nodded. "Well, I can feel the temperament in you. You should have experienced a lot of battles." "I also served as a soldier and participated in the First World War. I fought for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but unfortunately the country was defeated. The Austro-Hungarian Empire also disappeared, and I later came to America." "Old Mike, John wants a handful of guys," Sean interrupted Old Mike. Old Mike nodded. "Well, follow me." Talking and leading the way, Xiao curled his lips at Annie secretly, lowered his voice and said to Annie, "As long as there are newcomers, he will nag his old almanacs." Annie smiled. A few people walked to a big iron door. Old Mike took out a bunch of keys from his body to open the iron door. The iron door opened, and Annie's eyes lit up. The warehouse is full of shelves with various weapons. Guns and cars are men's favorites. Almost no man doesn't love guns and cars. Just like girls can't refuse Barbie and soft toys. Old Mike walked ahead and introduced, "Many of these guns are used, and some have been eliminated from the battlefield. M1 Garland rifle, M1 carbine, Mauser 98 rifle, British Enfield rifle," said, picking up one from the shelf, patted the gun body vigorously, and said to Annie, "M1941 Johnson semi-automatic rifle, equipped with guns in the Marine Corps. You should be familiar with it, right?" Annie has completely merged with Hardy's consciousness, and he is indeed very familiar with this rifle. After receiving the gun that old Mike handed over, there is an incomparable feeling of taking advantage of it. Crack. Annie pulls the bolt hard. Pull the trigger gently. "This gun is well maintained," Annie said as he touched the rifle. Old Mike smiled. "I'm not only good at selling guns, I'm good at selecting and maintaining these guns. When I purchase these guns, I choose thousands of them. After I get them back, I personally maintain them to ensure that every gun here is best state. This takes me," Annie said immediately. Old Mike smiled and nodded. $105. 100 bullets for you. The price is not low, it is almost half a month's wages for ordinary workers. Old Mike, these guns of yours are old goods received. Besides, the production cost of these guns is only a few $dozen. And you are selling them too expensive. Sean murmured beside him. Old Mike curled his lips. "The hen lays eggs, and it only costs the cost of pouting the butt. Could it be that I gave you the eggs for nothing?" Annie was amused by the old man's words. $100. Send 200 bullets. "Okay, no problem," Old Mike agreed happily. Continue to move forward and come to the submachine gun area. "What about the submachine gun? Do you want one?" the Thompson submachine gun, known as the Chicago typewriter, and the German MP-40 submachine gun, STG-44. Without thinking about ease, I asked for a Chicago typewriter. This thing is a perfect match for the gang. Asked for two M1911 pistols. Bill's previous two were dismantled and thrown into the river after he killed Cook. Annie decided to supplement him. Then he picked a very beautiful Colt revolver. Finally, Annie saw the Winchester M1887 burst shotgun. He was bombarded by Cook with this gun. He thought in his heart that he must get one in the future. Now when I saw it from old Mike, Annie didn't hesitate to start directly. There were machine guns, grenades and even explosives in the warehouse. The old man asked Annie if he wanted, but Annie shook his head and refused. "We'll talk about it when we need it." Old Mike smiled. "Okay, come and get what you need, I'll give you a preferential price." Talked about the discount, but the old guy wanted to pay a lot of money. 3 long guns, 3 short guns, and matching bullets. In the end, it cost a total of $460. "Yesterday, I got $1,800 for ye, and I spent a quarter of it in one go. But the money was spent happily. There is a shooting range behind the gun shop." Annie took his gun to the shooting range to practice. When facing a 50-meter target, he almost hit the gun and the discus target was slammed. Sean and Ryder were also shooting together, but the results were so bad that it was incomparable with Annie. "John, your marksmanship is really accurate. We may not hit the target with 10 shots." Xiao envied. "The marksmanship is all fed by bullets. When you hit thousands or tens of thousands of rounds, you can become a sharpshooter." Annie said. Old Mike nodded next to him. "Joe is right. If you want good marksmanship, you should practice more." Said that he picked up the gun and fired at the iron plate again and again. There was no time to aim at all. Every time he fired a shot, the iron plate made a loud sound, and the old man left unhurriedly after he finished the shot. Looked at old Mike's somewhat rickety back. Anyaksin said, "If this old Mike is placed in the martial arts world, it is estimated that he will be a monk-level existence." After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they left the old Mike gun shop, walked around several bars, and finally came to the Bunny Girl nightclub. At this moment, the sky was getting dark, and alcoholic guests came to the door one after another, and the 3 of Annie, Sean, Ryder got out of the car. The guard at the door saw the 3, greeted them and let them go. "Let's find a place to sit." "Actually, there are very few things," Xiao said. When was walking in, a gorgeous woman with blonde hair and a tall figure in a red coat walked by and saw Sean say hello, and finally looked at Annie. A pair of wonderful eyes looked at him up and down with interest. "Sean, who is this handsome guy?" Xiao quickly introduced. "You are reading www.uukanzu.com. John Hardy, my new boss. Now he is in charge of this piece." "John, this is Marissa." Marissa walked forward 2 steps. The wooden floor clashed on her high heels, and she stopped until she was near ease. The woman's figure is very tall. Annie is now more than 1.8 meters, and Marissa is standing in front of him, not much shorter. The woman looked at ease with brown eyes, smiled and stretched out her hand. "Hello Mr. Hardy, can you meet me?" "My honor." "There is no fear of women." Smiled and stretched out his hand and shook the opponent. "Any time to have a drink together?" "Of course it's good." Marissa curled her red lips to Annie, revealing a smiling face, turned and stepped on high heels to leave. Her waist twisted like a willow. It took a long time for Ida to withdraw his gaze from the woman's back, and said to Annie with envy, "He has never spoken to us like this before, including Bill, but he is very warm to you today. It seems that being handsome is to be welcomed by women." Sean smiled and said, "John, Marissa is the most beautiful woman in Bunny Girl. She has a variety of styles and attracts many customers. The boss gives her the highest commission." Annie thought of the word, Princess of Night. There will be many such people in later generations, warming up the atmosphere, attracting alcoholics to come and consume. but the Marissa in front of me should be the most excellent kind. Should be called Oiku in ancient China. Xiao En continued, many men pursue her, but few people can get their hands on her. She looked at your eyes just now, as if she was interesting to you. Work harder, maybe she will have a chance to climb onto her bed in the future. Chapter 10. As night fell, the bar gradually became lively. Tobacco, wine, music. The bustling crowd, full of extravagant, flashy scents, comfortably saw a red figure surrounded by countless men. These men are in suits and leather shoes, posing as gentlemen, but they know what they are thinking about is nothing more than thinking about how to put the woman in front of me to bed. In the face of this situation, Marissa seemed comfortable. She seems to have a trait that can take care of everyone's emotions, and she deserves to be the flower of the night. It seemed to feel An Yi was observing her. Marissa turned her head to An Yi and looked at her. When her eyes met, Marissa gave An Yi a charming smile, and then turned her head to chat with other men. This woman is hooking people. A nightclub somewhere south of the city. The situation inside is much more chaotic than the Bunny Girl bar. Deafening music, swaying body, the air is filled with a strong smell of lewdness, and some people even openly smoked cocoa powder in the booth. This is a Mexican nightclub. Danny walked in with Burstein and looked at the surroundings. It was like a gang of demons dancing, and his heart was full of contempt. Scolded a dirty South American. In a box, Danny met Nemesio, the boss of the Mexican gang. Nemesio is in his 40s this year. He is not tall but has a strong physique. His skin is black and bronze. This guy started stealing cars when he was a boy, and he started robbery when he was older. To help the boss, the outside world gave him a nickname Squid. Hiss. Nemesio took a sip of the powder on the table, closed his eyes comfortably and enjoyed it, then opened his eyes and looked at Danny. Danny, I didn't expect you to come to me, but I still remember that you robbed me of a lot of cocoa powder business. Nemesio said arrogantly. Danny just smiled faintly. Nemesio, those are just small businesses. I have a bigger business to talk to you now. How about it? Are you interested? What business? Nemesio came interested. The Jews occupy the most territory, and it is also the best and most affluent neighborhood. The Jews killed our people a few days ago. I am preparing for revenge. I have united with the Irish and are preparing to carve up the Jews' territory. Shares? Danny said. Nemesio immediately became interested. Irish people agree? Of course. How much benefit can I share? Nemesio asked. 30%. Nemesio curled his lips. No, I want 60%. The Irish are stronger than you, and I give them 40%. Danny said. Danny is lying. He promised 60% of the Irish, but he has been lying to people. The Irish, including the Mexicans in front of him. Nemesio curled his lips. Strong strength. It may not be. The Irish are only 200 members. I can gather thousands of people casually. In fact, everyone knows that the thousands of people Nemesio said, many of them are gangsters, and even the stowaways of the Mexican poor, whose combat effectiveness is not comparable to that of the Irish. Danny thought about it for a while, and finally made up his mind. Well, I agree, but you have to do more. Nemesio felt that he had won, and smiled and nodded. No problem. What are you going to do? I will let you know what to do then. Danny said. Yes, wait for your notice. Leaving the noisy Mexican nightclub, Danny took a breath of the fresh air outside. After getting in the car, Danny disdainfully said, it's really a bunch of dirty Mexican pigs. Burstein looked at Danny and said, the Russians and Poles have already talked about them. They are very willing to participate in our operation. The Chinese people said that their boss has not come back, and there is no person in charge to talk to us. Danny narrowed his eyes and thought, are the Tang people deliberately not meeting us? Forget it, we have already contacted so many people, it doesn't matter if there are no Tang people, as long as they don't make trouble. When are you going to officially start? Burstein asked. Don't worry, I have to visit the 2 congressmen and the sheriff. After all, there will be some minor disturbances in Los Angeles later, and they need to maintain order. Danny smiled. But before that, you can do some small moves. In the wee hours, the guests in the tavern gradually dispersed, Annie drove away with Sean and Ryder, and first sent Annie home. "Not to pick me up tomorrow, I will drive over by myself." Annie said to Xiao. "Bill's Ford is easy to use. The guns I bought today have been put away separately. Two M1911s are placed under the sofa, and the revolvers are carried with you. As for the spear, the Johnson rifle is placed in the truck, the Chicago typewriter is placed in the storage room, and the Winchester M1887 burst shotgun is placed in the mezzanine of the Ford." Got up the next day, Annie drove over, gathered with Sean and the others, went to the warehouse to pick up and distribute the goods, repeating the work yesterday. Today happens to be the day when the accounts are collected once a week. After Sean has done the calculation, Annie recalculates it again to avoid errors in the accounts. "John, will you settle accounts too?" Sean was a little surprised that Annie knew how to settle accounts. It's 1945, and education is not popular. Even though many people are literate, not many people know how to settle accounts. Annie had done business before, and his cashier skills couldn't help him at all. The accounts were collected, and the total amount was more than $20,000. I drove to the headquarters to pay the accounts. Annie came to the headquarters for the first time. It was completely like a company, and many people came to pay the accounts. Annie paid the account in the past, and after accounting for more than $1,000 in profits. These profits are Annie's income. "How do you divide it on weekdays?" Annie asked. "Bill accounts for 40% on weekdays, and Ryder and I share the rest," Sean said. Annie thought for a while. "I think there should be a copy of Bill. What do you think?" "I agree," Sean said. "I agree too." Ryder nodded. Annie directly divided the money equally. One person accounted for 25%. Regarding these money, Annie didn't want to take advantage of it, and sometimes gave his subordinates a little bit more to make them feel respected, and they would be more attentive and even dedicated to doing things. After finishing all this, they continued to go to the nightclub to watch the scene. Like this for a few days, Annie has been thoroughly familiar with the business process. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Did it very smoothly. A few days later, when they went to deliver the wine, they suddenly heard news that a pub was robbed and made a lot of noise. Even the owner of the pub was shot and injured by the robbers. Tuscany Tavern is located on Melrose Avenue. It is an Italian tavern with a history of more than 10 years. The owner is Dante. The pub business is very good on weekdays. Two guests drank a few glasses of wine on this day, and suddenly took out their guns and fired 2 shots at the ceiling. The guests were so scared that they collapsed. The 2 guys pointed their guns at the cashier and told him to hand over the money. The cashier tremblingly took the money. The owner Dante was not far away. He was distressed when he saw the robbers took all the money. He shouted to the 2 robbers who were about to go out, "This is the place of the Jewish gang. Jewish the help will not let you go." Bang! A robber stopped, turned around and fired a shot, which happened to hit the tavern keeper in the thigh. Dante fell to the ground and howled. The 2 robbers robbed hundreds of dollars and drove away. Afterwards, the leader of the Jewish gang in charge of Melrose Avenue passed by, but the 2 robbers had long since disappeared. There is no way to track it down. Because of the robbery and shooting incident, the drinkers thought the tavern was unsafe, and almost no drinkers dared to come back the next day. Therefore, there have been some very bad noises on the road these days, saying that the Jewish gang only knows to charge protection fees, but they cannot protect the business of the tavern. When Annie and Sean were delivering the goods, the tavern owner asked about this. "John, the Jewish gang can protect our safety, right?" Chapter 11. Bunny Girl Bar. Alcoholics are standing shoulder to shoulder. On the stage, the blonde girl is wearing a bikini and a round hat, waving her thighs in a swaying gesture to the exciting music. Countless men and women dance on the dance floor with joy and excitement. It is 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, which is the peak time of the nightclub. The song is over. The crowd rested for a while, and Marissa in a white evening dress stepped onto the stage. Her beautiful figure immediately attracted the attention of all men. Marissa scanned the men in the audience, and said with a smile, "At the request of Mr. Westland, I will sing a song for everyone to cheer up." When she spoke, she looked at a handsome man in the crowd. The dancers turned their heads to look at the Mr. Westland. When so many people watched, the Mr. Westlands nodded at everyone very gracefully, acting very gentlemanly. Happiness. There was a warm applause from the audience. The pianist started to play, and Marissa sang a classic song in a slightly sad, melancholic voice. People are fascinated by it. Looking at Marissa on the stage comfortably, she didn't expect that she not only looks and beautiful, but also sleekly meets people and sings so well. The singing ended, everyone applauded, and the music became passionate again. People were shaking their bodies with their wine glasses, and some even jumped on the table to cheer and dance. Marissa stepped down, went to Mr. Westland's group. Suddenly a brawny man appeared next to him and stopped in front of the woman. The brawny man was probably 2 meters tall. The tall Marissa stood in front of the brawny man, compared to a little girl. "Miss Marissa, can you dance a song with me?" said the strong man with a grin. Marissa looked at Westland not far away, and refused. "I'm sorry sir, there are friends waiting for me over there." Marissa has encountered many such situations. Basically, as long as she says this sentence, the man will say goodbye politely, but what she didn't expect is that after hearing her words, the brawny man suddenly sank and stretched out his hand, hugged her waist. "I don't like others rejecting my request." The strong man glared at Marissa. Marissa was surprised, but she has seen the world. Instead of shouting loudly, she said coldly, "This gentleman, please let me go. We don't seem to be familiar with each other." "Ha ha ha, dance with me. Don't you know how to come and go?" the strong man said, and dragged Marissa to the dance floor. Mr. Westland also noticed the situation here, and said to his companion and walked over. "Marissa, what happened?" Looked at the strong man a few times. This Mr. Westland is in his 30s this year. He has a neat handmade suit, a brand name watch on his wrist, and he is dressed as a gentleman. Seeing that Marissa was robbed, he immediately assumed the appearance of a flower guardian. If you can show your man's prowess in front of a woman, and the hero saves the beauty, then the future relative Yoshizawa may not be able to go. The brawny man glared fiercely at Westland. His aura was very fierce, and Westland was immediately frightened. His throat moved and swallowed, and he withdrew subconsciously. He is a gentleman, not as knowledgeable as a rough person. "Ha!" The brawny man immediately showed a sneer on his face. The little white-faced fake gentleman without eggs. "Hey! What are you doing? Let go of Ms. Marissa." The 2 nightclub security guards discovered the situation here, walked over quickly, saw the brawny man still holding Marissa's wrist, and immediately stopped speaking out loud. "Go away. Don't trouble yourself." The strong man curled his mouth. "I'm afraid you are making trouble for yourself again." As a security guard said, he stepped forward and grabbed the brawny man's arm, trying to rescue Marissa from his hand. The strong man's eyes became fierce. His right fist clenched, and he slammed at the security guard. Boom! This fist hit the security guard's face firmly, and the security guard flew 2 or 3 meters and then fell heavily to the ground. Fell to the ground motionless and fainted. Marissa finally couldn't help but let out a scream. Marissa's cry made other guests look over. Unyi, Sean and Ryder also discovered the situation here. They got up and walked here quickly. When they got closer, Ryder was also tall and strong. He pointed to the strong man and shouted, "Asshole! Do you want to make trouble here? If you don't want to die, let go of Ms. Marissa, apologize and get out. Nightclub, otherwise I will let you know the consequences." Before Ryder's voice fell, 4 or 5 brawny men stood up at a table next to him, and walked behind the man. Annie moved in his heart. He has a feeling that these people are probably here to make trouble. The brawny man looked at Annie 3 people, and said with disdain, "People call me the Great Ivan. I come today, just want Marissa to accompany me. No one can stop it." Ryder is very hot, and immediately punches him. A guy rushed out from behind Big Ivan and punched Ryder. Bang! Ryder was punched hard in the chest. Ryder was not to be outdone, and hit the guy on the opposite shoulder. The two then hugged him. Together, they rolled to the side. The smashed table and chair fell to the ground, and the glass and wine bottle broke. The other guests dodged in terror. Great Ivan laughed loudly. First beat them down and play. After these words were said, the men behind Big Ivan rushed out immediately. Someone rushed to Xiao En, scared Xiao En hurriedly to dodge. The remaining three guys all gathered around Comfort. An Yi moved his feet, and before their fists came, he bullied his body forward, punching the guy in the front. This punch completely followed the characteristics of firmness, accuracy and ruthlessness, and hit the guy's cheek hard, and the brawny man's head fell to the ground. Without waiting for the other two to react, An Yi punched again. An uppercut hit a guy's chin, and many people heard a crackling sound. The second guy knelt on the ground, clutching his chin, and let out a miserable cry. Many people can see that his jaw has been deformed, either broken or dislocated. The third guy had already punched, and An Yi raised his arm and slammed it hard, swiping his fist fiercely. Snap! His fist hit the man's temple hard, and the third guy fainted to the ground with his eyes turned. Just two face to face, An Yi solved three, and took the opportunity to kick the guy who attacked Sean next to him. The guy staggered down on the ground. When Sean saw the opportunity, he picked up the stool next to him and patted it hard. Slapped that guy's head with blood. Ryder was still fighting with his opponent. Sean held up a stool and slammed it on the kid's head. Ryder broke free and knocked his opponent out with 3 or 2 fists. Great Ivan did not expect things to develop like this. The few people he brought to make trouble are the ones he can best fight. Generally, there are only 2 or 3 people watching the scene, and he is absolutely sure that he can kill them. As long as he beats them hard and makes a noise in the nightclub, his task tonight will be completed. But it didn't happen that he wanted to appear such a guy who can fight An Yi, and he cleaned up all his men in 3 or 2. Asshole! Big Iwan cursed, and reached out to touch his waist. He had just taken out half of his pistol, and suddenly a black barrel was pressed against his head. Great Iwan's action is a freeze. He knows, as long as he moves slightly now, the opponent is likely to shoot. He didn't plan to shoot. You reading www.uukanzu.com. Just came to make trouble. If he kills in public, he can't get out easily. But I didn't expect things to be completely out of control and develop to this point. Annie has specially practiced the art of drawing a spear. It only takes a few tenths of a second to draw a spear from his body. When I see the movements of the Big Ivan, he immediately pulls out the spear. Let go of Ms. Marissa. Annie looked at Big Ivan with cold eyes, and Big Ivan saw a thick murderous intent from Anya's eyes. He knew that if he didn't let go, the guy on the other side might really kill him. The Great Ivan slowly let go of the big hand holding Marissa. Annie stretched out her hand, grabbed Marissa's arm, and dragged her behind her. Marissa got out of trouble and took a deep look at Annie. Great Ivan felt very aggrieved at the moment, and very embarrassing. He stared at Annie and said, "So many people here are watching, you dare not kill me? Otherwise you can't run." A man's conflict should be resolved with his fists. Using a gun is nothing. You have the courage to fight with me upright. Great Ivan said to An Yi. This guy looks big and rough, but he's not completely ignorant. He wants to use words to encircle the Comfort. Hand over the gun, An Yi said lightly. Great Ivan gritted his teeth and handed the gun to An Yi obediently. Is a Soviet TT-33 pistol. An Yi knew this gun. Later generations in the country used this gun to transform it into a May 4th pistol. The Big Black Star is very popular in Hong Kong movies. Okay, I agree to your request. The man's showdown. Use your fists, An Yi said. Turned around and handed the 2 pistols to Marissa. Help me keep it. Marissa quickly picked it up. Chapter 12. This is a nightclub. In public places, if you shoot and kill people comfortably, things may not be easy to solve. Fighting doesn't matter. Even hurting people is a minor problem. Bring it on. Annie hooks up to the Big Ivan. Big Ivan looked at the few companions who fell on the ground, or wailed or comatose. He knew that this guy in front of him was definitely not easy to provoke. But he is the Big Ivan, who has fought countlessly since he was a child, and has been in the street for so many years, and his ferocity rushed to his head. Big Ivan let out a roar, and his huge fist swung at Annie. Annie dodged sideways! Slammed Big Ivan's right rib with a fist, and the painful Big Ivan shrank. Good. The alcoholic people around were all excited, and some even cheered. The two played against each other. I have to say that Big Ivan is also very powerful, and Annie didn't pay attention to him. He punched him in the face, and immediately appeared bruises and blood marks. The two of you come and go. The surrounding wine tables were unlucky and smashed countless. Boom! Annie seized the opportunity and gave Big Ivan 2 punches in the chin. The hit Big Ivan shook his head and was a little dizzy. Big Ivan roared, opened his arms and rushed towards Annie. If he could catch him, he would strangle this fellow. Annie group body, using a wrestling technique to throw the Big Ivan out. Boom! Great Ivan's huge body slammed into the bar. Anyaksin said, "It's time to end." Before Big Ivan got up, he walked over comfortably, took a knife from a plate next to him with one hand, and pressed Big Ivan's arm against the wall with the other. Is there anyone telling you that women can't touch them? This is a lesson for you. The knife jerked down. Prefer. Great Ivan let out a scream. Wow! Everyone in the nightclub exclaimed, because they saw Annie. The dining knife nailed the palm of Big Ivan's hand to the wall. The blood ran down the palm of his hand. This is not over yet. Annie picked up a fork again. Puff! Nailed the other palm of Big Ivan to the wall. Oh! Great Ivan's cry of pain was transformed. At this moment, his appearance is a bit like a victim being inserted on a cross. Only fear is left in his eyes towards ease. Got up comfortably. The surrounding alcoholic guests looked at ease. Some admired and some feared. Sean, lead someone to throw all these guys out. After speaking, he winked quietly at Xiao-En. Sean knows, took Ryder and a few security guards, the hands and feet of these troublemakers, carried them to the backyard of the nightclub, and threw them into an unused room. Annie said loudly to the crowd, "It was just a small episode, and it does not affect everyone's entertainment, the band, and continue to play music." Nightclub fights are normal. As long as no one is dead, it is a show for the drinkers. The band played lively jazz, and the nightclub became lively again. Comfortably came to the bathroom, turned on the faucet to wash his hands, and took a picture in the mirror. There were some bruises on his cheeks, but with his recovery ability, he should be able to get better tomorrow. Just walked out of the bathroom. A beautiful shadow stopped in front of Annie. Marissa looked at him with a smile on her face. "Heidi, I will return your gun." Handed 2 guns with both hands. Annie took his revolver and inserted it into the holster, and then took the TT-33 pistol of the Big Ivan and inserted it in his back. Marissa looked at Ease with beautiful eyes. "Hardy, thank you." "No. This was originally my job," Annie said. Marissa blinked her big eyes, and said softly, "I was really scared to death just now." "Fortunately, you saved me." "My heart is still thumping," said, covering his high chest. Comfortable eyes followed unconsciously. "Is big and white." "Heidi, can you take me home later? I'm a little scared." Marissa suddenly said, "There are still some things. I'm afraid it will be done later." Annie did not directly agree. The Russians were still in the backyard, ready to ask why they were making trouble. He felt that there was something inside. "It's okay. I'll wait for you." Marissa smiled charmingly at Annie and turned to leave. Came to the room in the backyard where the Big Ivan was detained. The other gangsters were and lay on the ground. The Big Ivan was also tied with his hands, but he was even more miserable and his hands were bloody. "Take him to the next room." Annie pointed to Dayawan. Big Ivan was taken to another room. Annie stood in front of the Great Ivan, and said with a cold voice, "You should know that this is the site of the Jewish gang, and you dare to make trouble. There must be a reason." Great Ivan cast a comfortable look, then bit his neck and said, "I just came to play. There is no other reason." Annie drew the TT-33 pistol of Ivan from the back. "Your own gun should know its power. Once you lie, I will shoot you." How many chances do you think you have to lie? Great Ivan naturally knows the power of the Great Black Star. He hits his limbs at close range, and his limbs may be abolished. If he hits the body, a single shot can kill him. 3. Annie raised the gun and aimed it at the right leg of Big Ivan. Is not far from the root of life. Great Ivan shivered involuntarily. 2. Him making trouble this time. He brought his 5 men, and he usually only watched 2 or 3 at night. He was very sure about it, but he never expected to meet such a powerful guy. And one person destroys a group of them. As for whether Annie dared to shoot or not, Big Ivan didn't doubt it at all. 1. Well, I said, a few days ago, the Spanish Army Sergeant Burstein found us and said that as long as we come to the Jewish gang to make trouble, it will benefit us. Annie heard the Spanish gang, moved in her heart, and continued to ask, what's the benefit? The cocoa powder we sell is taken from the Spaniards, and they promised to reduce the price by 20%. Did the Spanish find anyone else? I don't know this anymore. Annie asked some more questions, and the Great Ivan recounted the whole process of meeting with Burstein. If the Spaniards find someone to make trouble in the Jewish gang to avenge the things before, it can be justified. But Annie always feels that there is something deeper in it. He felt it necessary to talk to the Jewish gang leader. Take him back and imprison him with those guys. By the way, give him a simple dressing. Annie told Ryder. Good. Ryder dragged Big Ivan away. After thinking about it comfortably, when I arrived at the manager's office on the 2nd floor of the nightclub, I picked up the phone and dialed the dial with my finger. After a while, the phone was connected, and the voice of the Jewish leader Fred was heard from the other side. Mr. Fred, this is John Hardy. Annie reported to his family. Fred paused slightly and remembered who John Hardy was. What's wrong, John? What can I do? Fred asked. There is one thing to report to you. Tonight the Russians came to the Bunny Girl bar to make trouble. I brought them under control. I asked the leader Ivan. The Ivan said that the Spanish gang member Burstein found them. You read www.uucansu.com asked them to come to our site to make trouble. I don't think this matter is that simple, so I will report to you. What do you think? Fred asked. If it's just a simple incident, it's not terrible. If it's a conspiracy against us, I'm afraid the Spaniards will not only do these things. So I think we have to be alert to whether the Spaniards have any bigger actions. Annie said. Fred held the phone and groaned for a while. Heidi, you did a good job. I know about this. The phone hangs up. Annie returned to the backyard. Several Russian gang members had already woken up, and they all looked at Annie with some worry, not knowing what he would do with them next. Annie can't really kill them. Killing is a trouble after all. I remember that there is an idol cellar in the backyard, right? Keep them hungry for 3 days and let them out after 3 days. Annie said. The expressions of several Russians changed drastically. You can't do this, it's better to give us a good time. A guy shouted. Bang! Annie took out the star and shot it at the ground. The gunshot was loud. A few Russians shivered with fright. No one dared to say a word of nonsense. Arrange things here to see if the time is already early in the morning. At this time, he thought Marissa was gone, but when he came to the nightclub, he found Marissa was still waiting for him. You haven't left yet? Looked at the woman comfortably and asked. I'm a little scared to go back alone, Marissa said, blinking her pretty eyes. Chapter 13. December is the rainy season in Los Angeles. It just rained lightly. The two walked out of the nightclub. The air was humid and cold. Marissa shrank and hugged her arms. Suddenly a suit jacket was draped over her, which immediately made her feel warm. There is a man's body temperature on his clothes. Marissa looked at ease. The bridge of the nose is firm, the cheeks are sharp, and the eyes are deep and sharp. He is not a white-faced boy, but a handsome man with a very masculine taste. The two got into the car and started the car to leave the parking lot. Marissa opened her handbag, took out the silver cigarette case from it, took out a cigarette in her mouth, and lit it with a lighter. Took the cigarette from his red lips and handed it to Annie. Look at the woman comfortably, unceremoniously in his mouth. Does the hurt on my face hurt? Marissa asked. When Annie was fighting with the Great Ivan, He was punched twice in the face by the Great Ivan, which caused some bruises. "It's okay, tomorrow will be fine," Anyi said. "You fight very hard." Marissa praised. "Your singing is also very beautiful. Have you studied it specifically?" Marissa was asked what she was interested in. She measured her body and looked at ease. "I have always wanted to enter Hollywood and become a star, so I joined a model company and practiced acting and vocal music. Unfortunately, the teacher said that my performance was not too good." Great talent. Singing may still have development. "I have been studying vocal music now, 4 classes a week, but it costs me a lot of money." The two chatted, and the car stopped in front of the woman's house. Is a small two-story building. Marissa got out of the car and turned to the driver's position. "Good night," Anyi said. Marissa didn't say good night. She looked at the scar on Anyi's cheek, and said concerned, "Come to my house, I'll apply some medicine for you. Don't bother me. Don't disturb. I live alone here." The car stopped on the side of the road. The two went upstairs together. The lights on the second floor came on, the window screens reflected the figure, and the woman wiped the man with the potion, and sparks slowly came out. Not long time. There was a faint voice from the floor. "Is like a cat whispering in spring." Early morning. The sun shines into the room, hitting the blonde hair. Marissa woke up and found that the man had left, feeling a little disappointed in her heart. Sat up. The quilt slips down, revealing a perfect curve. She is only 25 years old, at the age of brilliant blooming. Walked barefoot to the bathroom. Seeing the on the table, I remembered all the craziness last night. The woman smiled lightly on her face. That guy is really strong, so she can experience a wonderful feeling, and with him is more comfortable than with others. Perhaps because the two have not mixed up other emotions, but simply want to be together. Marissa is a little greedy for that feeling. Anyi left Marissa's house in the morning and drove to Sean and Ryder. The two guys immediately surrounded Anyi. "Boss, did you stay at Marissa's house last night?" Sean asked with a smirk. Ryder also looked at ease with gossip beside him. Anyi glanced at these two guys. "Yes. What's the matter?" "Wow!" both guys exclaimed at the same time. "The boss is so powerful." Yesterday, the wave of heroes saved the United States and won the heart of Marissa. "It is really enviable," Sean said with a slap in his mouth. "Such a beauty. Oh, I think it's wonderful when I think about it," Ryder said with a look of big brother. Anyi patted the two guys on the head. "Stop talking nonsense. It's not early. Let's go to the warehouse to pick up the goods. Have you got the receipts?" Anyi interrupted the two gossiping guys. "Got it." The three drove to the tobacco and alcohol warehouse. Has been working for half a month. Anyi has already been proficient, ordering goods to reconcile and signing, and will greet people who are acquainted with each other. Through this period of time, Anyi also got to know a lot of Jewish people. Alessandro is in charge of the block next to Anyi. There are 3 or 4 younger brothers under him. After seeing Anyi, he came over to say hello and handed a cigarette. "Heidi, I heard someone made trouble in the Bunny Girl bar last night." "The news of the gangsters has always been very good." Russian. Anyi took Alessandro's cigarette and said, "The Russians are just a small group. They dare to make trouble in our place. They are impatient." "Hardy, how do you deal with them?" Alessandro asked. "Hungry them for 3 days in the cellar." Alessandro laughed after hearing it. "This is a good method. Let them suffer a bit first." Alessandro came early, their goods were loaded, and Anyi waved goodbye, and drove away with their 3 little brothers. The car drove out of the slum area, and when passing a remote street, 2 trucks appeared in front of him, which happened to block the road. "Shet, who is so unqualified, don't you know how to make way for others? Amor, you go down and let the driver take the road," Alessandro told his little brother. Amor opened the door and got out of the car. As soon as he walked to the truck top suddenly opened, and several black barrels protruded from the truck. Amor was shocked and wanted to run, but as soon as he turned around, he heard a clatter, and Amor was killed on the spot. Alessandro and the driver were shocked, and they took out guns. But the opponent was faster than them. Several machine guns fired frantically at their truck, and the dense bullets shattered the glass of the car. The two people in the car were instantly beaten into a sieve. The blood ticked along the cracks in the carriage and stayed. A group of people jumped off the truck and quickly moved the alcohol and tobacco from the truck to their own car. Another guy took out a big firecracker from his pocket, smoked a cigar, lit the big firecracker and threw it to Alessandro. In the car, two trucks left. After a while, boom, Alessandro and their truck exploded violently, ignited a raging fire. Agniesz's goods had been packed, and I looked at the receipt. It was 3,620 yuan, and sales have increased in the past week. Good phenomenon. They sell more comfortably and they have more money. Waved goodbye to Supervisor Benson. Ryder drove out of the warehouse. The speed of the car is not fast, only 20 to 30 miles. Soon I came to a must-go road. It was a little deserted. There were many abandoned factories on both sides. Ryder, who was driving, saw a truck crossing the road in front of him. Damn, who's such a park? The car in the middle of the road! Exclamation mark. Stopped 20 or 30 meters away from the truck. Ryder honked his horn vigorously, trying to get the opponent to leave. But after pressing the car in front of him for a long time, there was no response. Fuck, he'll drive them away. Ryder said he was about to get out of the car. But at this moment, Agni suddenly felt heart palpitations. A strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Wrong. Agni grabbed Ryder, who was about to get off. Ryder, don't get down. Back up quickly. What's wrong, boss? Ryder didn't know why. Back up, Agni ordered again. Ryder looked comfortable and serious, and immediately reversed. The people on the truck watched Agni and they backed up, knowing that their actions had been seen through. Several people immediately jumped out of the car. You were reading www.uukanzu.com, and these people all had guns in their hands. Are all famous Chicago typewriters. DADADA. DADADA. These guys opened fire frantically at Anis Van Papa. The truck glass broke. These people shot forward while shooting, not slower than reversing. Ryder, stop the car sideways. Agni ordered immediately. Creak. Ryder made a sharp turn and crossed the car on the road. Agni was the first to jump down, and he drew his gun from his body as soon as his foot touched the ground, and shot the culprit who came over. Bang! Easy marksmanship is very accurate. Although the distance between the two sides is 40 to 50 meters, he still hit a guy with this shot. A guy holding a Chicago typewriter fell to the ground instantly. The gunman on the opposite side was also taken aback. He dared not rush forward with his life, and hurriedly lay on the ground. But the submachine gun in his hand was even more violent. Sean and Ryder also jumped out of the car at this time and kept firing their guns at the opposite side. Unfortunately, their marksmanship was so bad that they couldn't hit either. The distance is too far. The pistol is really not easy to use. Sean, find out my spear, Agni shouted. Good boss. Xiao En quickly climbed into the car, took out Agni's spear from under the seat, and threw it to Agni. Johnson's rifle was in his hand, and he felt comfortable and instantly returning to the battlefield. Pull the bolt, raise the gun, aim at a guy who is half of his body. Bang! After a gunshot, the guy opposite fell to the ground instantly. The bullets are loaded automatically. Agni aimed at another guy again. Chapter 14. A guy hides behind a tree, half of his body is exposed. He feels that he is hiding well. But from Agni's point of view, he is a living target. Aim and shoot in one go. Bang! The guy behind the tree screamed and fell to the ground. There are 6 people across the street. When met, Agni shot one to death with a revolver, and now killed 2 more with a rifle, and now only 3 people remain. The M1941 Johnson rifle is actually not a very good rifle. The accuracy is much worse than 98K. And even worse than Springfield and Garland. The only advantage is that it is semi-automatic, has a large magazine capacity, and can load 10 rounds at a time. The only reason why Agni chose him is that he is familiar with and has a feel. With this gun, he can exert his greatest combat effectiveness. Awesome boss. Xiao En watched Agni killed another one, and couldn't help but screamed. Ryder looked at Ease and admired even more. If it were not for the boss to discover the crisis in advance, he would have been beaten into a sieve long ago. His opponents were all heavy weapons. The boss shot and killed 3 of them, and he did not dare to look up. The few guys across the street were really frightened by the Ease. They originally had an absolute advantage, but now they are at a disadvantage. "Asshole!" a guy yelled out and fired frantically at Anya's side with a machine gun. Bang! With a crisp shot, the guy fell to the ground. Annie glanced at the corpse on the ground. Silly bee. This kind of frantic shooting behavior may be called bravery in a gang conflict, but if it is on the battlefield, it is completely a living target of others. Will not live for 3 seconds. Another guy poked his head out. Bang! There was a hole in his top hat instantly. Blood gurgled out. The last gunman was completely frightened, jumped up and ran back, trying to escape, but he had just ran out a few meters before he threw himself on the ground with a shot. The gunfire stopped. The world is quiet again. There were 6 dead bodies lying on the ground. Shaun and Ryder. This is the first time they have experienced such a big battle. They were panting with fright, and their bodies were a little trembling. "Boss, what do you do now?" Annie stood up with a gun, thought for a few seconds, and said, "Clean the battlefield and put the corpse and gun on the truck. By the way, pay attention to whether you pretend to be dead." Shaun and Ryder went to sweep the battlefield and found that there was no pretending to be dead. The main reason was the ease of marksmanship. 1 bullet destroyed an enemy. Looking at the dressing of these people comfortably, he frowned slightly. "Do you see anything?" Shaun swallowed. "Boss, he seems to be Irish. Although they are all white people, there are still subtle differences between each other. With the addition of clothing, they can still tell a general idea." All 6 corpses and guns were thrown into the opponent's van. "Shaun, you and Ryder drove our truck, pulled the things back, and then informed Boss Fred and told him what happened here. I took these corpses to the outskirts to avoid other troubles." Annie Quick said. "Good boss." Shaun and Ryder drove away in the van with the broken glass, and comfortably got into the other's van, and drove a car of corpses out of the city. Just 10 minutes after they left, a police car came, but the police only saw bloodstains and bullet shells on the road, as well as broken glass. "There was a fierce gun battle here. Look at the bullet shells all over the floor. It is comparable to a war." A policeman said, "I heard that there was a gun battle on Strong Street just now. A truck of the Jewish gang was robbed. All 3 people were killed. Even the truck was bombed. It is suspected that other gangs did it. The boss told me before, it may not be peaceful recently. I didn't expect it to be so intense. Now this one, haha, I don't know who won." "Well, since you haven't seen the body, please register and leave." Speech led by the team, simply recorded the departure, and did not intend to investigate further. They knew what had happened in their hearts. Drove the car comfortably, stopped in a forest on the outskirts of Los Angeles, got out of the car and took out a cigarette to light it, smoking silently, waiting for someone to come. After more than half an hour, 2 cars drove from a distance. The car in front is Shaun and Ryder. The car behind is Fred, the leader of the Jewish gang, with Alan Payne, the second in command, and a few bosses. A few people looked at the corpses in the back of the car, and a leader pointed to one of the corpses and said, "I know this guy. It is Yates of the North Bank gang. The others should be his subordinates." It is now completely certain that the attack was done by the Irish. Fred looked at Annie and applauded. "Heidi, I have heard Shaun say what happened. You did a great job." The other bosses also looked at Ease. They already knew that Annie and their truck had been ambushed. Hardy discovered the danger ahead of time. The opponent got out of the car and raided. Hardy responded calmly and killed the opponent's 6 gunmen on his own. They asked themselves, if they encounter an ambush in that situation, what chance do they have to survive? "I'm afraid I won't get a point." The John Hardy in front of him not only survived, but also wiped out the enemy. Had to be admirable. Fred's expression turned gloomy and said, "Before you were ambushed, another wave of people ambushed Alessandro's van, killed Alessandro and his 2 men, and robbed the goods. Finally, The truck was blown up and burned. This is very similar to the Irish style of doing things, crazy and fierce. Second in command Alan Payne and several bosses felt that the boss's analysis was right. Now that there are 6 Irishmen killed by Hardy, this matter is almost 100% sure to be done by Irishmen. Is the Irish attacking the truck just to rob the goods? I'm afraid it's not that simple. A few days ago, several pubs on our site were robbed, and 3 nightclubs would be disrupted. There were Irish, Mexico people, and even Russians and Poles. I suspect that someone will connect with them, and several gangs will unite to deal with us. Listening to what Freda said, the hearts of the people below are all stunned. If other gangs join forces, it is indeed a very tricky thing. What do you think we should do? Second in command Alan Payne asked. Fred thought for a while and said, recently, I told the people below that you must be careful when doing things, and pay attention to possible sneak attacks at any time. Vengeance. We are attacked and we must respond. This can also serve as a deterrent. Alan, go back and prepare the manpower. We must give the Irish a fierce counterattack. Things are decided, and the others get in the car. Fred looked at Anye again, with a look of appreciation on his face. Heidi, you handled these 2 things very well. I said you are suitable for this business. I am optimistic about you. Turned and left after speaking. The big guys left, and Sean and Ryder dared to come over. Boss, what should I do next? Take a look at the corpse in the car and say, Ryder, take off all the submachine guns from the car and find a bag to put it away. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Sean, put some gasoline out. The 2 got busy immediately. Put away the submachine gun. Gasoline filled the car. Annie took out a match, lit a cigarette for himself, and threw the head of the match towards the truck. The truck burst into flames. The raging fire quickly swallowed the entire car. Anye and Sean Ryder got in the car and left the woods. Chapter 15, Malton Street. Cedar Bar. This is the Irish industry. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, business in the bar was good. A black car was parked on the road, and the window fell out of 2 black hole muzzles. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Fierce gunfire sounded. The glass window of the bar was instantly shattered. Bullets shot into the bar, and the wine cabinet and ceiling in the house were exploded. The drinkers screamed in fright and lay on the ground. The bullet flew over their heads. Soon the bar became a mess. Bullets light up. The car drove away quickly. It took a long time for the people lying on the ground to raise their heads. When they saw the car leaving outside, the drinkers screamed and escaped from the bar. Red Romantic nightclub. The sky fell with light rain. Neon flashes was more blurred by the puddles on the ground. This is the best nightclub in the district, controlled by the North Bank Gang. 3 members of the North Bank Gang came out of the nightclub and joked as they walked. Suddenly, a few men in trench coats got down from a car next to him. The 3 Irishmen were taken aback when they saw these people, and they subconsciously reached for their guns, but the people on the other side moved faster than them. Boom, boom, boom. There were several gunshots in succession, and the 3 Irishmen fell to the ground, blood gurgling from their chests to the ground, mixed with the rain. The 30-year-old man in the front is called Dalton. Yesterday he led someone to attack Alessandro, received a generous bonus for completing the task, sold diluted alcohol and cigarettes, and received more than $3,000, and came here tonight with his subordinates. I didn't expect to be beaten to death on the street right after the entertainment. The northern suburbs of Los Angeles. There is a farm here. Many people drive from town to participate in an event every weekend. Greyhound racing. This is a dog racing track run by the Irish. Has more than 100 greyhounds. The weekly turnover here is more than 100,000 and the profit is more than 10,000 yuan. Is a very important business for the North Shore Gang. But people came over this day, but found that a large number of hounds raised on the farm were dead. The person in charge hurriedly informed the North Bank helper, Daheim Ives. Ives hurried over with his deputy, Burgess Moran, and his face was blue with anger when he saw the corpses of racing dogs on the ground. Hemi Weiss walked to a dog. This dog is his favorite. He won many games, Hemi Weiss picked up the dog's head and roared, "Thack, thack, thack, thack." "Who did it? Who did it?" Hemi yelled at the person in charge. "No, I don't know. When I got up this morning, I found that these dogs were already dead." The person in charge replied tremblingly, "Check. Find out who did it." Hemi Weiss roared again. "The result of the investigation is that someone poisoned the dog food last night, and the greyhound died from the poison. As for who poisoned the dog, it has not been found out. Although I don't know who poisoned him," Hemi Weiss has speculation in his heart. Jewish gang. They do it in all likelihood. Because of this period of time, the two groups have attacked each other and dismantled the stage, and they have been in a similar situation. Hemi Weiss looked at the dead dog on the ground. These hounds were all selected by him, and each one was expensive, because the one he loved the most was enough, and the value was no less than $3,000. The direct loss exceeded $50,000 or $60,000. Without these dogs, his dog racing track was closed for a short time. The loss was even greater, probably no less than several $100,000. Hemi Weiss felt very distressed. The Irish were attacked, and if they were willing to give up, they would launch revenge on the next day. Jewish help to truck transporting drinks just stopped at the door of a bar. A few gunmen appeared and shot the truck frantically. The pedestrians on the street screamed and dodged. The truck cab was broken. Even the tavern was hit, and the doors and windows were broken. Two members of the Jewish gang who were delivering deliveries were killed on the spot, and then several gunmen drove away, leaving a mess. The night is when the Jewish underground casino is the busiest time. 7 or 8 men in black trench coats got out of the car, holding pistols, shotguns, and even a Chicago typewriter in their hands, and rushed directly to the casino. The 3 Jewish gang members who were in charge of watching the scene saw the rushing gangster and quickly took out their guns, but the opponent had a spear. 3 people were killed in 2 rounds. And then these 7 or 8 directly rushed into the casino. Machine guns fired wildly in the casino. People screamed and lay on the ground. Casino staff who wanted to resist were killed on the spot. The place where the casino is redeeming chips is piled with large amounts of cash. The gangster used a gun to force the waiter to open the door, took out 2 backpacks from behind, filled 2 full bags of money, about $70,000 to $80,000. And then left, waiting for the robbers to leave. The gamblers flee in horror. "I am afraid they will never dare to come to this casino again." The conflict between the Jewish gang and the North Shore gang is almost in the open. This made the atmosphere in Los Angeles suddenly become tense. The Los Angeles Times reported in detail the shooting incidents discovered in the past 2 days. Although there was no direct name call, it can be seen at a glance that the 2 biggest gangs in Los Angeles are standing together. An old man who was familiar with the social situation sighed. "I remember that when the Jewish gang first came to Los Angeles 7 or 8 years ago, there was such a large-scale conflict with the North Shore gang. At that time, the 2 sides were in the same situation. Today you took me away, my business. Tomorrow I will ruin your business." At that time, all Los Angelesers lived in fear. It lasted for half a year before finally calming down. In the past 7 or 8 years, has the conflict started again? I don't know what Los Angeles will become this time. Does the government and the police do not care? A young man asked. Of course, the police will send out the police and even catch the gunman. But what about it? You can only prosecute individuals when you find someone, and you can't shake the existence of gangs. And those gang members are the least afraid of going to jail. Also, in fact, the chaos in the area is good for the police. What is the benefit? They can submit a report to the city council and ask for higher management fees and equipment fees, as well as staff quotas. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. There are bandits and soldiers. There is water only when there is fish. Those politicians understand this very well. The conflict between the Irish and the Jews. Danny knew all about it. With a cigar in his mouth, standing by the huge floor-tossling windows of the office on the 18th floor, Danny looked down at the city with a triumphant smile on his face. The conflicts in Los Angeles these days can be said to be directed by him alone. He hides behind the scenes, controls all this. The Irish were originally only prepared to attack and squeeze the Jewish gang's property. Unexpectedly, one of the attacks failed, letting the Jews know that it was the Irish. So the Jewish gang launched revenge, and the revenge of the Jewish gang further aroused the revenge of the Irish. Places the Irish and the Jews in a state of direct opposition. To this result, Danny was more satisfied. Turned his head to look at Sergeant Burstein, and said braggingly, "Did you know, Burstein, when the seeds of hatred sprout, it is not so easy to stop. The Irish robbed the wine cart, killed people, and destroyed the business. The Jewish gang used the same method and even killed the dogs of Hemi Weiss. You know, Hemi Weiss' favorites are the dogs he keeps, better than women. Love more. They have been involved in the whirlpool and can't stop at all. Even if they know this is a conspiracy, they will keep doing it for revenge. No one can stop, because you don't know whether the opponent will stop. Ha 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 ha. So in the end they will fight forever, until the end, until they are exhausted. At that time, our chance will come." Chapter 16. These 2 days of fighting between the Jewish gang and the Irish, I feel very comfortable. Because of him, he was in it. Daily Delivery is extremely cautious, guarding against attacks by the Irish at all times. He has only 3 people now, and to be honest, Sean and Ryder are working hard, but their combat effectiveness is really average. If you encounter something, you can only deal with it yourself. For these 2 days, I have been thinking about it easily, and I should find some helpers. The kind of combative helper hasn't been to see Bill for 2 days. After delivering the goods in the morning, Annie drove to the Murphy Clinic and came to Bill's ward. He pushed in without knocking on the door. But when he opened the door, he saw a scene that surprised him. Bill was lying on the hospital bed, his eyes closed with a look of enjoyment on his face. The quilt on his body bulged high in the middle. A lower body appeared beside the bed, white nurse uniform and close-fitting flesh-colored stockings, while the upper body was under the quilt. Ahem. Annie coughed slightly. Bill opened his eyes suddenly. The quilt that was shaking violently froze. A woman quickly got out of the quilt and took a quick glance at Yee. Seeing that she was not in the hospital, her expression relaxed a lot. The woman quickly tidied up her untidy hair, and said a little embarrassed, "I'm cleaning him." "You have a friend here? I'm coming to see you this afternoon," the woman said to Bill. "See you this afternoon." Bill and the woman said goodbye with a smile. "It seems that you are recovering well and energetic." After the woman left, Bill and Yee teased, "This guy, I almost died of blood loss a month ago, and now I have the energy to play with women." Bill chuckled. "Her name is Monica. The nurse in this hospital is a good girl and she serves her very hard." Well, it is true. A few joking words, and when talking about business, "Bill, do you know the conflict between the Jewish gang and the Irish in the past 2 days?" "I know, there are many reports in the newspapers," Bill said. Groaned comfortably and said, "After the last time we were attacked, I felt understaffed. The conflict has escalated in the past 2 days. I have been very careful. I have an idea in my heart that we should hire more people." Bill became interested immediately. "What do you think, John?" "Sean and Ryder work very hard, but their combat effectiveness is not good enough. I think we should find someone with combat effectiveness, such as veterans like you and me," Annie said. "Who are you going to find?" Bill asked. "You can find our brother from the original alliance. During the treatment, I also met many people. Maybe I can try with them." Bill was silent for a long while, watching, and Yee very solemnly said, "John, I have a proposal." "What?" "John, let's do it formally. You come to be the boss. I will assist you. We will recruit a group of people. I believe we will become the strongest member of the Jewish gang." Bill looked at Yee's hopefully after speaking. "Formally do it!" And Yee took out a cigarette, gave one to Bill, and the two lighted the cigarette. To smoke has been in this world for more than half a year. After getting a preliminary understanding of the world, Annie initially set the goal to work hard in business. Even though there are many differences between the two, time and space, he has the insight that transcends the times, and he believes that he can succeed. But during the days when he joined the gang, Annie understood one thing again. He had no foundation and it was very difficult to get started. Even if he develops in business in the future, in this cannibalistic society, having wealth may not be able to protect him. Even if you have money-making projects, how can you get started? Funds, connections, social rules, government departments. Anything is a big hurdle. After you have developed through all the hardships, you will inevitably be watched by someone with a heart, and many people will rush to bite you like a hungry wolf. And these hungry wolves are often very powerful. Entrepreneurs will fall at this level in all likelihood. Go further. There are even stronger predators waiting for you. They are powerful and are leaders and rule makers in every industry. How difficult is it for you to get out of the siege? Das Kapital said that the primitive accumulation of capital is full of blood. Gangster may not be a way out. If you can really become famous on this road and have your own power, you can become your own power to protect your wealth in the future. Of course, in this process, he must take care to protect himself from being caught in prison. There is also machine washing at the right time. The cigarette burns to the end. Annie has already made a decision. Looked up at Bill. Bill, would you like to be my partner? Knowing that Annie agreed, he felt happy in his heart. Of course, just like on the battlefield before, you lead me to charge together, and I will be your deputy. We will definitely make a lot of money, Hardy. Annie held out his hand to Bill. Crack. Bill's hand was patted heavily on Annie's hand. Annie was about to leave, and before leaving, he said, "You guy will get better soon. By the way, you must pay attention to temperance. Don't try to raise a little nutrition and waste it on women." Bill smiled and waved goodbye, went back to the residence. Annie pulled out the suitcase from under the bed and found a notebook. Opened the notebook, which recorded densely packed names, addresses, and contact information. Now that you have made up your mind, let's do a good job. Annie is ready to put out all the energy and invest in the underworld cause. And Annie also made a decision. From now on, he will hide his previous name and will be called John Hardy from now on. Orange County. Inside a restaurant, Richard was washing the dishes in the back kitchen. The piles of dishes in the basin in front of him became mountains, and his eye sockets began to itch again. He straightened up and rubbed the back of his hand. At this moment, the fat restaurant owner walked in and saw that Richard was resting. He immediately shouted, "Richard, don't be lazy, there are many customers in front. Everyone is busy, you can see how many plates you have not cleaned." Richard looked at the boss with his left eye, lowered his head and continued to wash the dishes. The fat boss left Richard aside, and said in a sarcasm, "Richard, if you hadn't asked me at the beginning, I would never leave you a Cyclops for me to work. You have to know that some people are looking for jobs now. If you don't have a job, you can only sleep on the street and eat garbage. So you have to work harder to know. People should be grateful." Richard lowered his head and said nothing. The fat boss felt bored and turned and left. Richard brushed the dishes silently. 1 year ago, he was fighting with the Japanese on the Asian battlefield. He was a sniper in the team and didn't know how many enemies he killed. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. But in a battle, he exposed his position and was retaliated by the opponent with a mortar. A shrapnel hit his left eye. Although he did not die, he lost an eye forever. He stayed in the hospital for half a year. Retired from the army and returned to his hometown. His eye injury is not good, and he will get inflammation from time to time. The continuous treatment has spent all the veteran money. Richard lives in a rural area and his life is very difficult, and he can't support his treatment at all. Richard endured his illness and went out to work. A disabled person can only do the lowest job and get the lowest salary. Being scolded by the boss is already the norm. He can only bear it, because I don't want to lose this job. Hardy walked into the restaurant. A waiter came over and asked Hardy what he wanted to eat. "I want to ask someone, is Richard working here?" Hardy asked. The waiter heard that he was looking for someone, and his face was a little impatient. "Richard, I don't know. He turned around and left. Hardy frowned slightly before he went to Richard's house first. His family told Hardy that Richard was working in this restaurant. How did the waiter know? He has one eye injured, Hardy said. The waiter suddenly. Ah, you said an-eyed. If you don't tell me, I almost forgot his name is Richard, and he is washing dishes in the backyard. An-eyed is not a respectable name. It seems that he is not doing very well here, and he is not respected. Can you call him out for me? Just say that his friend is coming to him, Hardy said and handed a $2 tip. The waiter smiled immediately when he saw the tip. No problem, I'll call him. Chapter 17. Someone is looking for me. Who is it? Richard was surprised that someone would find himself. He didn't know anyone in the city at all. How did I know? He said it was your friend, and I brought it here. The waiter turned and left after speaking. Richard washed his hands, took off his scarf and went to the lobby. When he saw Hardy's face, his only eye became a little red. Hardy, I didn't expect it to be you. Hardy smiled and stepped forward and gave Richard a hug. The two were once comrades in a small team. Like Bill, they have been together for several years. They are brothers who live and die together. Richard was seriously injured and retired. They were separated for more than a year. How are you doing? Hardy asked. Richard sighed slightly. You see, I don't have any other skills, and I am blinded by one eye. I can only find this kind of job. Richard, are you interested in doing it with me? Fuck with you. What are you doing now? Richard looked at Hardy curiously. The gangster, the Los Angeles Jewish gang. Hardy told Richard directly that he could not lie to him for his former brother. Richard was a little surprised. Hardy, have you joined the gang? Hardy smiled slightly. Bill pulled me in. Ah. That Bill has joined the gang too? Richard said. Hardy talked about his own experience. I was injured and retired and returned to Orange County. I didn't have a suitable job, so I could only work as a waiter in a tavern. Later, when someone molested a female colleague, I beat the guy violently and was sent to prison. Fortunately, I had a mental illness certificate and was not sentenced to jail, but I lost a lot of money. After that, no one wanted to hire me. Just then I received a call from Bill and I went to Los Angeles. In the beginning I wanted to find a decent job, but Bill had a conflict with the Spaniard, was severely injured and almost died. I avenged Bill and killed 6 people, and then temporarily joined the Jewish gang to help him manage the neighborhood. Richard was a little startled. I read the newspaper and said that Spain helped a guy named Cook was killed at home. It turned out that you did it. The newspaper also said that the Jewish gang had recently clashed with the Irish, and it is now very fierce. Hardy nodded. Because of the conflict, I am currently short of manpower, so I come to ask if you want to follow me. Of course, joining a gang is dangerous. If you don't want to, I shall come and see an old friend, Hardy said. Richard hesitated. Hardy, I am not afraid of the dangers of gang conflicts. No matter how dangerous they are, can there be battlefield danger? I am just worried about my family. If my mother knows that I have joined the gang, she may be unhappy. She has always wanted me to live a stable life. Hardy patted Richard on the shoulder. Then I will see my old friend today. I will wait for you to get off work and get together in the evening. Okay. Richard smiled and nodded. Just as the two were chatting, the boss came from the back kitchen to the restaurant, and at a glance he saw Richard sitting at the table, chatting with a young man. Suddenly became angry. He just went to the back kitchen and saw that the dishes in the sink were piled up like a mountain, but Richard, who was washing the dishes, was nowhere to be seen. He left his apron next to him. After asking, he found out that he had gone to see a friend. The fat boss walked to the table and pointed at Richard and cursed. Richard, the back kitchen has piled so many plates, but you ran here to chat with others. Is it because I paid you to let you chat? If you don't want to get out as soon as possible, I think who would be willing to be a blind man? This fat man speaks really bitterly. Richard got up from his seat, gritted his teeth. I will go back to work now. The boss sneered twice. Is it over? You have delayed your work for no reason. I will deduct your wages for 2 days. Richard's teeth clenched tighter. Originally, his salary was low, only 120 yuan per month. He had to live, see a doctor, and support his family. His income was already beyond his means. Now he has been deducted from his stingy boss for 2 days. Next month I am afraid it will be even more sad. Can't die. It's not a good life. Do you want to continue like this? Eye injuries have always tortured him. He asked the doctor that the eye surgery performed by the army was not very successful, so it often caused inflammation and required long-term treatment. If you want a radical cure, you need a major operation. The operation requires a lot of money. He also wants to install a prosthetic eyeball for himself, so that he won't look so weird. Maybe he can find a normal job. But he asked the doctor that it costs a lot of money to do the prosthesis. The money you make by washing the dishes can't be realized for a lifetime. Today Hardy came to ask himself to join the gang. Maybe my mother will be upset, but this may not be an opportunity to change my life. The fat boss was still chattering Richard with words. Richard suddenly looked at Hardy and said firmly, "Hardy, I changed my mind." As a successful sniper, maturity, calmness and determination are essential qualities. Is just the experience after retiring from the injury, which made Richard feel a little depressed. And at this moment, the self-confidence that was once seemed to return to him. Hardy smiled. Great. At this moment, Hardy feels a little grateful for the ugly fat boss in front of him. Richard would not agree to him if it weren't for his hard work. Richard, what are you doing standing here? Hurry up and work in the back kitchen. Not only do you have to clean all the plates, but also clean the entire back kitchen. The fat boss saw that Richard did not go to the back kitchen obediently, but was still chatting with others. He became even more annoyed and increased his punishment again. To shut up. Richard looked at the fat boss and said lightly. The fat boss was taken aback. He didn't expect that Richard dared to tell him to shut up. He thought he had heard it wrong. What did you say? Richard's eyes sharpened. I told you, shut up. The fat boss suddenly became angry. Okay you Richard, you dare to talk to me like this? Very good. I tell you, you are now fired. Also, don't want your salary for this month. Deduct all of it. Now you get out of my restaurant. The fat boss pointed at Richard and cursed. At this moment, a beautiful revolver slammed into the fat boss' mouth. Woo woo woo. The fat boss almost freaked out. I hate someone who keeps BB in front of me. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will blow your mouth immediately. The fat boss nodded in fright. There were a few diners in the restaurant. Before, they all watched the noise here. But now they saw someone drew a gun, and they all looked scared and held their breath. Hardy looked at the fat boss coldly. Pay off my friend's salary, now, immediately, Hardy said in a tone that could not be rejected. The fat boss nodded. Came to the bar and asked the cashier for some banknotes, all of which was stuffed into Richard's hands. Richard looked at the money in his hand and counted out $90. I have worked for 20 days this month. I deserve these. I don't want more. After speaking, he patted the extra money on the table. You are reading www.youcansu.com. Hardy, let's go. Hardy smiled and walked out of the restaurant with Richard. The boss let out a big breath after watching the two leave. Damn. I was so scared just now. When that guy put the money in his mouth, he almost peed. Hardy's car. Richard suddenly laughed. You know what, Hardy, this is my most enjoyable time in more than a year. I think my choice this time is right. The days before were so depressing. The two found a bar and had a good drink, then drove to Richard's home in the country, and told their parents and friends to help them find a job in Los Angeles. The salary was 3 times the current salary. The parents were very happy and asked Richard, "Do what work?" Transportation driver. Great job. Richard smiled. The next day, Hardy took Richard to leave. On the way, Richard asked where he was going. Hardy smiled. You are the first one, and I have to find more people next. Now let's go to Henry. Henry used to be in the same team with Hardy. The guy had a very cunning mind. He was an investigator in the class and was responsible for investigating the situation. Henry also retired? Richard asked happily. Yes, later than you. I contacted him on the phone the day before yesterday. He is now helping others raise cattle in a feedlot. I told him on the phone that he would follow me, and the guy agreed. Hurry up. I really miss him. I really hope that our former brothers are all together," Richard said. Hardy smiled. There will be many brothers coming back. Chapter 18. A farm in Burbank. Hardy's car parked outside. A farmer came out to check, looked at Hardy and Richard. "Who are you looking for?" "We are Henry's friends. We have contacted him by phone before," Hardy said. The farmer nodded. "I will take you over to find him." The three of them walked into the bullpen. Henry was wearing jeans and heavy rain boots, struggling to cross the cow dung. Hearing the shout, he turned his head and saw Hardy and Richard. He threw away his fork happily. "Heidi, Richard." Henry ran over and gave Hardy a hug, then Richard. "It's great to see you." Hardy smiled and said, "How about it? Come with me now." Snap. Henry hit and stood at attention. "Report to Monitor Hardy, Henry is back." Henry greeted the boss, packed his salute, threw the backpack into the car and ran into the car, waving goodbye to the rancher. "Old Logan, I'm going to Los Angeles." The rancher waved his hand. "Then I wish you success, Henry, you are so young." On the way, Hardy asked Henry, "Do you know where the madman is?" "I didn't reach him on the phone." Henry smiled helplessly. "The lunatic is now in prison." Madman's real name is Matthew Settle, because that guy fights hard and fights as fiercely as mad, so his comrades nicknamed him a madman. Hardy was taken aback. "What's the matter?" "Injured. He became a transport driver after he came back. We have seen it a few times. 2 months ago, he had a conflict with another truck driver in a restaurant." "You know that the lunatic fights desperately." Originally, he could be released on bail, but he had no money to stay in jail, and no money for compensation. "Then I am afraid he will be sentenced to 1 or 2 years in prison." "How much bail do you want?" Hardy asked. $2,000. $2,000 is equivalent to 10 months' salary of ordinary people. It is definitely not a small amount of money for ordinary people. Moreover, Americans generally do not have the habit of saving. To be honest, there is no money to save, so Matthew can't get this money at all. "Come out. You can only stay in jail." "Which prison?" "San Marino's prison." Hardy hit the steering wheel and drove towards the San Marino prison. A few hours later, the three met Matthew in the visiting room. Matthew was surprised to see the three of them: Boss Hardy, Henry, Richard. "Why are you guys together? Why do you think of looking at me again?" Hardy stuffed the guard $10, and the guard turned his head. Hardy threw a cigarette to Matthew, and Matthew immediately lit it and took 2 puffs, puffing out smoke as if he was enjoying it. "How was your time inside? Have you been bullied?" Hardy asked with a smile. Matthew laughed and said with some pride, "When I first came, there were indeed a few guys who wanted to bully me as a newcomer, but they were all beaten down by me. After that, no one dared to mess with me. Now I am here. Eat well and sleep well, and there are a group of little brothers who lived very well." Hardy smiled and nodded. "I originally wanted to bail you out, but now it doesn't seem to be necessary." Matthew's expression changed when he heard that. He grabbed Hardy's hand and said eagerly, "Boss, do you have the money to bail me? Then get me out quickly. Didn't you live well here?" Henry smiled. "That's not as comfortable as outside," Matthew said. The three of them got out of the prison, and Hardy took out $2,000 from him and handed it to Henry. "You are responsible for bailing Matthew, and I have to find someone." "Don't worry, boss. 3 days to make sure to get the madman out." Matthew's case is very simple, and it is not a big one. If you have money, it is easy to be released on bail. "Who shall we look for next?" Richard asked. "Cannonball." The Cannonball that Hardy said was also a brother of their previous company. His full name is Neil MacDonald. He is best at using all kinds of mines. Detonators, grenades, landmines, and time bombs are all very slippery. He is an expert in blasting. Everyone named him Cannonball. According to the address, they found Neil's home. The two knocked on the door. Neil opened the door and saw Hardy and Richard, both very surprised. He hugged his 2 former brothers hard, walked into the house, The furnishings in the room are very old. A woman came out, looking young and not ugly, but her face was a little pale. "This is my wife Jenny," Neil introduced. Jenny said hello to Hardy and Richard. "Neil, your friend is here. I'm going to make coffee." Cough cough cough. Just said a word and coughed vigorously. "No, you can go to bed to rest. I can do it myself." Neil hurriedly helped his wife. Not long after, Neil came out with 2 cups of coffee and put them in front of Hardy and Richard. Hardy asked, "What disease did your wife have?" "Pulmonary tuberculosis, a lung disease." Hardy was shocked. "Tuberculosis is now a life-threatening illness. Is there no treatment?" Neil lowered his head. "I have seen it. The doctor said that he needs a drug called penicillin, but that drug is very expensive, and I can't afford it." After only a few uses, penicillin was officially put into production in 1942. Because of its magical effect, penicillin is now more expensive than gold, and it is indeed not affordable for ordinary people. Even for later generations, there are a lot of medicines worth tens of thousands of dollars per injection, which can bring down a family. Hardy thought for a while and said, "Neil, you know what I'm here for." "Of course, Boss Hardy, I really want to do it with you, but I still have to take care of Jenny. I'm afraid I can't help you," Neil whispered. "But it's not a way to drag the condition without treatment like this," Hardy said. "I can't help it either." Neil was very upset, angry that he was incapable. Hardy thought for a while and said, "Neil, I have an idea. Jenny will take her to Los Angeles and find a hospital for her to receive formal treatment. How about the money and how about a solution together?" Neil lowered his head and thought for a while, feeling that this is the best way to save Jenny, and immediately made up his mind. "Okay, go to Los Angeles." Immediately packed up and drove to Los Angeles on the same day. Hardy sent Jenny directly to Murphy Clinic. After seeing Dr. Murphy, he said that Jenny is not the most serious condition, and the use of penicillin has a high chance of being cured, but the cost is very high. They need to be mentally prepared in advance. "We will find a way for money matters, and ask Dr. Murphy to do our best to treat it," Hardy said. Dr. Murphy left, and a nurse came over soon. "Mr. Hardy, please pay a $1,000 treatment deposit first." To be honest, Hardy has no money now. The money from the killing of Cook and the money earned from the wine delivery this month totaled only more than $2,000. Before bailing Madman Matthew, he took out $2,000, and now he has only more than $300 in his pocket. Hardy thought for a while, said to Neil to leave, and came back about an hour later, handing in the deposit for Neil's wife for treatment. What Neil discovered. "Heidi, where's your gold watch?" Hardy smiled. "Watches are just decorations. Temporarily find a place to store them. You reading www.uukanzu.com is all right. Now there is no need to worry about the cost of medicine." Neil couldn't be moved, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. "Brother, no need to talk nonsense." He remembered it in his heart. Settling down with his wife, Neil felt like he had moved away from his heart and looked at Hardy and said, "Boss Hardy, what's next?" Hardy smiled lightly and patted Neil on the shoulder. "Don't worry, wait a day or two for Henry and the lunatic to come over. I'll take you and Richard to see someone who is also in this hospital." "Who?" "Bill." When the three opened the door, they found that Bill was leaning against the bedside, and a beautiful nurse was feeding him fruit. There was really moisturizing. When Bill saw someone coming, he cheered immediately. "Richard, Cannonball, why are you here?" The three sat down and recounted the past. Hardy said, "I have found Richard and Cannonball. Henry and Matthew will come in 3 days. I am looking for 2 people, 2 friends I knew when I was injured. One named Leo, the other is named Kerry, who is also from the Marines, but they are not the same company as us. They live near Los Angeles. They have already called them, and they will come tomorrow. When we gather together, we don't have to be afraid of sneak attacks by those Irish bastards." Bill immediately flattered Hardy. As expected to be the boss of Hardy, so many brothers have been found in such a short time. "We brothers are reunited, we must get rid of those guys." Hardy looked at Bill. "You get better soon? Don't wait for us to finish the work when you leave the hospital. Bill chuckled. It must be done as soon as possible, and fight side by side with the brothers. Chapter 19, Long Distance Bus Station. The two young men got out of the car and saw Hardy standing next to the car at a glance. This scene is exactly the same as Bill picking up Hardy. Leo, Kerry, Heidi. The three hugged together. Hardy met Leo and Kerry on the injured ship. At the beginning, Hardy was injured quickly. He helped Catherine take care of the injured on the boat and made him know many people, among them Leo and Kerry. Both of them were elites in the army before, and you can tell from their nicknames. Leo nicknamed the Wolf, with strong fighting ability. Kerry nicknamed Tank, more than 1.9 meters tall, is very sturdy, and is a machine gunner. Hardy used to change their dressings and take care of them. Their beds were close to each other, they chatted a lot, and later they became friends who could chat with them. Hardy left contact information with them when he left. When looking for someone, Hardy naturally thought of these two guys and called to contact them. He even agreed to come over and do it with him. Get in the car, catch the wind for you, and introduce some friends to you by the way, Hardy said with a smile. The car soon came to the Bunny Girl nightclub. Leo and Kerry met Sean and Ryder here, as well as Richard and Neil. We still have a few brothers. Henry and Matthew will come in 2 days. Bill is in the hospital. We already have 10 people. Everyone sat down to drink and chat, talking about their previous situation. Leo went to a garage after leaving the army, while Kerry made shoes at the shoe yard. Others were similar. Richard washed the dishes, Neil worked in the factory, Henry raised cattle, and Matthew was a truck driver. Life is unsatisfactory. Everyone chatted and drank a lot of wine. As for the future residence, I will stay at Bill's house temporarily, and then find a suitable place. At this moment, the nightclub security captain came over and cautiously said to Hardy, Heidi, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Hardy looked at the security captain in surprise. The Russians detained in the cellar. Do you plan to keep them detained? The security captain asked. Hardy was taken aback. Damn. During this time, he was busy recruiting his subordinates and went out to find Richard and Henry. He had forgotten the Russians. Counting the time, they have been in custody for a week. Did you starve to death? Hardy asked. No. You ordered them to be hungry for 3 days before, and I was hungry for them for 3 days. Then you never came, and I didn't dare to let them go, so they continued to be detained. Those guys were hungry and screamed. Gave them some food. It's bread and water. Each person only has 3 slices of bread a day and a pot of water, so I don't give too much. 3 slices of bread. Hardy said that all the Russians are tall and strong, especially Ivan the Great, who is 2 meters tall, and 3 slices of bread are not enough to stuff their teeth. Well, I don't want to starve to death. Wondered how to deal with those Russians. Kill. They are not guilty of death, but they are making trouble in the nightclub. Let them go? What if there are other evils in your heart? Hardy looked at Richard and several people, and had some thoughts in his heart. He was just using people, to see if he could subdue those guys. Brothers, come to deal with something with me. Richard, Neil, Sean, Leo and others stood up immediately. A group of people came to the cellar room, and Hardy asked him to open the cellar door. When the door was opened, Hardy smelled a bad smell. Let's imagine, the food and drink of the 6 big men are all in the cellar. How could it smell good? These days are like suffering in for Big Ivan. It's not that they haven't been to prison, but it's more terrifying than prison. The most frightening thing in the world is hunger. They cursed angrily on the first day, and begged the second day. On the third day, they were so hungry that they had no energy, and only lay on the ground and gasped. Fortunately, on the 4th day, the iron door finally opened a seam, and dropped a few pieces of bread and 2 pots of water. In their eyes, the slices of bread were as thin as paper, but it seemed to them that they had entered heaven. That's all. They suffered for 7 days. When the iron door opened and people came down to lift them up, the strong men of Diaowan didn't even have the strength to stand up. When the big Ivan saw Hardy, cried, Mr. Hardy, please let us go. At this moment, the big Ivan is not a bit stubborn as a strong Slavic man. so he pleads loudly. Hardy looked at these guys and asked, "I'm currently short of manpower. Would you like to do things for me?" Great Ivan looked at Hardy in surprise. "Are you planning to accept yourself as a kid? Refuse?" He was afraid that it would be the death trial to meet him. Great Ivan is not stupid, and immediately made a decision. "We are willing to be the boss of Hardy, and we will do whatever you say." Hardy looked at Big Ivan with deep eyes and said nothing. Great Ivan realized something. Immediately said loudly, "I swear in the name of the Lord that I am willing to follow Mr. Hardy to do things." When the other boss Ivan surrendered, they also expressed their willingness to follow Hardy and swear in the name of God. They are all Orthodox Christians. Swearing in the name of God is arguably the heaviest oath, and Hardy chose to believe them. "Okay, I will send you back now. Take a bath, eat and change clothes, and come back to me tomorrow," Hardy said. Great Ivan and others are as amnesty. With the help of Xiao, they left and drove them back to their residence. As soon as they returned to their residence, regardless of the stench on their bodies, a few people hurriedly asked the woman to prepare food and ate it frantically. Bread jams are all delicious. Barbecue is a gift from heaven. Caviar, pickle soup. Some people shed tears in their mouths. Finally got full, the younger brothers looked at the elder Ivan. "Brother, do we really join the Jewish gang and be that Hardy's subordinate?" Great Ivan gritted his teeth. "We have been working for a few years, and we haven't gotten a name. I think that Hardy is a ruthless person. He may have greater development with him, and we have already sworn in the name of God, haven't we?" The next day, Big Ivan took his 5 younger brothers to find Hardy, and since then followed Hardy to do things. Hardy has another group of men, but Hardy did not keep them by his side, but asked them to go back and continue their previous business. "I will call them whenever I have something." Matthew is finally released from prison. Money can solve many things. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Matthew's case was originally small and could be released on bail. Before, it was just a matter of money. After 3 days, Matthew and Henry came to Los Angeles. In just 1 week, Hardy pulled up a team of his own. The manpower is there, and I still need to have the guys. He had bought some guns before and seized a few submachine guns, but those were far from enough. Everyone had different weapons. Hardy brought a group of hands down to the Old Mike's gun shop. "Old Mike, I am going to buy a batch of arms, but there is one thing to discuss," Hardy said to Old Mike. "What's up?" "I have no money now. Can I charge it on credit?" Old Mike blinked his dim eyes and thought, "Yes, but 30% of the interest will be added." "Deal." "It's not expensive to have credit, so let's talk about it first." Hardy waved freely to all of his men. "Brothers, the guys in the gun library pick whatever they like." "Good." The crowd rushed into the gun library with a burst of cheers. When they came out again, everyone was holding a bunch of guns in their hands. Pistols, long guns, and shotguns were almost standard. Kerry was a machine gunner, and he also had an extra machine gun in his hand. The famous German MG34 General machine gun, absolutely heavy firepower. Neil is different. In addition to a pistol and a spear, he also has a rucksack beside him. "What's in it?" Hardy asked. Neil smiled and opened the canvas bag, and Hardy was taken aback. "Big firecrackers, grenade. There are even 2 mines. With these things, Neil can make all kinds of bombs. Deserves the nickname Cannonball." Chapter 20. There is a gun. Took enough bullets again. Old Mike settled the accounts, the principal plus a 30% premium, a total of more than $3,800, which is not a small sum of money. It's not expensive on credit anyway. Hardy signed and left. When they returned to Bill's house, this place had become their stronghold. Everyone was fiddling with guns in the living room. Hardy looked at their posture and said that with these guns, it would be a pity not to rob a bank. Of course he will not really go to grab the bank. There are many ways to make money. There is no need to stir the nerves of the government and the police. "Brothers, let me talk about the next job," Hardy said. Everyone looked at Hardy. They didn't come to Los Angeles for retirement. They naturally knew that they would participate in gang fights, but no one was scared here. They were all veterans who had been fighting on the battlefield. They were a little excited when they heard that there was a combat mission. I told you before that the Jewish gang is now in conflict with several other gangs in Los Angeles. It involves the Irish gang, the Spanish gang, the Mexican gang and even other gangs. I need more detailed information. You are all new faces, which are good for investigation. Henry and Matthew are two of you to investigate the intelligence of the Irish, and Neil and Leo are two of you to investigate the intelligence of the Spanish gang. Henry, Matthew, Neil and Leo nodded immediately. Sean and Ryder are still in charge of daily transactions, while Richard and Kerry are in charge of following the car. Be aware of possible sneak attacks by the enemy at any time. Several people who were spotted also expressed their understanding. Hardy thought for a while, then called Great Ivan and told him to pay attention to the Mexican gang, the Polish gang and other gangs. Great Ivan immediately said that he would investigate it carefully. Early the next morning, everyone simply touched their heads and went out. Hardy took Sean and Ryder to deliver the goods, while Richard and Kerry drove Bill's Ford to follow behind, ready to deal with possible situations. There are a large number of weapons in the Ford car. Time flies for a week, and this week is surprisingly quiet, giving people the illusion that the whole of Los Angeles has become peaceful. But a big event happened on this day. Woo-woo! The loud whistle sounded. A huge container ship sailed into the port of Los Angeles. As soon as the freighter stabilized, a few cars appeared at the port, and dozens of workers in customs and police uniforms got off the cars. An examination. Customs officers boarded the ship. A container was opened, and it was filled with wooden boxes. The wooden box was opened and the sawdust was removed, revealing a bottle of red wine inside. Supervisor, it's French wine. The supervisor looked at the entire container and nodded. It seems that the informant is right. Detain it and check it clearly. The staff gets busy. Wooden boxes are all moved into the port warehouse, piled up like a mountain. After careful inspection, they contain various brands of French top wines: Mouton, Lato, Petus, Marge. There are also a large number of second-tier brands. A total of 430 boxes, more than 2,500 bottles. Supervisor, I have already ordered all French wines with a total value of more than $250,000. The goods written on their customs declaration documents are toys and fishing equipment. The goods are completely inconsistent with the documents. At this time, toys and fishing gear are duty-free items in the customs declaration. If there is a tax, these smuggled goods may have to pay more than 80% of the import tariff. In other words, the total price of this batch of goods exceeds $450,000. What did the person in charge of the freighter say? The supervisor asked. He said he didn't know it at all. The supervisor sneered twice. I pushed him until it was clean, so I'll take him into custody first. This batch of goods will be detained directly, and reported to see how to deal with it. Jewish gang boss Fred learned the news that this batch of red wine had been seized by the customs, and almost smashed the phone angrily. That is 250,000 yuan. The selling price exceeds 450,000. He can be sure that this is definitely a ghost of other gangs, otherwise the customs can't be so accurate, and the goods will be seized before they enter the port. This thing is too big. Fred thought for a while, then picked up the phone again. Listening to the ringing on the phone, Fred was very worried. Things went wrong, and he didn't know how the boss would deal with him. The phone is connected. A low male voice came from the microphone. Who is it? Fred became nervous unconsciously. Mr. Siegel, it's me, Fred. What's wrong with Fred? Fred carefully told the other party that the smuggled red wine was seized by the customs. When Fred finished speaking, an angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Fred, you have disappointed me too much, and your actions are weak. What I see these days is your inaction. Now I order you to act and crush them to me. For the red wine, I will find a way to get through with the customs. Maybe I can come back, but it will cost a lot of money, you know. Fred was scolded and lowered his head not to say anything. Hang up the phone. Fred clenched his fist. He knew that his boss was using the money, and even secretly drew part of the campaign's funds. He had told him before that he had made every effort to make money during this period, but now he has messed up the business. No wonder the boss is so angry. Order people to call second-in-command Alan Payne. Ellen, our goods have been seized by the customs. Big Seagull is very angry. We have to do something. What do you think? Alan Payne thought for a while. First, start the action team and launch retaliatory actions against the Irish. Second, the normal business has been affected, and the profit commission has been increased, so that the subordinates can do their own business well. Third, encourage their subordinates to take action. The division of action is 4 to 6, and we can increase it to 3 to 7. Revenge must be revenge, the Irish must be beaten down, or they will be more rampant. Now that the business is affected, the increase in the share is used as an incentive bonus, and I want to make my people do better. As for private operations, they are generally the actions of the subordinates who go out to make money on their own. Casinos, loan sharks, control bars, brothels, etc. are gang businesses. As gangsters, there are many ways to make money, such as theft, robbery, kidnapping, and extortion. Business with money. Before the gang members went out to do business, they were divided into 46% with the gang, 40% of the gang members 60%, and Penn proposed to increase it to 37%, in order to stimulate the desire of those guys. Okay, it's so decided. You go to gather all the supervisors and the leaders of the districts, and give them a meeting in the afternoon to arrange tasks. Fred made a final decision. Hardy received the notice and went to the headquarters for a meeting. Meeting room. Fred sits in the main seat. Second-in-command Alan Payne sat beside him. www.mentalnovel.com. There were more than 20 bosses sitting under him. Hardy knew the people in it, such as the warehouse supervisor, and the bosses of a few other blocks, but he saw more people for the first time, such as the casino supervisor, the supervisor in charge of smuggling, the supervisor in charge of loan sharking, and they were far away. Boss of the block. Many of these people saw Hardy for the first time, and they looked at him curiously. Fred sullenly. A lot of things have happened recently. The Irish have united with other gangs and clashed with us. Taverns, nightclubs, casinos, and trucks were attacked and we suffered heavy losses. Today, a container of our red wine shipped from France was investigated. It can be guessed that it must have been a ghost of other gangs, which caused us heavy losses. The others listened to Fred's speech. No one dared to speak out. They all listened quietly. But they know, the boss must have a big decision when calling everyone over. 3. Fred stretched out 3 fingers. This time the wine container was investigated. The timeline and even the container number were all known to the other party, and there must be an insider in it. The face of the supervisor in charge of smuggling became ugly. He did not betray the organization, but there was a problem with his responsibility, and he could not shirk the blame. Williams, I will send someone to investigate this matter with you. You must find out the insider, ask all the circumstances, and then Shanghai. That gangster cost us more than $500,000, Fred said through gritted teeth. Smuggling supervisor Williams quickly stood up. Yes, boss, I must do this thing well and find out that bastard. Chapter 21. The second thing is that recent conflicts between other gangs and us have affected our normal business, and some places are obviously understaffed. I made a decision with Payne to increase the share ratio, from 10% of the original business share to 15%, so that you can have money to recruit subordinates. There are many bosses with joy on their faces. Don't underestimate the 5%, it's not a small amount of income. The third one. Fred held out his last finger. Before, your own business and the gang were divided between 46 and 60. I decided to increase this ratio to 37. Now the boss who is sitting down has a brighter expression of joy. The Jewish gang's daily business includes underground casinos, loan sharks, smuggling businesses, controlling bars and nightclubs, and Spanish gang drug trafficking. Others are not involved. Left over, gang members can find other money-making jobs by themselves. Theft, robbery, kidnapping, extortion, arms business, smuggling, debt collection, black market control, etc. In short, they almost do what is prohibited in the criminal law. Is now divided into an increase of 10%, which is good news for everyone. Someone said, "Why do you want to split your business with the gang?" Because the gang protects you. When you do these businesses, you yourself use the gang platform and resources. Otherwise, whoever you think you are, can do those businesses well. Finally Fred said, "Now that the gangs are in conflict, we need to increase our strength and give you more profits, which is to let you recruit more people. Only when you are strong can you better cope with the crisis." On the way back, Ryder drove. Hardy sat quietly in the back seat thinking, now the gang crisis is definitely an opportunity for him. A good time to grow. Cars passed by, with lively streets and high-rise buildings on both sides. In the 1940s, Los Angeles was already busy with high-rise buildings, and the performance was very prosperous. There are port, oil, population, and Hollywood, which is world famous. Los Angeles is definitely a jewel of the West Coast, and in Hardy's eyes, he is a treasure, a gold mine. Went back to Bill's house, called the brothers, and everyone sat down in the living room. "Henry, Matthew, Neil, Leo, have you found any useful information after investigating for a week?" Hardy asked. Henry looked at other people. "I'll come first. Matthew and I arrived in the Irish territory. They are very powerful over there. People in the neighborhood are very afraid of them. They are engaged in business, drug trafficking, gambling, G.U.N., smuggling, borrowing, debt collection, theft, robbery, collection of protection fees, kidnapping, blackmail, bars, nightclubs, reselling tobacco and alcohol, antique black market, money laundering, arms trafficking, human reselling, smuggling. Includes almost all businesses that the underworld can involve. There are more than 300 official members of the Irish, more peripheral members, and very strong. Due to the short period of time, Matthew and I only had time to get in touch with some parts, such as their bars and nightclubs, as well as casinos and G.U.N. Hardy felt a little spit. Go to G.U.N. to investigate information. Do you want to investigate or to make fun of it? Is there any information about gang conflicts? Hardy asked. Have really let us inquire about some situations. A few days ago, the boss of the Spanish gang, Danny, took his army to the Irish Hoffman Bar in person and met the Irish Old Seam Ives. Hardy's heart moved. The time Henry said was not long after he killed Cook. It was also from that time that there were frequent troubles in the Jewish community. Big Ivan and the others came to the Bunny Girl Bar to make trouble after being frustrated by the Spaniards. Hardy looked at Neil and Leo. What did you gain from investigating the Spaniards? Neil reported immediately. The main business of the Spanish gang is cocoa powder, casinos, underground boxing arenas, loan sharks and G.U.N. Among them, the drug business is the largest. It can be said that the Spanish people in Los Angeles are the largest drug sellers, surpassing the Irish and Mexicans. We also learned some of the information that Henry just said. During this time, Danny, the boss of the Spanish gang, has met Irish and Mexicans, and his military division has also met Russians and Poles. I even contacted the Tang people, but the boss of the Tang people didn't make a trip in Los Angeles, and the time was more than a month ago. Is Spanish again. Hardy is now almost certain that this time the conflict between the various gangs in Los Angeles was provoked by the Spaniards in all likelihood. This matter can also be said to have a lot to do with him. He killed Cook in the first place. Let the contradiction completely intensify. The Spaniards began to connect other gangs to pay the Jewish gang. Of course, he doesn't think Danny is trying to avenge Cook, more because of profit. After finishing his thoughts, Hardy had a decision in his heart. Brothers, now we are very short of money, and we have a lot of money to spend. I decided to do a big one. Do you want to? These guys immediately became energetic as soon as they heard it. What they lack most now is money to deliver wine to the bar. The total profit for a week is only more than 1,000 yuan. And there is nothing left to feed a group of them to eat and drink. Neil's wife is still lying in the hospital. The medical expenses are a lot of money. Hardy's gold watches were sold before, and the subsequent medical expenses are still a lot. Richard's eyes need to be taken all the time. He also wants to make money to make an allograft eye, which also requires a lot of money. Matthew is still on bail, and his case is not over. The best solution is to compensate the other party for a sum of money for mediation. You are reading www.uukanzu.com solves the trouble completely. There are others. Is also to make money and improve life. Hearing Hardy said that he was going to do a big vote, all of them were energetic. Boss, are you robbing the bank or the cash truck? Matthew asked excitedly. Many people think of the concept of robbing banks and money-carrying vehicles. Don't rob the bank, nor the cash truck. Hardy shook his head. The bank security system is too strong, the vault door is very troublesome, and the amount of cash on the banknote truck is actually very limited. Hardy once paid attention to this. In this era, a banknote truck only has $2,000 to $3,000. Speaking of $2,000 to $3,000, it was definitely a huge sum of money in 1945, but Hardy still felt that it was less. Moreover, it will attract great attention from the society, and the police will pursue it very well. The gain is not worth the loss. Then what shall we do? Hardy smiled, grabbed the Spaniard. There are only a few dollars on the money transport vehicle, up to tens of thousands of dollars. The Spanish casinos and loan sharks have a lot of cash, absolutely more than the money transport vehicle, and it is far more slack than the bank vault or the money transport vehicle. Now the two sides are becoming enemies. Hardy prepares to attack the Spaniard. Black eat black. The police and the government will only open one eye and close the other. No one will delve into it. Hardy looked at the group of men and ordered, Richard, Henry, Matthew, Neil, Leo, Kerry, you are all new faces. Go and find out where Spain helps save the most money. I want the exact information. We can make a plan when we collect the information. Hardy said. Good. Several people responded at the same time. For the robbery gang, they have no fear but excitement. Chapter 22. McKinsey No. 5 Club. This is a bar and club on the outside, only for private members. But secretly it is a high-end underground casino. It is very quiet during the day, but at night, it becomes very lively. A Lincoln car drove into the parking lot. The parking lot is about 200 meters away from the private club, and it has parked dozens of cars. A middle-aged man in a black suit got out of the car. He just came from where his lover is, and he is in a very good mood. I want to win tonight. When closing the car door, two figures suddenly appeared behind him. Boom! The wooden stick hit the man in the suit the head, and the guy rolled his eyes and fainted. Matthew, you won't kill him? Henry asked worriedly. Matthew chuckled. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure. The two guys moved very fast, one frisked, and the other took out the rope from his body and tied the man. Put a torn towel into his mouth, and put a black cloth bag on his head. The movements are extremely skillful, and at first glance it is a habitual offender. Opened the trunk of the car and threw the piggy-like guy in. After tidying up the suits, the two of them walked to the entrance of the clubhouse and walked several tens of meters forward. Under the street light, Henry opened the guy's wallet. Inside they found a delicate card, which was the membership card of McKinsey No. 5 Club. There is a name behind. Looked in the wallet again and found a few business cards. Director of Credit Department of Los Angeles City Bank, Kevin Madian. Henry patted his wallet and smiled and said to Matthew, Kevin Madian will be my cousin from now on. It's horrible to be your cousin. Matthew smiled. There was a lot of cash in this guy's wallet. Henry looked at it. It was more than $300. Which is quite a lot. The two came to the door of the club. Two tall guys stopped them. Please show me your membership card. Two gentlemen. Henry handed over Kevin Madian's membership card. The doorman took the card and looked at it, then looked at Henry. This, sir, this is Mr. Madian's membership card. I know Mr. Madian. Kevin is my cousin. He said that there is something interesting here, so he gave me this card for me to play, and said that I can enter with this card. Why not? Henry frowned. It turns out that this is the case. Those two gentlemen, please come in. The strong man asked him to come to the side and make a sign of please. Henry and Matthew walked 2 steps forward, then stopped and asked, "By the way, how do I get a membership card? If it's fun, we will get a deposit of $1,000 and a membership fee of $500 per year. You can enjoy membership services," the strong man said. Henry nodded. "Well, it's not expensive. This guy is just pretending. He can't even get 100 yuan from him." And Matthew walked into the clubhouse. The clubhouse is beautifully decorated. There are many customers. Some are drinking coffee, some are chatting in the bar. The women here are all beautifully dressed. Henry and Matthew naturally know what they do. The two were not in a hurry and ordered 2 drinks at the bar. Observe the surrounding situation carefully. Most people here talk about gambling. Some are happy when they win, while others are pretending to be indifferent when they lose. A young woman puts her arms around an old man in a suit and leather shoes in her 60s. The two of them walked forward and said something to play with. The woman said to play big and small. The old man smiled and said that Texas Hold'em is more interesting. Henry and Matthew looked at each other, got up and followed the old man and the woman not far away, and walked to the side passage together. Walked down a few steps, had already reached the underground, and came to a gate. 2 bodyguards stood in front of the gate, and saw that a guest came and took the initiative to open the gate. There was a loud voice suddenly. "This is the most attractive place of McKinsey No. 5 Club, Underground Casino." The old man and the young woman went to change chips. Henry and Matthew also followed. When the old man changed chips, Henry and the two kept looking at the situation inside. After buying the window, they can see a lot of chips in the room behind the window, and the cash is put directly into the suitcase. The moment the suitcase was opened, it was full of banknotes. When it was their turn, Henry took out his cousin's wallet, which contained more than $300, and he unceremoniously replaced all of them with chips. And Matthew half and half. "Let's separate. We are playing while observing the situation here," Henry whispered. "No problem," Matthew answered. 3 hours later, Henry and Matthew lost all their chips and had to rendezvous, and the two of them split their hands and left. Through these 3 hours of observation, the two have obtained a lot of useful information. Arrived in the parking lot, drove the Lincoln car of Henry's cousin, drove out of the clubhouse, and came to a newly rented yard in Xiaching district. This yard used to be a small factory, located in a slum area, in a site controlled by the Jewish gang. The personnel here are complicated, and there are very few police officers. Hardy is planning to turn it into a temporary base. "Boss, the situation is almost the same," Henry smiled and said to Hardy after entering the door. Then Henry and Matthew told Hardy in detail about the entire process of the survey and drew a simple drawing. "The place to redeem the chips is here, and the money is piled in the box inside." Matthew pointed to a room on the drawing. "How many do you estimate?" Henry thought for a while. "When we left, there were about 100 people in the casino. It was the busiest time. I have been paying attention to the window for redemption of chips. The turnover is estimated to be $70,000 or 80,000. What came to Matthew's mind at this time? "By the way, boss, when I was playing cards, I listened to other gamblers chatting, saying that there will be a blackjack game the next night, and there will definitely be a lot of people to play at that time, and there will definitely be more cash at that time. Hold a blackjack contest." Hardy also thought it was a good time. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Okay, you two rest. When Richard and Neil come back from the investigation, we will discuss who to start. Hardy said. Henry just stood up, and suddenly thought of something. "Boss, we caught a person in order to get in. He is the credit officer of a bank. Now that guy is still tied to the trunk. What do you think?" Henry asked. Hardy was taken aback. "You still tied someone?" "That club is a membership system. There is no alternative but this method. I think it's okay to tie a stone and throw it into the Los Angeles River," Matthew said next to him. Hardy shook his head. "We can do bad things, but we can't be bad people." Matthew and Henry are a little confused. "Isn't that the same thing?" Hardy looked at the two guys and said, "We are gangsters, robbery, loan sharking, selling illicit cigarettes and alcohol, and even killing people. all of which can be done, but we do this only for survival, the weak and the strong. The country is like this, but there is no need for us to kill people for no reason. That is evil in nature." Henry and Matthew nodded, somewhat understanding. "What do you do with that guy? Let him go now?" Matthew asked. "Of course I can't put it." Hardy directly vetoed it. "Throw him in the cellar first, tell him that he has been kidnapped and that he needs to pay a ransom before he can be released, and then release him after we finish our work." Henry and Matthew blinked. "Is the boss a good person doing this?" "What a good person?" "Hardy did this, really not to blackmail that little money. The main reason is not to let him divulge his whereabouts, and to ensure the smooth completion of the operation." Chapter 23. Richard and Neil are back. The two went to investigate the Spaniards' underground boxing arena. Neil UI reported, "There are 7 to 8 matches in the underground boxing arena in one night. The cash is estimated to be around 30,000 or 40,000, with 6 security guards and guns." 30,000 or 40,000, Hardy feels a bit less. Is not worth starting. Just as they were talking, Leo and Kerry also returned. The two of them went to the Spanish loan shark. As soon as they entered the house, Leo said with some excitement, "Boss, we have made a big discovery in the loan shark." Leo and Kerry found the Spaniards' loan shark and fabricated a lie, claiming that the two were in business and were preparing to open a shoe factory in Los Angeles. They had insufficient funds and wanted to borrow a sum of money for emergency. Kerry worked in a shoe factory before and was familiar with things in the shoe factory. The other party asked them how much money they needed, and Kerry said he was going to borrow $15,000. "What do you have now? What are you going to do with the borrowed money, and how do you plan to repay?" the loan company staff asked. Kerry said that they had rented the factory and spent $20,000 to buy the machinery and some raw materials. Now the main reason is that the raw materials are insufficient. They received an order. As long as the order is completed, they can make money immediately. There is a factory. There is an order. Repayment is guaranteed. Such borrowing is definitely a good business for loan sharks. The person from the borrowing company said that the borrowing needed a mortgage and he had to send someone to the factory to see it. Kerry said it was okay. Anyway, it was fake, and he couldn't get to the factory. The two sides began to discuss details. Time passed by minute. During the negotiation, people from the loan shark came in and out, and Leo kept watching. Someone went in with a box. The content of those people's chats involved the casino, which seemed to be the casino's funds. Someone walked over and talked about the company's payment. He guessed that it was income from other businesses, such as bars, nightclubs, and drugs. Leo looked at Hardy and said, "Boss, I guess the Spanish loan shark is also their financial company. All the accounts will go through there." "If that's the case, there should be a lot of money." Hardy think about the Jewish loan shark and the financial company. It seems that they are also together, and the Spaniards are similar. As for how much money is in it, it is hard to judge now. "Boss, who do you think we will start with?" Henry asked. Several subordinates all looked at Hardy to see how he decided. Hardy weighed in and made a decision. "Casino. Isn't there a 21 o'clock game the night after tomorrow? Let's start on that day. I will set up the task now." Everyone was in a spirit, watching Hardy's arrangement seriously. Sean and Ryder were responsible for driving during the action. "You are most familiar with the streets of Los Angeles." Sean and Ryder nodded immediately. "Steal 2 cars back and use them during the action. Our own car is placed halfway. In case of being chased by someone, we are always ready to change cars to avoid future troubles." Leo and Kerry are responsible for getting the car. Hardy Dow. "No problem, boss. Leo used to repair a car, so I mean stealing a car." Richard is responsible for checking the guns. Neil prepares grenades and explosives to deal with possible dangers. Henry and Matthew, you are responsible for preparing headgear and backpacks. Several guys should all be together. The next day, everything is calm. Everyone else went to do what Hardy ordered. Hardy and Sean Ryder went to deliver the goods. After the delivery from the bars, They came to the Bunny Girl nightclub in the evening. It's still lively here. Hustle and bustle of singing and dancing. Marissa shuttles among the drinkers, exuding infinite charm. Seeing Hardy in a blink of an eye, Marissa's gaze is certain. She said a few words to the man beside her, walked to the bar and asked for 2 cocktails. And the gate model walked closer to Hardy. A glass of wine is placed in front of Hardy. "Heidi, haven't seen you for so many days. Have you been busy these days?" Marissa's tone was slightly resentful. Since the hero rescued the United States that day, Hardy sent Marissa back. After the two had in-depth exchanges, Hardy became busy and never saw Marissa again. "It's really busy." Hardy took a sip of the wine. "Are you still busy tonight?" Marissa looked at Hardy with a charming look. "It's okay today." Half an hour later, Marissa left the nightclub early and walked out of the gate. There was already a car parked at the gate on the street, and it was Hardy who drove. Came to Marissa's house again. The house is very warm. Marissa came over with a glass of wine, her lace suspender skirt half covered. The wind is blowing outside. The leaves are rustling in the squally wind. It didn't take long for the heavy rain to fall. A rain curtain obscures the sky and the sun. For a long time. Finally the wind stopped and the rain stopped. The road was full of rain, and there were fallen branches and leaves. The two people in the room hug and chat together. "Marissa, I have a suggestion. It's best not to go to work in a nightclub during this time. Recently, other gangs and Jewish gangs have been very fierce, and no one knows what will happen." Hardy stroked Marissa's wet hair, said, "Is it so serious?" Marissa asked, looking at Hardy on her firm chest. "It's very serious, and it will become more and more severe in the future. Although no one will target you, I am afraid that you will be injured by accidental shooting," Hardy said. Marissa blinked her eyes for a moment. "In fact, I also saved a sum of money, enough for a period of time. I listened to you. During this period of time I was looking for a teacher to learn acting and singing, and spent a few months to improve myself. And I will go to Hollywood again after I finish studying. Try those big film companies to see if you can find a role." Marissa said, "You like acting so much?" Hardy asked. "That is my dream. Everyone has a dream, right?" Marissa said softly. "The sun shines through the window. The room is bright. Marissa still sleeps in Begonia." The woman took the initiative to start the war before dawn, and Hardy was not used to her. "Is really tired now." Patted the raised part of the quilt, and the woman just grunted. Hardy got up and went back to xiaching. "Things are ready. The table is full of guns, pistols, Chicago typewriters, and even heavy machine guns." Black hood, backpack. Neil arranged his explosives. www.mentalnovel.com. The action is tonight. Regardless of whether it is in the past or in this life, Hardy understands one thing: no matter what you do, you must be diligent. Plan, deploy, and make preparations in advance, so that you can be handy when you act. Night falls. Sean, Ryder, you two are responsible for driving. The others get equipped. Hardy ordered. Everyone started to act immediately. Pistol, Chicago typewriter, hoods. 4 cars drove out of the station and drove out for a while. 2 of their own cars parked at the predetermined location, and drove the 2 stolen cars to the vicinity of the Spaniards Casino Club. More than 7 o'clock in the evening. The light comes on, shines in the roads and fountains of the clubhouse, reflecting the feeling of a classical palace. At 8 o'clock in the evening, many cars came one after another, most of them high-end cars. The men in suits and leather shoes got off the cars, and the women showed their perfect bodies in beautiful evening dresses. These people talked and laughed and walked into the club. There is a blackjack game tonight. There are more people than in the past. Time passed by every minute. Hardy and their car parked quietly on the side of the road 2 kilometers away from the clubhouse, with no one talking and no smoking, just like the silent time before the battle. To them, today is indeed a big battle. "Boss, it's 11 o'clock, said Henry, who was sitting next to Hardy. "The time is up, let's go." The two cars started and drove quickly toward the clubhouse. Chapter 24. Pulled off the headgear, picked up the Chicago typewriter, slammed the bolt. Action, Hardy said solemnly. Two cars creaked at the entrance of the clubhouse, and the Spanish gang members who were in charge of maintaining order saw this and prepared to come over to check the situation. "Get off," Hardy said in a deep voice, and got out of the car by sliding the door first. The security personnel were surprised when they saw a few guys wearing face masks and machine guns, and they subconsciously took out their guns. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Gunshots burst out. A few guys at the door were instantly beaten into a sieve, fell in a pool of blood. Hardy took the lead and rushed into the club with a gun, followed by 6 other brothers. Just rushed into the hall. Several members of the Spanish gang rushed out. The gunshots had already shocked them, but when they came out, they were immediately locked, and Matthew held a gun at them as a shuttle. Several screams. Several gang members who were in charge of watching the scene died tragically on the spot. Someone rushed out from other passages, and was instantly killed by others. Faced with such a battle, Neil and others said they were very relaxed. There are other guests in the lobby, had already been scared by the scene before them, and they hugged their heads and lay on the ground, and the women screamed constantly. Hardy ignored them, strode in. Henry led the way and soon came to the entrance of the underground casino. At this time, the underground casino door was closed. Henry tugged and didn't open it. It should be the gangster inside who heard the gunshots from outside and pushed the door in. "Neil, open the door," Hardy said lightly. Neil stepped forward and took the backpack from the back. Matthew and others immediately hid around the corner. They know what Neil is going to do. Neil took out a big firecracker, wrapped it around the doorknob with a rope, took out a lighter to light it, and slowly returned to the corner where Hardy and the others had avoided. Boom! Exploded with a sound. The solid wooden door was blown to pieces. When the dust and debris fell, the gate no longer existed, and all the conditions in the underground gambling hall could be clearly seen. There were 2 corpses lying on the ground, already completely different, and they threw their pistols next to them. It should be a member of the Spanish gang hiding behind the door. But he didn't expect the other party to blow up the door and send them to heaven. Nearly 200 guests gathered in the lobby. They were already terrified when they heard the gunshots before, but now the explosion has scared everyone into screams. Leo and Kerry are at the forefront. Richard and others followed closely. The guests saw the robbers with submachine guns coming in. They didn't know what would happen next, and they all shrank to the corner in fright. Hardy walked in and saw this scene. His heart said it was easy. Neil, Leo, Kerry, they all have been fighting for a long time. After entering, they looked for a favorable position and stood in their respective positions and controlled the entire field. Suddenly, a guy in the crowd raised his gun, and they were about to shoot at Hardy. Hardy felt a little bit, just about to move. But someone is faster than him. With a stroke of Richard's hand, the revolver in his hand was a shot at that guy. Bang! The bullet hit the man's forehead accurately. The guy fell to the ground with a plop. Richard is a sharpshooter. He has been observing the surroundings, and that guy's movements did not escape his unarmed eye. There was another commotion in the crowd. People are lying lower. Some women even started crying, but tried their best to suppress them for fear of angering the robbers. Now the scene is completely under control. Hardy stepped forward, scanned the gamblers in the lobby, and said loudly, "As long as you stay honestly, I won't embarrass everyone, but if anyone wants to make trouble, I don't mind giving him a few bullets." The guests of the casino heard the robbers say that they would not move them. They were relieved a lot, and they all stayed in the corner honestly and did not dare to move. In the crowd, a middle-aged man was holding a beautiful woman in his arms. The woman was so scared that she hid in the man's arms and trembled. She hugged the man's waist with her arms, and buried her head in the man's chest like a kitten. The man didn't panic like the others, stroking the woman's back, soothing the woman's emotions. "It's okay, baby, here is me," the middle-aged man said, and continued to look up at the actions of the robbers. Hardy walked to the place where he exchanged chips. In the fence window, the waitress who exchanged chips was already shaking with fright. "Open the door," Hardy said in a commanding tone. "No, don't kill me," the woman cried and said. "As long as you are obedient." Looking at a few guns outside the window, the woman stood up trembling, opened the iron door forcefully, and then squatted on the ground in fright. Henry and Matthew rushed in, found the box containing the money, opened it and took a look at the full amount of banknotes, much more than when they came the day before yesterday, and quickly closed and carried them in their hands. "Boss, got it." Henry returned to Hardy and said in a low voice, "Retreat." Hardy made a gesture. Several subordinates covered each other and retreated in batches. They all exited the casino quickly and walked quickly through the lobby. The cars of Sean and Ryder were already in good shape. The 7 people quickly got into the car, and the 2 cars rushed out suddenly. Soon left the Spanish Casino Club. Is only 5 or 6 minutes before and after. The guests in the casino were frightened and worried for more than 10 minutes. When there was no movement, some people stood up boldly and found that the robber had left. The casino immediately exploded and everyone rushed out. People ran to the parking lot and drove their cars quickly away from this place of right and wrong. "Virginia, let's go too," the middle-aged man said to the beautiful woman. The woman was weak at the moment. The middle-aged man helped the woman to stand up and walked out with his arms around her slender waist. When passing the hall, the middle-aged man saw the corpse of the Spanish gang member who fell on the ground, thinking about the whole action of the group of robbers just now. Tonight, the woman said that there was a blackjack contest. She wanted to join in the fun. The man readily agreed and brought the woman over to play, but he did not expect a robbery. "I heard gunshots from the beginning." To blast the door, finally carried out robbery. Only a few minutes before and after. The Spanish gang has no chance to react at all. Although the group of people is not too many, they can act well after they come in. They occupy the best positions without command. They are also very agile when they retreat, and they also have cover and cooperation. He can be sure that these robbers have definitely served as soldiers, and they are a group of highly qualified guys. When he came to the parking lot, the man helped the woman open the car door, helped her to sit down, then turned to the cab to drive, and quickly left the casino. Back in the Beverly Hills mansion, the woman went to take a bath. The middle-aged man thought about it and picked up the phone. You read www.uukanzu.com after the phone rang a few times and connected. "Fred, at the McKinsey No. 5 Club tonight, someone robbed the Spaniards Casino. I was there at the time. You can find out who did it," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Fred was slightly surprised. "Mr. Siegel, are you okay?" Fred asked. "I'm fine." "Well, I will investigate this matter, and I will reply to you as soon as I get the news," Fred said. After the robbery, Hardy and others left the casino quickly. They moved too fast. Others didn't react at all. At this time, the police station may not have received a report. They drove 2 stolen cars to the parking place, replaced their own 2 cars, and quickly returned to the rented yard in the lower city. The car stopped entering the factory and the gate was closed. A group of people got off the car. Everyone is a little excited at the moment. The suitcase opened. The colorful dollar bills inside are exposed. "Boss, we succeeded. There are estimated to be 200,000 here." Henry grinned. Matthew held up a few stacks of money, put it under his nose and sniffed it hard. "I got rich. Ha ha ha." Everyone smiled with joy after success. Only Hardy is the coolest. He has also seen big money in his previous life. 200,000 is nothing at all. He patted Matthew on the shoulder and said, "Don't get excited, count all the money carefully to see how much it is, and then we will study how divide the money." Good exclamation mark. A group of people joined hands and started counting the money. Chapter 25. $215,860 When this number was reached, Henry, Matthew and others jumped up in excitement. To know, at the current American price, a bottle of beer is only 10 cents. You can buy a Ford car for more than $1,000. and you can buy an ordinary house in downtown Los Angeles for $7,000 or $8,000. The Star Mansion in Beverly Hills is only $50,000 or $60,000 US dollars. $210,000 is definitely a huge sum of money. Hardy touched the pile of banknotes together, and put the 5,860 yuan change aside first. These don't count. Let's calculate it at 210,000. Before, Bill was seriously injured by Cook for $5,000. For this reason, Hardy shot Cook, but now more than $5,000 has become change. Gang rules: my business is divided into 3 to 7, 30% of the gang is 63,000. Sean, take out the money first. Xiao En quickly obediently counted 63,000 from the pile of money and placed it next to him. Now there are 15,000,002 left. Everyone, let's add up how the money should be divided. After Hardy finished speaking, he took a look at everyone. Everyone has excitement on their faces. There are 9 people in total, and each person can get at least more than 10,000 yuan, which is almost 5 or 6 years of ordinary people's salary. Boss, you can divide what you say. Henry stood up and said, yes, I listen to the boss. We have no opinion. Everyone expressed their opinions to let Hardy decide. Hardy smiled. It's very simple. Split equally. What do you think? Matthew heard excitedly, rubbing his hands. Kerry couldn't help swallowing, and the others were also very excited. Just then, Sean, who was sitting next to him, spoke. I don't think it is appropriate. Scene's voice was not loud, but it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Someone frowned slightly, and said that it was not appropriate to split evenly. What this Sean wanted to do. What's wrong? Do you want more? Matthew said with a crooked eye. Xiao En glanced at everyone and said, I don't want more. But this way of distribution is not in line with gang rules. What's their rule? Leo asked. Sean looked at Hardy and said to the others, every organization has a leader. The leader of our team is the leader of Hardy, right? Of course. Hardy was our boss. What on earth do you want to say about Sean? Someone asked. The whole thing was planned by the boss, and he started to implement it. The later things need to be solved by the boss. We just follow the work. Do you think it is reasonable to divide the same as the boss? Xiao En said. Xiao En's words made everyone stunned. They thought about it for a moment. Seems to be true. Even in the army, soldiers should charge and fall into battle. Afterwards, giving a few cans and 2 packs of cigarettes is not bad. The biggest advantage is naturally that the officers can get them. Sean spoke again. According to the rules of the gang, the boss has the right to take away 50% or more, and 70% to 80% is normal, and the rest of the brothers share it. Others understand. Thinking about it, it really should be. It's really too easy to get such a large share just after the robbery once. Richard has been standing in the corner smoking a cigarette. When Sean finished speaking, he took the cigarette from his mouth and said, I agree with Scene's point of view. Hardy should really take the big head. Everyone nodded when they heard it. I also agree with the boss taking the big head. I must have no objection. I support 100% of the boss with the big head. Everyone in the house supported Hardy's big head and followed the rules of the gang. Except for Sean and Ryder. Everyone else was Hardy's comrades-in-arms, and they were all recruited by him personally. Everyone looked at Hardy. Hardy was silent for a few seconds, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. This distribution is not only a question of the money at hand, it is also related to the determination of interest relationships in the future. To put it plainly is to set the rules. If it's just the money, Hardy can divide it equally, but that will have a big impact on what he does in the future. And he has a plan for the future in his mind. There are many places where money is needed, and it is necessary to accumulate some wealth. Since it is a gang rule, let's divide it into 5,050. In the future, as long as we participate in the action together, it will be divided according to this ratio. Hardy said. The sentence set the tone for the future. 5 to 5 points. 150,0002. Hardy is divided to 70,006. Is divided into more than gangs. Sean, Henry, and the 8 of them equally divided the remaining 76,000, each of which could get 9,500 yuan. 9,005 is definitely a huge sum of money in this era. The money is well divided, everyone is holding a thick stack of banknotes in his hand, and everyone is smiling. What did Hardy think of, and told these guys? I'm not worried about Nick. His money will be used to treat his wife. I'm not worried about Richard, Henry, Matthew, you guys. After getting such a large sum of money, maybe you will go out and spend wildly. That's not good. That can easily attract the attention of interested people. Matthew Henry narrowed his neck slightly. The two of them were already planning the carnival just now. Hardy lowered his face and said solemnly, no one can wave around during this time, so I just stay there, just like before. Do you understand everything? We understand. Everyone responded in unison. Hardy's face became calm after speaking, and he smiled and said, of course, if I want to find a few girls to release, I won't stop them. Hey hey hey. Several guys laughed. Collect the 76,006 that he has divided and put it in a safe place. Hand in the 63 of the gang and put it in another box. Spanish gang boss Danny received the news. The clubhouse was robbed. Hurriedly led people to dare to come. Saw the corpses all over the floor. The casino was in a mess, the cash was looted, and Danny immediately flew into a rage. Which robbed my casino? I must get them out, bundle them up and blow them up. Danny gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. A dozen of his subordinates died, including the casino supervisor. This is not the point. What makes him distressed is that all the casino money has been robbed. For the 21 o'clock game tonight, he deliberately drew more than 100,000 US dollars. Just half an hour before he was robbed, he received a call and the supervisor told him that his cash had exceeded 200,000 US dollars. 200,000. Danny's heart was bleeding. MTLnovel.com. At this moment, several police cars were parked outside the clubhouse. It had been half an hour before the police received the call and rushed over. The action was really swift. The police entered cautiously with their guns in hand. When I came to the underground casino and saw Danny and his group, he immediately raised their guns to make them squat down. Danny felt so angry. Danny, this is my property. I was robbed. Can't you see it? Danny said angrily to the police. The next day, Hardy called to contact Fred, the boss of the Jewish gang. As soon as the call was connected, Fred said, hey D, I'm looking for you and ask you something. What's the boss? Hardy asked. Last night the Spaniards casino was robbed and killed a dozen of Spanish men and robbed a lot of money. I was inquiring about this news, and many people asked if they didn't know. What inside information do you know about this matter? Is it? Fred asked. Hardy paused slightly. I didn't expect Fred to ask about this. It was a coincidence. Boss, I was just trying to tell you about this. Oh. Do you know something? Fred raised his voice. I did it. Hardy said. Fred was surprised. What did you do? Yes, I did. I called the boss, just to tell you about this, and to turn in gangs. Hardy said. Split? How much? 3 to 7 are divided into 63,000 yuan in total. Hardy said. Fred knew in a nutshell that Hardy and the others had robbed more than $200,000. Which is not a small amount of money. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Fred hung up. Chapter 26. Hardy took the money and prepared to go out. Henry and Matthew were watching TV in the living room downstairs. Cartoon cats and mice were playing on the TV. These two guys watched them with gusto. It's 1945, and the TV penetration rate is not high, only about 67% in the United States. And there are only a dozen TV stations. TV is the kind of 11-inch black and white TV, but it is extremely attractive to people who have little exposure to TV programs. It will not be until the 1950s that television will become a common consumer product. Boss, you are going out. Do you need me to drive for you? Henry watched Hardy come down and immediately stood up. No need to. Hardy was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Henry, is the guy you in the cellar? Hardy asked. Yes, it has been closed for 3 days. Henry said. Find a reason to let him go. but don't let him know anything about us, and don't think of the club robbery," Hardy ordered. "Also, tell Nick them, go out and inquire about the reaction of the Spanish gang, and see if they are moving." "Good boss." Hardy drove away. Henry scratched his head and looked at Matthew. "Matthew, what do you think we do with that guy?" "The easiest way is to get rid of it. After 100, it will definitely not be so much trouble," Matthew said. "The boss asked us to find a reason to let him go, not to kill him," Henry said. At this time, the TV program has changed from cat and mouse to TV series. The plot is that a woman is caught by the boss and threatens her to be her lover by taking a fruit photo. Henry's eyes lit up. "Matthew, I have a solution." Kevin Madian has been locked up in the cellar for 3 days. During these 3 days, he was in fear all the time. The robber should contact his family for a ransom, right? How much does want? He also heard that many people who paid the ransom would be torn apart. Will the robber kill himself? These questions linger in his mind all the time, which makes him feel scared all the time. Bang dang. The iron door of the cellar opened. 2 masked men walked in. One of them had a gun in his hand. Kevin was shivering. Maybe he was going to kill himself. "Please don't kill me. I am willing to promise all the conditions. I take the money. Please don't kill me." Kevin begged bitterly. "Don't talk nonsense. Now everything is done according to our requirements." Henry said coldly, "Well, I must be obedient. Take off your clothes. Take off all." Kevin was stunned. What is this going to do? Are they? But now that he has no choice, Kevin takes off his clothes quickly and reveals his not-so-strong body. Matthew raised the camera, patted Kevin hard. "Don't cover your hands. Let go of your hands. Pose a pose. Yes, be coquettish. A little smile on your face, you know. Don't look so hard." Kevin said in his heart that it's strange that the face is not hard when the fruit photo is taken in this case. Finally, all the photos of the roll of papers were taken, and Matthew completed the work smoothly. Henry ordered Kevin to get dressed, tied his hands with his headgear and pulled it out. Driven in Kevin's Lincoln car and drove around for half an hour before stopping. Henry untied the rope in Kevin's hand and said sharply, "We have let you go now. You go home and prepare for $5,000. We will contact you at any time. Remember, if you dare to call the police, we will have countless ways to retaliate against you. And your photos will also appear in the mailboxes of major newspapers." "I will never call the police," Kevin replied with a trembling voice. "You can only open the hood when you count to 100. Now start counting," Matthew said. "Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Henry and Matthew smiled at each other. They got out of the car. Kevin counted to 100 in the car, stopped and waited for a while, then asked, "Mr. Robber, can I open the hood?" There is no response. Kevin opened a small mouth carefully. There is no one else in the car. Woo woo woo. Kevin began to cry. Can finally survive. After crying for a long time, he tremblingly sat in the driving seat, drove back to his home, opened the door and found his wife at home. The woman saw Kevin and asked, "What have you done these days? Why can't you find it anywhere?" "When you arrive, I will call the police." Seeing his wife cares so much about himself, Kevin stepped forward and hugged his wife. "My wife, I never want to be separated from you again." After Fred learned that Hardy had done the robbery, he hung up the phone and called his boss Siegel immediately. Ling ling ling. The phone is connected. "Mr. Siegel, it's me Fred. The Spaniards casino has been investigated. It was John Hardy, a leader of our gang." "John Hardy, talk about his situation," Siegel said. "John Hardy used to be a Marine and retired from the army after being wounded. It was recommended by my boss, Bill. As for his men, he recruited veterans and comrades." Fred said. "He just called me, ready to hand in the share, and is coming to my side." "How much is divided?" Siegel asked. 63,000. In order to encourage the people below to make money, I increased the share. Billy, he robbed a total of 210,000, and the gang got 63,000 points. Fred explained. 63,000. Siegel's heart moved when he heard this number. He is short of money during this time. Hardy's money has not been credited. so he can take it directly. Some time ago, the Mafia committee met and asked Los Angeles to increase income. It happened that a friend, William Wixon, also a gangster, proposed to build a luxury casino in Las Vegas. After researching, Siegel was very tempted by this project. The two are preparing to raise funds for construction. Their plan is very huge. Las Vegas is still just a desert. How can it attract gamblers? Siegel envisioned a huge casino plan: palace-style casinos, luxury hotels, nightclubs, bar lounges, restaurants, cafes, indoor shops, fitness clubs, etc. to be all available. There are also private villas, swimming pools, and even a lake out of the building, an arena, shooting range, and race course. In short, we want to build this casino into a leisure mecca that integrates gambling and entertainment. Their plan is to receive about 3,000 people at the same time, so the initial investment reaches $6 million. $6 million in 1945 is definitely a huge sum of money. You reading www.uukanzu.com is equivalent to $600 million in 2020. Although Siegel is the boss of the Los Angeles Jewish gang, the Jewish gang exists in the form of a company and belongs to a branch of the Mafia. A large part of the money earned needs to be turned in. Siegel can only put together a piece of money. Million. This is still secretly embezzling part of the campaign's funds. If you let the headquarters know, it would be a lot of trouble for Siegel. William Wixon can only give out $1 million. With the remaining funds, Siegel is going to find other gangsters to lobby, collect $4 million, and complete his huge plan. Fred, bring that little guy named Hardy to me. Remember to bring that money, Siegel said. Fred realized something. Good boss. Driving Bill's old Ford, touching the old guy, Hardy said that it was time for a better car. The gun is a man's favorite. But many times, cars still have to be in front. A beloved car is definitely closer than his wife. It didn't take long to come to the entrance of Fred's villa. This is a high-end community surrounded by independent villas, each covering a few acres of land. The car stopped at the door, and Hardy got out of the car with the suitcase. Before I got to the door opened automatically. Fred stood at the door and said to Hardy, "Hardy, come with me, go and meet someone." "See who?" Hardy was slightly surprised. Seeing someone is more anxious than collecting money. "Who is that person?" Fred looked at Hardy and said, "My boss. The real master of the underground world of Los Angeles." Chapter 27. Your boss? Hardy asked in surprise. Yes, the true boss of the Jewish gang, the master of the Los Angeles underground world, one of the founders of the Mafia, Mr. Benjamin Siegel, my boss. Fred said Siegel's name with respect. When the Mafia came to Los Angeles to start a business, Fred was one of Siegel's capable men. After the Jewish gang gained a firm foothold in Los Angeles, Siegel retired behind the scenes, and Fred became the obvious boss of the Jewish gang. Benjamin Siegel. Hearing this name, Hardy suddenly remembered a movie he had seen before, A Generation of Lovers Bis, also called Love in the World. This movie is also a well-known gangster movie, telling the story of Benjamin Siegel's investment and construction of Las Vegas. Siegel was originally one of the Mafia bosses and the head of the Mafia killer group. In the 1940s, the organization sent him to Los Angeles to open up territory. Siegel used thunder to clean up other gangs in Los Angeles and set up gangs. The Jewish gang became the biggest power in Los Angeles in a short time. However, after establishing the gang, he did not stand in the front, but launched Fred to manage the gang. He bought a movie company and became a Hollywood celebrity. Stars become friends. Siegel is a romantic guy who has relationships with many actresses, female stars and socialites. Later, he met Virginia Hill, a beautiful woman and an unknown little Hollywood actor. Siegel fell madly in love. She was. When building the Las Vegas casino, he even appointed Virginia Hill to manage the finances. In the end, the casino failed, Siegel was killed, and Virginia Hill also committed suicide by swallowing a gun. This is also the reason why the film was named Busy. a lover of the generation. When Hardy was thinking about it, the car came to a luxurious manor in Beverly Hills. The door opened and drove into the garden, and finally stopped in front of a three-story villa. The butler led Fred and Hardy to a luxurious office and met Benjamin Siegel. "Fred, come and sit down." Benjamin smiled, then looked at Hardy. "Is this Hardy you said on the phone?" "Yes, Mr. Siegel, this is Hardy." "Mr. Siegel," Hardy said respectfully. Siegel smiled and nodded. "It's a very strong young man. Come and sit together." He picked up the whiskey on the table and poured a glass for each of them. Siegel is handsome, with blue eyes, and looks polite, but Hardy knows that Siegel is a real murderous guy, even a somewhat crazy guy, who planned to assassinate Mussolini. Siegel was very interested in Hardy. He saw all of Hardy's actions on the day of the robbery. He admired the little guy's ability to do things. Is simple and neat, strong in field control, and high-quality subordinates. They are definitely talents who do great things. "You know what, I was at the Spaniards Casino yesterday," Siegel said. Hardy was slightly shocked. "I'm sorry, Mr. Siegel, for interrupting your interest," Hardy said. Siegel laughed. "I don't care. But Virginia was taken aback. After I came back, I calmed her for half a night. I can see all your actions yesterday. They are fast, accurate and efficient. The quality of your subordinates is high. They did not kill innocents but shocked the audience. It can be said to be the most perfect robbery I have ever seen. Your subordinates are all who? All my comrades in arms. After conflicts with other gangs, it became more and more dangerous. I felt that I was understaffed, so I contacted my comrades in arms, who are all brothers of the Marine Corps." Hardy said. "No wonder. After the brutal war just now, all the elites survived. And this Hardy is very smart. He just clashed with other gangs and knew he would take the initiative to increase his combat effectiveness." "How much money did you rob?" Siegel asked again. $210,000 US. Hardy said. "Oh, it's a lot." Fred looked at Siegel. "Boss, the gang share should be 63,000. This money has not been credited to the account, and no one else knows. How do you handle it?" Siegel called Hardy to come over with the money. Fred already had guesses in his heart, so he asked. "Stay with me. I have a relatively large funding gap now, so don't let other people know about this money," Siegel said bluntly. "Good boss," Fred said. "By the way, how is the investigation about the wine?" Siegel asked. Fred paused slightly. "No idea yet." Siegel's face became heavy. "I found a friend to clarify the relationship with the customs. The best result is to pay taxes and turn those wines into legal imported goods. Taxes need to be paid for 200,000 yuan. 250,000. Do you think we want this batch of goods or not?" Siegel said displeasedly. Fred lowered his head. "Speaking of this matter is his responsibility. As for whether this batch of goods is still needed," he hesitated for a while. "The tax is so high, and the price of gang delivery is generally cheaper than that of regular import channels. Even if this batch of goods is returned, there will be no money inside and outside. Counting the gang share of 15%, the result may be some losses." How to do a loss-making business. Siegel was a little disappointed with Fred's hesitation. Fred is an obedient guy. He was originally selected as the head of Los Angeles because of this. However, Fred's development ability and determination are obviously insufficient. When he handed over Los Angeles to him, the Jewish gang was of this size, and it has remained the same in the past few years, with no major development. Turn to look at Hardy. "Hardy, if you encounter such a thing, how would you solve it?" Siegel looked at Hardy and asked. Hardy thought for a while. "I would not choose to pay taxes. I was seized by the customs. It can be regarded as a failure of this business. If I pay taxes and get the goods back, not only will it not make money, but a lot of time will be wasted. But there is another way. If there is a chance, maybe we can get those goods out." "Oh, how do you get it out?" Siegel became interested. Fred also looked at Hardy. "The customs warehouse is not too tight. We can steal that batch of wine. A $250,000 business is definitely worth the ticket." Siegel shook his head. "Many people know that the goods are from the Jewish gang. If they are robbed, everyone will guess that we did it. I have already looked for someone before. If I do it again, both sides will not look good. Siegel rejected Hardy's approach. Hardy thought for a while and wanted to continue. There is also a safer way to exchange goods. Get a batch of empty wine bottles, fill them with worthless and inferior red wine. You read www.uukanzu.com and pack the boxes, and then buy the customs officials and put the two batches. Change the goods. In customs procedures, only a batch of smuggled red wine was seized, but it didn't say whether it was true or false. Even if it is found, they are not responsible. Siegel's eyes lit up. He thinks Hardy's proposal is indeed a very good way. The batch of red wines seized are all top French red wines, and the price of each bottle is tens or even hundreds of dollars. The price of inferior red wine is even tens of cents. The value comparison is negligible. As for the clearance of customs personnel to operate this matter, Siegel is also sure, and it is enough to give the customs director a sum of money. Siegel smiled and looked at Hardy. You have a very good idea, Fred. You should have the receipts for that batch of goods. Prepare the fake wine according to the receipts. I will contact the Los Angeles customs. This matter should be possible. If it is done, we can get it back. Most of the loss. After Siegel looked at Hardy, his eyes became more admiring. This young man is not only strong in combat, but also very flexible in mind. Is a rare talent. Hardy, are you interested in movies? Siegel asked suddenly. Hardy didn't expect Siegel's topic to change so much. He almost didn't react. Movies? I like them very much. Siegel smiled. Tomorrow night, there will be a party in my estate. At that time, there will be many film company owners, agents, celebrities, and some upper-class people. You can come and play. By the way, if you have a female partner, you can bring it. Hardy said heartily. Is this a reward for yourself? Still has another profound meaning. Chapter 28. Coming out of Siegel's house, Fred patted Hardy on the shoulder. I can see that Mr. Siegel likes you very much. Work, Hardy. Yes, the boss. Hardy said. Drove back into the Ford car, thinking about the party tomorrow. He needed a suitable suit. Better to have another good car. Siegel said that you can bring a female partner, so how can you have any female partner? I wonder if Marissa is interested. Thinking of Marissa, Hardy turned the steering wheel towards Marissa's house and went downstairs and found that the door was locked. Marissa should learn to perform at this time. He knew where Marissa was in class and drove over. After finishing class, Marissa went downstairs with two beautiful girls, chatting about the content of the teacher's lecture. When she just went out, she saw a tall and handsome figure standing on the street. John, why are you here? Marissa ran to the man happily. I want to go to a party and need a suitable suit. You know that men don't know how to choose clothes. Do you have time to be my staff? Hardy looked at the woman and asked. I have time. I don't have class in the afternoon just to accompany you. Marissa smiled, turned his head and waved his two female companions, Cheryl, Evie, I won't accompany you to lunch. The two women smiled and waved goodbye. When Marissa got in the car and left, Cheryl shook her head. This man is pretty good, but judging from his dress and the car, he must have no money. What about Marissa? Will be with him? Maybe it was the so-called love that was dazzled. Ha ha ha, Evie said with a smile. Hardy didn't know, he was despised by two women. What price suit do you want to buy? Marissa asked. Upscale, tomorrow night will be a relatively high-end party. High-end suits are not cheap. It's okay, let's take a look first. Marissa looked at Hardy and thought if a man couldn't afford it, she would sponsor some of it. Coming to the most prosperous commercial district in Los Angeles, both sides are full of high-end shopping malls and specialty stores. The two walked into the Booker Brothers specialty store. Hardy had heard of this brand. It is said that it was founded in 1818, is an American luxury menswear brand. There are more than 40 American presidents wearing their suits. Marissa helped choose a set. Hardy wore a very good fit. He has a good figure and a natural clothes rack. Great John. Marissa now affectionately calls Hardy John. Hardy is also very satisfied with this suit. This is it, Marissa. help me choose a coat, 2 shirts, 2 ties, a belt, and a pair of leather shoes. He plans to buy the full set directly, and transfer it to other places without saving. After all the equipment was put on, Hardy looked very energetic. He had a good figure and showed the handsomeness of the suit perfectly. Settling the accounts and leaving a total of more than $700, Hardy settled the bill without pressure. If Marissa's 2 female companions see him now, they will definitely not treat him as a poor boy with no money. So people rely on clothing. Come with me to buy a car, Hardy said. You still want to buy a car? Marissa was slightly surprised. The cheapest car costs more than $1,000, and the better ones cost $2,000 to $3,000 or $4,000 to $5,000. Those luxury cars even cost tens of thousands of dollars. Not a small amount of money. The two came to the car shop. Hardy didn't look at the cheap Ford, but turned around in the luxury cars zone, and finally saw a beautiful car. Packard, a well-known luxury car in the United States, is marked by a swan spreading its wings. Unfortunately, in 1958, Packard Motor Company went bankrupt due to successive policy mistakes, and the Packard brand disappeared from people's sight forever. Become the swan song in people's memory. The dark blue paint and white roof of this car that Hardy fancy is very recognizable, and the overall look is elegant and generous. How much is this car? Hardy asked the salesperson. $7,850. The salesman smiled. The car is very beautiful and the price is very beautiful. Okay, I want this car. The sales were overjoyed, leading Hardy to pay the bill. Marissa was surprised how Hardy suddenly became so rich, but she was relieved when she thought of his identity. In this world, maybe no one gets rich faster than the gang, and sometimes you can make a lot of money by doing a business. My Ford, take me to 20th Street, 20, and stop on the side of the road, Hardy ordered. Don't worry, sir, I will send someone to you immediately. The salesman smiled and took the keys of the Ford car. Hardy drove Marissa away in the luxury car, sat in the car. Marissa looked at the car and then at the man. Hardy, it seems you attach great importance to tomorrow night's party. Well, there will be many Hollywood stars at the party tomorrow night. I can't shame him by the host's invitation. Hardy said. Hollywood stars party? Marissa said with envy. Hardy, when you finish the party, come back and tell me who you saw, okay? Hardy smiled and looked at Marissa. I can take my female companion. I wonder if you are interested? Marissa covered her mouth in surprise. Hardy, is it true? Are you going to take me? Do you want to? I am willing. I am very willing. Marissa couldn't help nodding her head excitedly. Then he became nervous again. For such a high-end party, I need to prepare well. I don't know if I have suitable clothes. Hardy looked at Marissa, who was a little flustered, and said with a smile, you help me choose clothes. As a thank you, I will give you an evening dress. Really? Wow, you are so kind, Hardy. Marissa hugged Hardy and kissed her hard. Chanel store. Marissa chose an evening gown. The upper body was woven with black lace and the lower body was a small plaid long skirt, which made her look dignified and sexy, and graceful with a touch of charm. This skirt costs more than $600. In this era, more than $600 is equivalent to 3 months' salary of ordinary people. It's no wonder that many new stars who are not well known, or even outdated stars, choose to rent clothes when attending events, which turns out to be really expensive. It's evening after buying clothes. Send Marissa home. The woman lay down on the car window and looked at Hardy, with a blurred look in her eyes. Would you like to come up and do it? Do what? Help me see if the evening dress fits. I'm afraid I can't help but tear it up. That won't work. Such a beautiful dress. I can't bear to let you tear her off. Marissa kissed Hardy's face and ran upstairs happily holding the clothes box. I will pick you up tomorrow evening, Hardy shouted. Okay. Drove the luxury car to Bill's house. Mentalnovel.com and parked in the garage. Bill's old Ford sales company had already delivered it, and it was parked by the road at the door. Opened the mailbox at the door and put the car key in it. Drove to the gathering place in the lower city. Henry and Neil were chatting in the lobby, and they stood up immediately when they saw Hardy coming. The gang has been accounted for and everything is going well, Hardy said. Everyone has a relaxed expression on their faces, and there is no problem with the gang, which means that their division is safe. What's going on with the Spanish gang today? Hardy asked. When leaving in the morning, Hardy told them to go out and listen to the situation. A few of us went out to make inquiries, and we just came back to talk about it. Basically, the situation is almost the same. Danny, the Spanish gang, was very angry and talked to the outside world, saying that we should find out the casino robbers at all costs. Henry said. Hardy smiled. That means they don't know who did it. The police has opened a case and announced to the public that they will conduct full investigations, but there is not much internal movement. Neil said. The police are the last thing to worry about. Hardy said. After the news was almost the same, Hardy told everyone should pay more attention to everything these days, and don't disclose anything to the outside world. From tomorrow, Sean, Ryder, Richard, and Neil, you will continue to do normal business to deliver to the bar. Henry, Matthew, Leo, Kerry, the four of you go out and continue to investigate the situation of the Spanish gang to see if there are any valuable clues. Boss, you still want to grab the Spanish gang? Matthew asked excitedly. Nothing is impossible. Hardy smiled. Chapter 29. Tomorrow I have something to do, so I won't come here. You continue to do things. Hardy finished speaking and prepared to leave. Just walked to the door and Nick came out. Boss, tell you something, Nick said. What's up? Nick took out an exquisite small box from his pocket with a Rolex label engraved on it. Boss, in order to treat my wife, you became your own watch. Today I went out and went through a Rolex watch store and saw that there were new watches. I bought one. Hardy opened the box with a little surprise. There was a delicate gold watch lying in it. It was slightly different from the one that Hardy robbed Cook, but it was more beautiful. I originally wanted to buy a piece exactly like your previous model, but the clerk said it was out of stock. This is a newly launched second-generation gold watch, so I bought this one. Neil explained. Hardy thought for a while, then raised his head to Neil and said, Thank you, Neil. I have accepted this watch. By the way, how is your wife's illness? Neil laughed. It has improved a lot. The doctor gave her penicillin and other medicines. Now she rarely coughs at night and can basically live a normal life. Dr. Murphy said that as long as she is treated for another month, she can be treated conservatively. That's great. The next day, Hardy went to the hospital to see Bill. The guy recovered well and was able to get out of bed. Seeing Hardy came over, he whispered, I read the newspaper. The Spaniards casino was robbed. It is said that the loss was more than $200,000. Do you know who did it? John? We did it, Hardy said. Bill opened his mouth wide, and an expression of annoyance appeared on his face. If I'm okay, I can make a lot of money by following your actions. What a pity. Then get better soon. Don't always put your mind on women. You have gained weight again in the 2 months in the hospital. Hardy said. He. Bill was left with a smirk. To be frank, in these 2 months, except for the beginning, the rest of the day he lived very well. Out of Bill's ward, Hardy went to visit Neil's wife again and sent a bunch of flowers. Jenny couldn't help but thank Hardy. After all, it was Hardy who brought them to Los Angeles. If it weren't for Hardy, she is still suffering, and may even be dead. It's afternoon. Hardy puts on the newly bought clothes, shirt, tie, belt, leather shoes, and finally puts on the coat. Standing in front of the mirror looks handsome and burly. At dusk, drove into the new car and came downstairs to Marissa's house. Deep Dick. Hardy got out of the car, blew the horn twice and looked up to the second-floor window. Not long after, a beautiful woman's face appeared in the window. John, I'll get down right away. The woman was wearing a dress and stepped on her high heels to go downstairs. Hardy felt her eyes bright as soon as she came out. Marissa, you are so beautiful today. The woman smiled sweetly at Hardy. I have been preparing since the morning. The two got in the car and drove to Siegel's Beverly Manor. On the way, Marissa looked at Hardy. John, I'm a little nervous. Hardy reached out and stroked the woman's hair. No need to be nervous. I believe you will be the most beautiful woman at the party. The lights are on. Many guests came to Segal Manor. There are countless luxury cars parked in the courtyard, and men and women are dressed in gorgeous clothes. Marissa got out of the car and pulled her skirt nervously. The confidence that had been cultivated by Hardy on the road disappeared again, and her arms tightened tightly. Hardy patted the woman's hand and gave her a reassuring smile. The manor is decorated in an extremely luxurious way, with a marble-carved pool in the middle, and the blue water of the lake is like a sapphire. John, it's beautiful here, Marissa praised. Walked into the villa hall. The decoration inside was magnificent. Obviously it was redecorated for the party these 2 days. There are a lot of people in the hall. People gather in twos and threes, or sit or stand and chat with their wine glasses, while others dance to the music. Men and women are full of relaxed smiles. This gorgeous scene reminds Hardy of a movie he has ever seen, The Great Gatsby. In that movie, the actor played by Xiao Lizai is a smuggler who sells bootleg alcohol. When he is rich, he spends a lot of money and mixes with the upper class. He often holds high-end parties in his castle and invites some celebrities to come and party. The banquet held by Siegel was only higher than Xili's banquet. In the corner of the hall, Hardy finally saw Siegel. Siegel also saw Hardy and the others, and said to the friends around him with a smile and walked over, "Heidi, welcome you to my party. This is your female companion, don't know how to call it?" Siegel asked Marissa with a smile. "Marissa," Hardy said. Marissa saluted Siegel slightly. "Miss Marissa is so beautiful." Siegel praised him, and turned to Hardy and said, "Have a girlfriend with you. There are many Hollywood stars here. You can talk to them and make friends." "Heidi, I will find you later, let's talk a few words alone." Hardy's heart moved. He had long felt that Siegel would not be so easy to let himself go to the party. Good Mr. Siegel took Marissa to the table, picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Marissa. She also took a glass, and Marissa suddenly pulled him. Red lips came to Hardy's ear. Marissa lowered her voice. "God, John, guess who I saw?" Although the voice is kept as low as possible, the excitement can still be heard in the woman's voice. "Who?" "Clark Gable, Brider of Gone with the Wind. He is my idol." Marissa held Hardy's hands excitedly and couldn't help shaking. Following Marissa's eyes, Hardy found the handsome middle-aged man surrounded by a group of women, with a signature mustache. Now in his 40s, Clark Gable is mature, elegant, and confident. No wonder he can become the idol of thousands of women. After a while, Marissa became excited again. "John, I saw Gloria Garson. The movie The Valorous House she starred in the previous year won the Best Actress." "She is so beautiful and graceful," exclaimed. "Wow, John, it's Cary Grant. He is here. He was nominated for an Oscar before." "John, look at the lady who is standing by the stairs and chatting with people. That is Olivia de Havilland. She played Melanie in Gone with the Wind and won the 12th Academy Awards for Best Female nominated for a supporting role." As far as she can see, Marissa has seen many big stars. She is so excited that this girl who is dedicated to chasing Hollywood dreams can only suppress herself from losing her attitude. In addition to the big stars, there are countless little stars here. The men are handsome, the women are beautiful, and the people who can come here are more or less famous. In Hollywood, the most indispensable thing is handsome men and beautiful women. Every year countless people come here to chase their dreams. You reading www.uukanzu.com can only account for a very small part of success. In addition to strength, a large part of it depends on luck. Sometimes people's luck is really important. After playing in the hall for a while and dancing a few dances, a young man in a waiter's suit came to Hardy. "Mr. Hardy, Mr. Siegel invites you to the balcony on the 2nd floor." Hardy nodded. "Marissa, play by yourself for a while. I'll meet Mr. Siegel." Hardy said. "Well, you don't have to worry about me when you go." Hardy came to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Siegel stood by the marble pillars on the balcony and looked outside. Standing in this position, The whole manor was in a panoramic view. Siegel looked at Hardy and threw him a cigar. "Thank you, Mr. Siegel." Hardy took it to himself. Siegel spit out a cigar, pointed to the manor and asked, "What do you think of this place?" "Very luxurious." "Then do you like this kind of life?" "Let's be honest." Hardy paused. "I like it." "Ha ha ha ha." Siegel laughed. "No one doesn't like this kind of life, but this kind of life needs money and strength to support." "Hardy, have you ever wanted to be the boss?" Siegel looked at Hardy's eyes and asked. Hardy looked at the distance and gave his own answer for sure. "Have." "Ha ha, well, I like people who have courage and ideals." Hardy looked at Siegel. "Mr. Siegel, I don't know what you mean by asking me these words." He, "It's very simple. I want to find a suitable person to do things for me. I think you are very good." Siegel said. Chapter 30. "Mr. Siegel, what do you need me to do?" Hardy asked. Siegel smiled. "Specially help me make money. The income from your future work will not go through the accounts of the Jewish gang. We will still be divided into 37%. I account for 30%. And 70% belong to your team." The Jewish gang does not belong to Siegel strictly speaking, but is a branch of the Italian mafia. Most of the money made by the Jewish gang is turned over to the mafia organization, and Siegel can only get part of the proceeds. If the money Hardy earned is directly handed over to Siegel, just like the share of the Spanish casino robbed last time, and directly handed over to Siegel, Siegel will have the full right to deal with the money, or directly into his private pockets. Is equivalent to digging the corner of the mafia. But this has no effect on Hardy. Secondly, being an assistant to my film company and helping me with some things. I am investing in Las Vegas. I have already bought 30 acres of land and plan to build a multifunctional and ultra-luxury casino. There will be a problem for me. For most of my energy, I still have a film company in Los Angeles. I definitely can't take care of it. You will be my assistant and help me with some company affairs. Of course, the company has special managers and department heads for normal business. You only need to supervise them. It doesn't matter if you don't understand film expertise. I just don't want someone to fool me. In fact, Siegel bought a film company, and he rarely manages it. He just wants to have a reasonable identity that can enter the upper class. The owner of the film company is very suitable. Thirdly, the construction of the casino will take about 1.5 to 2 years. After it is completed, there will need to be manpower to maintain order. At that time, I plan to take you to Las Vegas and bring your team. Vegas forms a new gang, and you become the boss of the underground in Las Vegas. This third one is a big pie. A beautiful blueprint. After hearing Siegel's words, countless thoughts flashed through Hardy's mind quickly. Siegel's proposal did not do any harm to him. Siegel must have taken a fancy to his talents. After becoming Siegel's direct subordinate, his status will also be linearly improved. Chicago Underground Emperor Al Capone. He also started as an assistant at the time, and when Johnny Torrio retired, he became the master of Chicago in one fell swoop. Only a few seconds. Hardy looked up at Siegel. "Mr. Siegel, I am willing to do things for you," Hardy said firmly. "Ha ha ha, very good. I dare say, Hardy, this is definitely a very correct decision." Siegel was very happy to hear Hardy's answer. "Tomorrow I will take you to the film company and meet the person in charge over there. Now I take you to meet a few people, all of whom are my friends. You may still need to see them for the film company in the future." Siegel took Hardy to the lobby, where there was a carnival, people chatting, laughing and having fun together. It was a high-end nightclub. Siegel brought Hardy to a few middle-aged men in suits and shoes, and said to them, "I will introduce you to me. This is my new assistant, John Hardy, a very nice young man. John, let me introduce you. This is my old friend Louis Meyer, the big boss of MGM." Siegel said. Hardy was slightly surprised. He doesn't remember the name Louis Meyer, but he is very familiar with MGM, one of the 8 major Hollywood studios. The logo is the roaring lion. Gone with the Wind is their masterpiece. There are also 007 series, Cats and the Mouse, Tom and Jerry, Clark Gable, Spencer Krause, Joan Crawford, Katharine Hepburn, Greta Garbo, Elizabeth Taylor are all their contract actors. Later, after Las Vegas became the capital city, MGM also invested heavily there and built the MGM Casino, which became one of the top 10 casinos in Las Vegas. There is also MGM Casino in Macau. This Louis Mayer is definitely a character in Hollywood. This is also my good friend, Jack Warner, one of the heads of Warner Brothers Pictures, now in charge of film production and distribution. Siegel introduced Goodfellow, is one of the 8 major film companies. Jack Warner, he had heard vaguely that Warner Brothers.'s fourth son, later became the helm of Warner. Louis Mayer and Jack Warner are both Jewish, no wonder they will become good friends. Siegel then introduced a few more people, all of whom were owners of Hollywood studios, or presidents of brokerage companies, and so on. Hardy respectfully shook hands with these big guys and received a stack of business cards. "Okay John, have fun tonight, come find me tomorrow," Siegel said to Hardy. Hardy left and went to the lobby to find Marissa. Marissa is chatting with a group of beautifully dressed men and women. Marissa has been in the Bunny Girl nightclub for so long and is very familiar with dealing with this kind of scene. The gaffe just now was only because she was a little surprised to see too many celebrities. Hardy walked over. "Marissa, I'm back. Do you know new friends? What else to talk about?" Hardy asked with a smile. Although Marissa couldn't see anything on the surface, she was still nervous. It was the first time she attended such a high-end party and saw Hardy come over and take his arm. Several men saw Marissa take Hardy's arm, and their eyes were slightly disappointed. One of the handsome men smiled and said to Hardy, "We are talking about Miss Marissa's bright and generous length, which is very suitable for performing some wide-ranging roles." Miss Marissa said that she is a student of film and television performance. "Have you also studied acting? Have you ever played any role?" "I have never played a role, nor did I learn to act." Hardy smiled. Slightly triumphantly flashed in the eyes of several men, looking at his young appearance. "I don't know a few of them yet. I'm afraid he won't make any achievements. Maybe he's just an inexperienced little actor with nice decorations, maybe just a rich second generation who came to play." "Then what do? You haven't asked for your name?" the tall man asked. "John Hardy, Mr. Siegel's assistant." Hardy said. Several people were surprised. They know Mr. Siegel's energy. They have a film company and have a very good relationship with the bosses of the 8 major film companies and the heads of famous Hollywood brokerage companies. They are just small actors. Hardy is Siegel's assistant, and their identities suddenly drop a lot. These people changed their faces very quickly, immediately put on bright smiles, and one after another reported their names and wanted to meet Hardy. Chatted for a while, and Hardy said goodbye to these people. After no one was around, Marissa took Hardy's arm and said cautiously, "Hardy, this is Mr. Siegel's house. Don't you be afraid of being exposed if you lie." "Ha ha, who told you that I lied?" "I am indeed the business assistant of Mr. Siegel's film company. Mentalnovel.com. Go and take you to meet those big stars," Hardy said, pulling Mary Shaw into the crowd on Clark Gable's side. Marissa immediately became nervous. "Do you really want to go there?" "I'm worried about being rude." "Don't you want to say a few words to your idol?" "Of course I do." "Then stand tall and follow me. It's not a big deal in fact." Throughout the party, Hardy took Marissa to meet many celebrities. Whether they knew him or not, they all went up to say hello, saying, "Hello, Mr. So-and-so, I'm your fan, and I've seen which movie you played. Come up and give a flattering first." In fact, he has never seen those movies. Many people have not even heard of them. Before contacting everyone, it was Marissa who introduced him to who the star is, what works he has played, and what awards he has won. The Xianxu is now on sale. After the first sentence closes the relationship, the second sentence immediately changes. "I am Mr. Benjamin Siegel's assistant, come to meet you, and hope to have a chance to cooperate in the future." The people who came to the party tonight naturally knew Siegel. Hardy moved out of his assistant status and immediately gained the approval of these people. In this way, Hardy got acquainted with dozens of Hollywood stars. Whether it's useful in the future, let's talk about it first. The party is over, Hardy takes Marissa and Siegel goodbye. On the way back, Marissa is still very excited. Seeing so many Hollywood stars has satisfied her countless fantasies. Send Marissa upstairs. After the door was closed, Marissa put her arms around Hardy. Her red lips whispered in his ear, "Hardy, be gentle when you tear your clothes." Tear. Chapter 31. Washan Goddess, Uni Uguotang. Broken Clothes. Carnival. The relationship between Hardy and Marissa is strange. Lover number. Getting on the boat does not mean love. From the beginning, they came to Marissa's house just to enjoy the feeling. Girlfriend. Cough cough cough. Don't mess with this word. They should be considered better friends now. The kind that fits well on the boat. Early morning. When Hardy got up, Marissa was wearing a camisole to help him get his clothes. Hardy touched it easily and smiled and said to Marissa, "I will see Mr. Siegel today and work as an assistant at his film company. I will have a chance in the future. Help you see if there are any acting roles." Marissa showed surprise. "Really? That's great." He hugged Hardy and kissed hard. After Hardy was dressed neatly and left, Marissa thought about acting in a movie in the future, with excitement on her face. But suddenly he remembered another thing. The joy disappeared and turned into sadness. She thought about it, pulled out a paper passbook from the cabinet. There is a string of numbers on it. 8,500 yuan. The money she finally saved up. The nightclub earns a lot of money, but she spends a lot of money, especially in acting and vocal classes. Sometimes a class costs dozens of dollars. Put on your clothes and step on your bag. Stuffed the passbook into the bag. Marissa went out, and a taxi happened to pass by. She raised her hand to stop her and sat in. "Where is the lady going?" 79 Wutong Avenue. Marissa reported an address. At the entrance of the somewhat dilapidated Tostery building, there is a signboard. Persian Cat Performing Arts Model Agency. Standing at the door, Marissa hesitated a little, or she felt a little reluctant and scared, because there were people she hated and hated. But she has to come for the future. Went up to the second floor. Marissa took a deep breath and knocked on the office door. Dang dang dang, come in. Marissa heard the familiar and disgusting voice again, gritted her teeth and pushed the door in. In the room sits a man in his 30s. His figure is a little thin, but his eyes are shrewd. There is a thick stack of documents on the desk, and it is obvious that the man is sorting out the information. Looked up and saw Marissa coming in. The man's eyes lit up. "Whoa, look who is here." It turns out to be the lovely Miss Marissa. The man closed the file, stood up, walked over to Marissa, and circled her around. "Marissa, I found you more beautiful. As long as you be obedient, I'm sure to make you a Hollywood star." Talked and drew Marissa's dark blonde hair. Marissa shook her head a little annoyed, and pulled her hair out of the man's hand. She felt that the man touched her and made her sick. "Mr. Sanders, I came to talk to you about something," Marissa said with a stern face. The man stepped back indifferently, came to the table, picked up a cigarette and lit a cigarette. "Say, talk to me about something." "I want to get my brokerage contract back." The man smiled gently and spread his hands gracefully. "No problem, ha, as long as you can afford the penalty, the contract can be given to you at any time." Marissa took out her passbook from her bag, opened it and put it on the table. The brokerage contract signed at the beginning. The liquidated damage is $10,000. I have $8,500 here, and I will collect the remaining $1,500 for you as soon as possible. Marissa came to Los Angeles to chase her dream, but she didn't know anything at the time. She was a country girl. This guy named Brad Sanders, who opened a small brokerage company, specifically looking for that kind young men and women who don't know anything, are the easiest to be fooled with dreams and enthusiasm. Brad Sanders accidentally found Marissa and thought that this girl was very beautiful, and then used professional skills to fool the innocent Marissa. "I will send you to a training school first. You can start with the model first. I know a lot of film company bosses and big directors. I can recommend you to make movies at that time. You will be famous and become a Hollywood star. You will make a lot of money. You can still enter the upper class." A flicker. Marissa stumbled and signed a brokerage contract with him. The contract period was 10 years. The two sides were divided into 19, Marissa 1, and Sanders 9. Marissa also raised objections to this share at the time. Sanders smiled and said to her, "You are still a rookie now, and you don't know anything. I need to invest in you. When you get results in the future and become a star, this contract naturally it will be invalidated, and a new contract suitable for your identity will be signed at that time. Don't worry about those treasures." That's all. Marissa joined the agency. But things were not what Marissa imagined. At first, she was sent for training, took a week of classes in a modeling agency, and then was dragged to perform underwear show. A group of their girls walked up and down on the stage, and under the stage was a group of old men with saliva. Marissa questioned, "What kind of model performance is this? It is clearly a." Saunders told her that this is Hollywood, and there is no shortage of beautiful girls. Every girl who wants to succeed has to pay a price. "What's the price?" Sanders smiled. "Those people in the audience, some of them are big people with identities. A director thinks you are good. I want to ask you to go to his house for a trial tonight. If you pass, you can get a role." Just like this, Marissa went to the hotel in a daze, waiting and waiting the next day, but there was no half of the news. Later, she heard some rumors among the girls who were with her. Many of the so-called directors that Sanders introduced to them were not at all. A girl had seen dozens of such directors, and in the end she had not won a single role. Marissa is not stupid. She knows that these girls are regarded as girls by that Sanders, and they are given to men to make this part of the money. Marissa was very angry and ran to Sanders' office to question, saying that if she lied to her, she would leave here. At this time, Sanders tore off the mask of hypocrisy, revealing a hideous face. "Your contract is in my hand. If you are not obedient, you cannot engage in any activities related to performing arts and singing performances in the past 10 years, otherwise it will be a breach of contract and I will send you to court." 10 years? At that time you were over 30 years old. Hee hee. Do you think there are a few 30-year-old women in Hollywood who can become famous? Follow me, I will give you a chance. As long as you work hard, there will be a successful day, otherwise you will never want to be a celebrity. You can also go back to your country and find one. A vulgar man gets married and cooks, raises pigs, and gives birth to babies every day. Ha ha ha, think about it, in 10 years, you will become a bloated aunt. Don't you think it's scary? Be obedient, you have a chance to become a big star. If you are not obedient, you will have nothing. Marissa was frightened and staggered out of Sanders' office. Continue to participate in model performances in the following days. After a period of time, that day Sanders called Marissa again and told her that another director was looking for her for an interview. Marissa endured disgust and followed the address. When the door opened, she was frightened when she saw a fat man in his 60s. Ran away by grabbing the door. She didn't dare to go back to the brokerage company, but ran to a friend's residence. Her friend came to Los Angeles with her. Because of her average appearance and no other thoughts, she chose to work in a restaurant. Marissa stayed with her for a while. Afterwards, she couldn't live anymore, so she got a job in a nightclub. Because she looked beautiful, the nightclub manager asked her if she would like to be a nightclub princess. She made a lot more money than a waiter. Marissa agreed to live. But she has always had dreams. So she made money. So she went to the teacher to learn to perform and learn to sing. She also approached Sanders halfway through, and wanted to get her contract back. Sanders naturally refused, telling her that she wanted to get the contract back unless the penalty was paid. Otherwise she would not want to get it back. She remembered that the penalty for signing the contract was $10,000. During the time in the nightclub, she has been working hard to save money. Apart from learning performance and vocal music, she has very little other expenses. She just wants to get her contract back, regain freedom. Chapter 32. Sanders picked up the passbook and looked at the numbers on it. There was a bit of greed in his eyes. $8,500. which is definitely a huge sum of money in this era. The annual income of an ordinary person is only about $2,000. Sanders' eyes moved, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he threw the passbook on the table, and said with a smile, "You can save so much money in more than a year. Won't you find a sponsor who will support you? That's really congratulations to you." Marissa took the passbook in her hand and squeezed it hard and said, "I will give you the remaining $1,500 as soon as possible. I only hope to terminate the contract." It is not a matter of $1,500 to terminate the contract. That little money is far from enough, Sanders said. Marissa was taken aback. "What do you mean by that? Isn't the contractual penalty of 10,000 yuan? Sanders curled his lips and smiled wickedly. "It's not 10,000 yuan, you must be mistaken." Walked to the safe, opened the safe, took out a file bag, and drew a contract from it. "It says 100,000 yuan on it," said, shaking the contract in front of Marissa. Marissa saw the long list of values in the amount part. It was really $100,000, and her face instantly turned pale. "How could it be 100,000? Obviously 10,000. I still have a contract in my hand," Marissa exclaimed excitedly. Sanders smirked a few times and leaned closer to Marissa, and said with a flamboyant tone, "You signed 3 contracts at the beginning, and you only looked at the top one. The one given to you is indeed 10,000 yuan, but the remaining 2 are 100,000 yuan. When you signed the contract, you signed it without looking at it." "She is really a cute and innocent girl. Ha 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 ha. I also have a contract in hand, and I may not lose to you in a lawsuit." Marissa gritted her teeth and said, "She has come into contact with many people and things over the past year, and has grown a lot. She will not be fooled by a word from Sanders." Lawsuit. Ha ha, you will definitely lose. I have one here, and the contract notary office also has one. The above is 100,000 yuan. Even if I get to the court, I will definitely be judged to win. Girl, you are still too tender. You are a greedy rascal. So what? I have a contract in my hand. Sanders looked smug. Marissa burst into flames. Looking at the contract swaying in Sanders' hand, she stretched out her hand frantically to grab it. Sanders had already guarded Marissa and moved much faster than her. He quickly closed his hand and hid the contract behind him. With the other hand, he grabbed Marissa's slender neck and pushed her hard against the wall. Boom! Marissa's head slammed against the wall, hit her head dizzy. Sanders pinched Marissa by the neck, pressed her against the wall, stretched her face to her, staring at the woman fiercely and shouted, "Bitch, don't want to run away from me? Give you a chance. Go to your benefactor for $100,000, otherwise you will never want to leave. Go back and beg your big gold master, kneel in front of him, be careful when serving, let him play with you a few more times, I believe you still have a chance." Ha ha ha. Sanders' hands were very hard, and Marissa lay breathless, her entire face flushed. Boom! Under the rush, Marissa raised her leg and gave Sanders a kick. Sanders screamed in pain and jumped out. Marissa saw the opportunity, turned and ran out. Sanders' cursing came from behind. "Marissa, you bitch, if you don't get 100,000 yuan, I won't let you escape my palm easily." Marissa staggered down the stairs and quickly rushed to the street. This was the 3rd time she had escaped here in such embarrassment. Waved his hand to stop the taxi, opened the door and rushed into the car, and asked the driver to drive quickly. Marissa felt safer when the taxi had left for a certain distance. Although it was safe, Marissa's heart sank to the bottom. She only knows now that Sanders, that demon, did not lie to her once, but twice. He even moved his hands and feet on the contract. That wants to drain himself completely. 100,000. The money is simply astronomical to her. How could she have given out $100,000? After returning home, looking at the bruises and scratches on her neck in the mirror, thinking about the experience just now, Marissa couldn't help crying. Hardy came to Siegel Manor. Siegel invited Hardy to have breakfast. After breakfast, The two went to the film company by car. Noah's Ark Film Company. Hollywood at this time, because of the rapid development, film companies have sprung up. Many are in the state of leatherbag companies, spend tens of dollars to register a company, collect a few $1,000s, rent a machine and dare to start filming. Noah's Ark is incomparable to the 8 major Hollywood studios, but among the thousands of Hollywood studios, it is definitely in the upper reaches. Has its own office building, film production department, performing arts department, marketing department, finance department, administration department, and legal department are all available. Has its own contracted actors, contracted directors and screenwriter teams. All kinds of equipment are complete. Is fully capable of making a movie independently. Also has distribution rights. Judging from these conditions, Noah's Ark surpasses most film companies and is already very powerful. But for Siegel, the film company is just a tool for him to enter the upper class, because since he took over the film company, he has never made any money from him, and he has to get in some more every year. Seeing the boss coming, General Manager Cohen brought someone out to greet him. "I want to introduce you, this is my new assistant John Hardy." Cohen summoned the company management to announce to them. Siegel pointed to Hardy and said. Cohen smiled and looked at Hardy. "Hello, Mr. Hardy." He stretched out his hand. "Hello, Manager Cohen. It's nice to meet you." Hardy shook hands politely with the other party. After convening a meeting with the management and introducing Hardy, Siegel asked about the company's business conditions. Cohen said, "Recently, I am planning to shoot a Western theme movie. The screenwriter already has the first draft of the script. I am a friend of 3. Discover the story of competing for gold mines. Are you sure to make money in this movie?" Siegel asked when he looked at Cohen. "You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Oh, the screenwriter team said that this story is very good. The director team said that the film is full of human conflicts, and the film should be very thoughtful." Cohen said. Hardy sat next to him, his eyebrows cocked. "If a movie talks about human nature and the height of thinking, it is basically insulated from the box office. How many movies with the same height of thinking and box office can have in history? It is obvious that the strength of people like Noah's Ark. I'm afraid I can't make such a classic movie." "How much money is expected?" Siegel asked. "The filming cost is estimated to be $700,000. The company can only spend $150,000. See Mr. Siegel?" Cohen looked at Siegel and asked. What he meant was to ask Siegel if he wanted to invest money. Siegel's biggest idea now is to build a Las Vegas casino. He is short of money, so there is no spare money to invest in movies. "I don't plan to invest in this movie, so please follow the normal process," Siegel said lightly. "Okay, then I will contact other film companies to ask if I can get investment," Cohen said quickly. After saying this, Siegel was about to leave the film company, and told Hardy when he left that he was going to Las Vegas during this time, and he would call if something happened. After Siegel left, Cohen and other department heads exchanged greetings with Hardy. After getting to know each other, Cohen took Hardy to an office. "Hardy, this is the office of the assistant to the chairman. You can work here from now on." Cohen smiled. "Thank you, General Manager. You can call me John later." Hardy said. "Then we will cooperate more." Cooperate a lot. Chapter 33. After the General Manager Cohen left, Hardy moved to the film company, and all departments took a look, understood the situation, and soon came to the Performing Arts Department. Performing Arts Department is mainly responsible for artist signing, training, arranging performances, selecting actors for movies and other things. Thomas, the director of the Performing Arts Department, saw Hardy coming and stood up and shook hands with a smile. "Assistant Hardy, you are welcome to come to the company. If you want to know about the Performing Arts Department, please feel free to ask me." After talking for a while, Hardy asked, "What are the requirements for signing a new actor?" "The handsome men and the beautiful women feel promising. You can sign the initial contract and then train them. Every year, the company recruits more than a dozen new artists, but so far, there has not been a big star, At most, it is hovering on the third and fourth lines. Thomas said. What kind of primary contract do the artists get paid? Yes, $40 per week, 19% of the income from performing arts. The company takes 90%, and the contract period ranges from 6 to 10 years. However, after gaining some fame, the share will gradually increase. How much can be divided depends on the artist's own strength. Thomas said. 9 divided into 9, really a vampire treaty. But that's it. Many people are still eager to flock to this circle. There are many people who do their best to improve their fame and can make various sacrifices. I have a friend who really wants to enter the show business circle. Of course, she must start as a junior actor. Hardy's sentence was naturally asked on behalf of Marissa. She used she in Hardy's words, and Thomas had a clear understanding in his heart. Hardy is the newly appointed assistant of the boss, and he is also a senior management member of the company. Thomas also wants to have a good relationship with him. Now is the opportunity to come to the door. No problem. If you have time to ask your friends to come for an interview. This year the campaigners' contract quota has been used up, but it will be in 1946 in a dozen days. The company will start a new contract plan. If your friend is suitable, you can sign an artist contract with the company. Thomas smiled. Hardy smiled. Then we'll talk when we have time. I'll go to other departments to see. Hardy smiled and stretched out his hand to Thomas. Thomas shook his hand. I don't know if it's a farewell or a deal. Some people say that Jianghu is human love and sophistication. This sentence is applicable in many places, such as officialdom, shopping malls, and workplaces. When I returned to my office, someone had already sent me detailed information about the company, including financial status, company personnel, equipment reserves, and so on. If you want to really understand a company, it is the fastest way to start with these information. Hardy looked at the information carefully. After coming to this world, Hardy discovered one thing. In addition to his physical recovery ability has been greatly strengthened, his memory is also much stronger than before. Although he has not reached the level of memorability, he can read it and write down 40% to 50%. No problem. As long as you read it a few times, you can write down all of it, and you can remember it very firmly. This can be considered a cross cheat. It was dark outside when Hardy finished reading the information. Look up at the time. 6:30. Go to the Xiaching factory base. Seems to be fine. Go back to Bill's to sleep. It's better to go to Marissa, and by the way, you can tell her the good news that she can sign Nose, Arkansas. She will be very happy if she wants to come. Drove downstairs to Marissa's house. Hardy found the window was dark. Isn't it at home? Ring the doorbell. Not long after the door opened, after seeing that it was Hardy, Marissa stroked her hair in a panic and let him into the house. I didn't expect you to come over. After closing the door, Marissa hid her face aside, deliberately hiding it from Hardy. But all this can't escape Hardy's eyes. He saw that the woman's eyes were slightly red and swollen, and he had obviously cried. Found a circle of bruises on the woman's neck again. Hardy frowned. Marissa, what happened? Hardy asked softly. Nothing. Marissa said in a dodging tone. Her business has nothing to do with Hardy. She doesn't want Hardy to worry about her own affairs. Hardy is a small gang leader. I am afraid she does not earn as much every month, and cannot solve her troubles. Tell me what happens to Marissa. Maybe I can share some of it for you. Some things may not be a good thing to bear alone. Hardy stroked the woman's hair and whispered softly. At this moment, Marissa felt like being cared for. Her eyes flushed unconsciously, and tears couldn't help streaming down from big ones. Sobbed. Marissa told Hardy what happened today. Hardy's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Persian Cat Model Performing Arts Economic Company. Brad Sanders. He remembered the name. Marissa shed tears as she spoke. The crystal clear tears glided across her white cheeks. Under the light, gives people a poignant feeling. Heidi, I think it over. No longer have celebrity dreams, as long as I don't become an actor or sing. That Sanders can't control me. From tomorrow, I won't go to acting and vocal classes. so I can save a lot of money. When I said this, my tears flowed more. Hardy reached out and embraced Marissa, letting her head rest on his shoulders. No, I think you should still learn it. That is your favorite thing, isn't it? You can show it to me by myself. I also like to hear you sing. Hardy comforted. Christmas is coming soon. How are you going to spend it? Hardy asked. This sudden change of subject made Marissa feel a little shocked. I am alone in Los Angeles. How can I live? I'm alone too. Are you going to spend Christmas with me? Marissa raised her head, no longer crying, looking at Hardy with watery eyes. Will you give me a gift? Hardy asked with a smile. Of course. What do you like? Hardy shook his head. You can't ask for a Christmas gift. Then you lose the sense of mystery. I hope it is a special gift that I like. It seems that I also have to prepare well, and then I will give you a gift you like. Hardy smiled. Marissa finally calmed down, made a simple dinner. The two lie on the bed and hug each other. Mentalnovel.com. Do nothing. Just chatting lightly, the woman slowly fell asleep in Hardy's arms. The next day, Hardy drove to the Xiaoqing factory. Except for Shawn Ryder to deliver the goods, Henry and the others are there. Is there any big news from the Spanish gang? Hardy asked. They are still looking around for news of the casino robbery, and even offered a reward of $10,000. But we did it very cleanly, leaving no clues. The Spaniards can't track us down, Henry said. At this time Leo said, Boss, Kerry and I overheard a news that Spain is helping to expand the drug business. There will be a big drug deal recently, but I haven't heard the details. The Spanish casino was robbed and lost more than 200,000 cash. Moreover, the casino was unable to operate normally in a short period of time and the loss was huge. It is estimated that Danny is planning to expand the drug business to make up for other losses. Hardy thought for a while. Leo, Kerry, you two will investigate this clue, but you must pay attention to your safety. We know the boss. Hardy turned to look at Henry and Matthew, and said to both of them, you two will help me investigate a man named Brad Sanders, the manager of Persian Cat Model Performing Arts Economics Company on Sycamore Street. Good boss. Is this person important? Henry asked. Well, it's very important. Hardy nodded lightly. He didn't rush into action. Killing is easy. May not be the best result. The ancestors have said long ago that only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one fight 100 battles. Chapter 34. Within 2 days, a copy of the information was delivered to Hardy. Brad Sanders, 38 years old, Australian origin, manager of Persian Cat Model Performing Arts Company, one of the company partners, holds 36% of the shares. The information behind also includes his residence and daily activities. This guy divorced a few years ago and now has no wife. He often brings his contracted artists home, both men and women. Sanders has been taken to court by many contracted artists, but he wins every time because he holds their contract in his hand. This guy is a typical black agent. There are many brokerage companies in Hollywood, and they don't have any resources, but they say they are crazy, tricking those boys and girls who have dreams and ignorance to go to Hollywood to sign contracts. As soon as they sign a contract, they are put on shackles by various means or seduction or coercion, gradually develop them into female ducks to make money for themselves. If there is a slight resistance, he will threaten it with a contract. Under the huge liquidated damages, many people had to compromise. There are many brokerage companies like this for later generations, and many people are still deceived every year. After reading the information, Hardy said, even if he kills the guy directly, it seems useless. Sanders is just one of the shareholders. He died, and Marissa's contract still cannot be cancelled. Tapped his finger on the desktop, slowly thought about how to solve this matter. When I came to Noah's Ark Film Company, I called the staff of the administrative department, helped me contact a few brokerage companies. It means that our company is going to expand the performance department staff in the year. Let them bring information. If there is suitable, we are willing to buy. Come down. After finishing speaking, Give the staff a list of brokerage companies. Good Assistant Hardy. The staff took the list and contacted those companies. It's normal to buy actors in Hollywood. Many of the big stars of later generations came from small agencies before they became famous, and they signed with big film companies after they became famous. Sanders received a call from Nozark Film Company, and felt a little excited. For small brokerage companies like them, the biggest way to make money is to sell the artist contracts in their hands to large companies. Nozark Film Company is not a small company. This time it may be able to make a fortune. The next day, Sanders came to Nozark Film Company, although he came quite early. But there are already two brokerage company leaders in front of him. Both sides know each other, and give a few fake greetings. Mr. Walter, Assistant Hardy invites you in. The staff called the first agent into the house. About 10 minutes later, Walter walked out a little frustrated. Sanders hurriedly stopped him. Walter, didn't the other party fancy it? That Mr. Hardy has a very high vision. He is only interested in the two artists in my hand, but the offer is very low. The transfer fee is only $5,000 per person. I have to go back and consider it. Walter said and left. The second agent came out, and Sanders could see that this guy was probably not very successful either. Entering the office, Sanders saw a young man sitting behind his desk. The nameplate on the table read the Assistant Chairman, John Hardy. Sanders stepped forward with a smile on his face. Hello Assistant Hardy. I'm Brad Sanders, manager of Persian Cat Model Performing Business Company. Hardy glanced at this guy lightly. Mr. Sanders, please sit down and show me the artist profile. Sanders quickly handed over a thick stack of information. Hardy turned it over, and after looking at 4 or 5 of them, he saw Marissa's profile, with some pictures of Marissa on it. The Marissa in the photo looks a little immature. It should have been taken 2 years ago. She didn't stay too much. After a few glances, she put it aside and continued to look down. There are 11 documents in total. I have to say that although this Sanders is a jerk, he has a good eye for picking people. The artist in Sanders' hands is obviously a level higher than the previous 2 agencies. Hardy went through the information again and pulled out 5 of them, including Marissa. These 5 people, each will give you $5,000. Hardy said lightly. Sanders took the information and looked at it. I have to say that this Assistant Hardy has a really good vision. These 5 people are the best in his hands. Mr. Hardy, the price you gave is too low. I think their worth can reach $10,000. Sanders smiled. Hardy shook his head. I don't have any performance experience, and I don't have any work that can be obtained. To put it bluntly, it is no different from a group performance. If I find a group performance, I only need to pay a few dollars a day, and a lot of people will come. Hardy said. They have signed contracts for 10 years. And they still have 8 or 9 years of contracts. They may become big stars in the future. Sanders argued. So what? Now they are worthless. Each of them is $6,000. No matter how much more. Hardy said. Hearing the price of $6,000, Sanders was already a little tempted, but he was a shrewd little businessman. He began to introduce Hardy to each person's strengths, and exaggerated their advantages as much as possible, hoping to sell more money. As for the liquidated damages of $10,000 or $100,000 in the contract, it is just a means of defrauding artists. The chance of getting this money from them is very small, so it is better to sell it directly. $6,500 per person, it won't be more. If you think it is not suitable, I will find another company. Hardy said a little impatiently. Okay, I agree. Another $2,500 was made, and Sanders was already satisfied. And among these artists, there are still 1 or 2 who are in trouble. They may not get a penny in their own hands, so it is better to sell them. When do you think we sign? Sanders asked. Tomorrow, we both prepare the information, and we will directly sign the contract to complete this transaction. Hardy said. Okay. Sanders quickly agreed with a smile. Actually, Hardy made this recruitment privately. He just used the role of assistant to the chairman of Nozark, so that the other party would not be suspicious. He is still not qualified to use company funds, and it is still tens of thousands of dollars. But Hardy had already thought of this level. The day before yesterday, he asked someone to buy a shell broker company and changed its name to Hardy Economic Company. Simple and easy to remember. Hardy owns 100% of the shares. After Sanders left, Hardy came to the company's legal department and asked the staff here to help him draw up a sales contract. The next afternoon, the sky is gloomy with light rain. Sanders came to a bar on Sunset Street with the contract. He did not understand why the contract was not at the film company but at the bar. But he has no doubts about Hardy's identity, is just a little surprised. The car parked on the side of the road and walked into the bar box. Hardy was already sitting there waiting for him. There was a middle-aged man in a suit beside him. Sanders hurried forward with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Hardy. Have you brought all the contracts?" Hardy asked. Brought, said as he took out a stack of contracts in his purse and handed it over. Hardy did not answer, but the middle-aged man next to him took it. This is the person from the legal department of the company. He is responsible for checking the contract. Professional people are allowed to do professional things. Are you right? Yes, Mr. Hardy is right. Sanders smiled. After reading all the contracts, the middle-aged nodded to Hardy. Assistant Hardy, the contract is okay. Thank you then. Hardy thanked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man left the box, and Hardy pushed the sale and purchase agreement to Sanders. Let's see. If there is no problem, sign the contract. Sanders picked up the contract and looked seriously. He is also a master at playing with the contract, knowing that the water is deep inside, for fear of problems, so he looked carefully. There is no problem with the content of the contract. It is a normal purchase and sale contract. But Hardy's brokerage company is the next sign. Sanders asked, a little surprised, Mr. Hardy, why is Hardy's agency? Shouldn't it be Nozark Film Company? Hardy had already guessed that this guy would have this question. You reading www.youcansu.com said in no hurry. The Hardy Brokerage Company is a subsidiary of Nozark & Saw. It has just been established to better manage the contracted artists. I will be responsible for this area in the future. Whether it is Hardy's agency or Nozark Films, it has nothing to do with our contract. Hardy left Sanders. Yes, it doesn't matter. It's actually the same. Sanders smiled. Large companies will open many subsidiaries, and the relationship between the companies is complicated, but this has nothing to do with his business, and he can sign the contract if there is no problem. Sanders picked up the pen and signed his name. Hardy got the contract. From this moment on, Marissa's economic contract is transferred to Hardy, and now Hardy is Marissa's big boss. The father of money took out a paper bag from the side and threw a few stacks of money on the table. 32,500 yuan, count it yourself. Sanders quickly took the money and counted it. Hardy lit a cigar, the blue smoke rose, and his eyes narrowed to look at Sanders, who was counting the money. Soon after finishing the count, Sanders smiled and put the money in his purse. The amount is right, Mr. Hardy. It's really nice to work with you. Then he'll leave. I will give it to you. Hardy picked up the contract and stood up. You are too kind. The two pushed the door and came out. The light rain was still falling. Sanders said goodbye and got into the car, started the car and drove away. At this time, a black Ford car on the side of the road started and followed Sanders' car. Hardy looked in his eyes with a slight smile on his face, flicked the file bag in his hand, and got into his car and left. Chapter 35. Sanders drove home, and was very excited along the way. When he signed the contract, he didn't spend a penny, so he fooled the girls to sign a contract with him. In just 1 or 2 years, each person sold more than $6,000. This kind of business can be said to be costless. As for the life and death of those girls in the future, he doesn't care. Back to the agency, and when I got off the car, I looked at the somewhat dilapidated Tostery building. Sanders wondered that next year, he should rent a better place to make it like a big company. That way, it would be better to trick girls into hooking. You can also recruit a few more subordinates, scatter them, and let them find people everywhere. If you can sign 30 contracts a year, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you can fool 50, that's $300,000. Fudge 100, that is $500,000 to $600,000. Ha ha ha, he'll be rich at that time. Took a brisk pace to go upstairs, opened the office door with the key, turned around and topped his hips. The door closed with a bang, turned and plugged it in, put the leather bag on the table, came to the small bar to pour himself a glass of wine, turned on the phonograph, and suddenly beautiful music came out. Drank a sip of wine, and slid 2 steps briskly with the music. Came to the desk, took out the banknotes from the inside, looked at the thick pile of money on the table. Sanders lay on it and sniffed vigorously. The smell of money is so good. Opened a drawer at the bottom of the desk, found a long key from it, walked to a painting on the wall, pushed the painting aside, revealing a small safe at the back. Insert the key, turn the code lock, and the safe opens with a click. Contains some important information and a wad of banknotes, which is not more than 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Sanders put the money he earned today neatly in it, admiring the thick stack of banknotes. He felt very fulfilled. Bang bang bang. Just then the office door was knocked suddenly. Sanders was shocked. He hurriedly closed the safe door, pulled out the key and put it in his pocket, dialed the password, and pushed the painting back to its original position. "Who?" Sanders asked as he walked to the door. "Check the water meter." A male voice came from outside the door. Sanders wondered. "Check the water meter? Do I have a water meter here?" Opened the door while talking. "Did you make a mistake?" Before Sanders could finish speaking, a black hole muzzle was directly on his face, and Sanders did not dare to make any noise. Sanders realized at this time that he was robbed of the house. Heng used a gun against Sanders' head to let him enter the room. Sanders stepped back in. Just after closing the door, Matthew punched Sanders in the stomach. Boom-o! Sanders let out a moan. This punch made him feel that his appetite and intestines were all mixed together. He fell to the ground in pain, curled up into dried shrimps. After Sanders was knocked down, Matthew didn't let him go. He took out the rope from his pocket and tied Sanders' arm behind his back. Henry searched the house, focusing on Sanders' leather bag, which contained only some documents and no money. Henry came to Sanders, crouched down and searched him, except for his wallet, which only had a safe key. "Tell me, where is the safe?" Henry asked. "I don't have a safe. That is the key to my house," Sanders said painfully. Matthew grabbed Sanders and punched him in the stomach again. "Ah!" Sanders couldn't help crying out in pain. Henry sneered, holding the key of the safe. "Do you think we are fools? This is clearly the key to the safe, and the brand belongs to Diebold," said, shaking the key in front of Sanders' eyes. "There is a trademark on the key handle." "No, no, I have no money. You can't take my money," Sanders cried. Boom! He was greeted with another hard punch. Behind the painting, Henry found the safe, inserted the key in and turned around and asked Sanders, "Tell me the code." 091521. Turn the code lock and the safe pops up. Reveal the banknote inside. Sanders is heartbroken at this moment. Just made a lot of money. He was about to be snatched away before he covered his heat. His heart was bleeding. Henry glanced at Matthew, and Matthew knowingly slapped Sanders on the back of the neck. Gah! Sanders fainted. Henry took out all the money in the safe and put it in Sanders' purse. The other items did not move, and the safe was locked again. The password was messed up, the key was pulled out, and the painting was reset. Henry sorted out the office again, and no one would find out that there had been a robbery here. "Okay, let's go." The two went out with Sanders. The door was locked, and they soon arrived downstairs. A car parked at the front door of the brokerage company, waiting for Neil in the car to get out of the car and open the rear door. Henry and Matthew framed the door. Sanders got into the car quickly. The door closed and the car drove away from the brokerage company. Within a few seconds, no one noticed what was happening here. The car drove out of downtown Los Angeles and came to a wild forest. At this time, a car had been parked here, and a pit that could accommodate one person was dug in the wild. The car stopped. Henry took the leather bag and got into the car. After seeing Hardy, he smiled and said, "Boss, you got your money back." "It's a lot," and it's more than 4,000 more. It should be the kid himself. Hardy nodded in satisfaction. I only get my money back, so you have more than 4,000 points, Hardy said. The few people next to them all laughed happily. They didn't expect that there would be money to do such a small job. 8 of them, each could get $500. Boss, how do you deal with this guy? Henry asked. Didn't the pit have been dug? Hardy said. Sanders was dragged out of the car, and the cold rain hit him in the face, awakening him at once, and before he could react, he was severely thrown into the pit. He reacted immediately. Endless sense of fear came to my heart. Ah, no, don't kill me. Sanders struggled hard and kept twisting his body, but he was tied so sturdily that he could break free. Wow, wow. Leo and Nick used shovel to fill the soil. Sanders is more frightened. Who are you and why you want to kill me? I'm from the Spanish gang. If you kill me, Red Danny will not let you go, Sanders shouted heartbreakingly. The people buried in the soil stopped moving and turned to look in the direction of the car. Hardy naturally heard Sanders scream. He really didn't expect this. Sanders turned out to be a member of the Spanish gang. But think about it. What this guy does is scams. They trick girls into signing contracts and organizing them to sell their bodies. If the resistance is either intimidation or threat, it is no different from crime. If there is no gang support behind him, this guy might not be able to do so much. Henry, go and ask what else he knows. Hardy told Henry next to him. Henry walked over and began to ask. Sanders just wants to survive now, and answer all questions about Henry. How much do you know about the Spanish gang? I don't know much. I'm only responsible for that brokerage company, and I don't participate in the others. Your brokerage company also helped Spain. I account for 40% and gangs account for 60%. How many brokerage companies are there in Spain? I know 3 of them. Then the names of the other 2 came out. Mentalnovel.com. What will happen to the people you signed with? Some were sold, some went to Juan, some ran away, and some were sent to film companies to make movies. What movie company? The Honest Film Company. The Spanish gang has an honest film company of its own, called MJ Pictures, which specializes in making this kind of movies. In the past few days, Hardy has read a lot of information about Hollywood, and he has actually seen the name of the film company Mickey. In addition to more than 1,000 regular film companies, Hollywood also has nearly 300 Chengren film companies, which also produce a large number of films every year. Many Chengren film companies often have higher performance than regular film companies. However, the government also knows the dangers involved, so it rarely issues licenses to Chengren films. There are only more than 20 Chengren films companies in Hollywood that have legal licenses, but this includes the Magic Movie. I didn't expect it to be the industry of the Spanish gang. Cheated signing a contract and forced to sell his body. In the end, he either entered Juan or went to shoot Chengren movies. It was really a one-stop service. It's not enough to lie down on the girls and blood, and they have to hit the bones to the marrow. If it weren't for Marissa to escape, the end is definitely what he said. Is extremely miserable. Hardy glanced at the guy in the pit from a distance, and said coldly, "Buy it, help." No, let me go. Please let me go. With a scream, Sanders was buried in the soil. After filling in, Matthew and the others flattened the soil before leaving. The grass here should be 1% tall next year. Chapter 36. After class, Marissa walked out of the classroom with her friends Cheryl and Evie. Cheryl's eyes were sharp and she saw a beautiful limousine parked across the road. Dark blue body and white roof, elegant and atmospheric. The logo is a swan with wings spread out. Wow, look, that car is Packard, Cheryl whispered. Evie also saw the Packard, and said with bright eyes, "This car is so beautiful, I'm afraid it will cost tens of thousands of dollars." Seeing Packard in this era is the same as seeing the luxury Bentley and Rolls-Royce in later generations. Just as the two praised the car, the door opened and a man in a straight suit got out of the car. The two women found that the man was well-dressed and handsome, with a gold watch in his hand. The eyes of the two women suddenly appeared a little light. Did you come to the street to find a female companion? The two of them stiffened unconsciously, with sweet smiles on their faces, which made them look more beautiful and pleasant. But they have a feeling. Where did they seem to have met this man? Marissa. Hardy gave a soft cry. John. Marissa waved at Hardy happily, said to the two girls around him, "My friend is here to pick me up. I will go first. Yes, Christmas Eve tonight, Christmas tomorrow. I wish you Christmas Eve and Merry Christmas in advance." After talking, Trot across the road just ran to the car. Hardy took out his hand from behind. "A bunch of flowers, beautiful roses. For you. It's so beautiful." Marissa took the flower and kissed Hardy's face. The two got into the car, and Packard started to leave, leaving two girls on the side of the road looking at each other. "Is that Marissa's friend?" Evie asked in surprise. "I remember. It was the man who drove the Ford to pick up Marissa the other day. It turns out that he is so rich." Cheryl finally remembered who Hardy was. At first, they seemed to have discussed that Marissa was wasting time with such men. "Did you see his clothes? It should be Brother Booker. The car is Packard. The gold watch on his wrist is definitely a Rolex. This outfit can buy a luxury apartment in Los Angeles." Evie said with envy. Cheryl pouted. "Who knows if it is rented?" This sentence is sour. Envy should be there. Why is it not oneself? Hardy and Marissa had dinner at an Italian restaurant. Go shopping and watch the lights. Went to the cinema again to see a movie, the classic movie Casablanca, which was released in 1942 and won an Oscar in 1944. I have to say that Ingrid Bergman in the movie is really beautiful. She seems to be just 30 years old this year. After watching the movie, the two drove home and came to the living room Marissa to sit down with Hardy, pour him a glass of cherry wine, and turn on the music. Smiled charmingly at Hardy. "I prepared a gift for you. I'll go to the room to get it for you. Don't come in and take a peek." Hardy smiled and nodded, waiting for Marissa to enter the house. Hardy took out a portfolio from his pocket, and he also prepared a present for Marissa. "Sit comfortably on the sofa and listen to music and drink." Not long time. The bedroom door opened a gap slightly. A long, slender, straight leg protruded from the crack of the door. Lace stockings, high heels, dancing to the music. This leg is enough to play for a year. The door is ajar. Marissa was wearing a beautiful camisole, and she leaned on the door and gave Hardy a charming smile. "I bought a few clothes specially for you to tear off at night." Took the model step and walked to Hardy's side and sat on the man's lap. "Hardy, do you like this gift?" "I like it, Marissa. I also prepared a gift for you." "What is it?" Marissa asked happily. Hardy picked up the portfolio from the side table and handed it to the woman. The woman looked at Hardy in surprise, and gently opened the portfolio. When she pulled out the contract to see the content, her face was full of shock. "John, this is my economic contract. Is it true?" Marissa asked in disbelief. "Of course it is true. I have bought your economic contract. And now that Sanders can no longer control you, this contract is on me now. When Christmas is over, I will accompany you to revoke the original contract, and you will be completely free from then on. This is my Christmas present for you. How do you like it?" Marissa became more excited as she listened, and finally she heard her eyes turn red. She hugged the contract hard, and her tears rolled down uncontrollably, finally turned into a whining cry. Lay on Hardy's shoulder and cried happily. The previous experience was simply a nightmare for her and kept her living in fear. Hardy took back her brokerage contract. To Marissa, it was like the prince slaying the dragon and taking her out of the abyss. Rescued. Marissa hugged Hardy hard and kissed him deeply. For a long time, the two separated. The melancholy on Marissa's face was gone, and her whole face looked radiant. Looked at his contract again. "John, I can act and sing again in the future, right?" Marissa asked with excitement while hugging Hardy. "Of course. Remember what I told you last time? I am now an assistant of the Noah's Ark Film Company. After you regain your freedom, you can sign a contract with Noah's Ark and so there will be many acting opportunities in the future," Hardy said. Marissa was throbbing on Hardy's thigh with excitement. Suddenly remembered something. "Hardy, I have an idea. I want to change my name. When I was learning acting, the teacher told us that the actor needs a more recognizable name. The name Marissa is too common. There are 3 girls named Marissa in our village. The teacher suggested that I should change her name when I debut. I also want to change it and say goodbye to my previous self, Marissa said. Have you ever thought about changing the name? Hardy asked with a smile. What do you think of the name Ava? My last name is Gardner. Do you think the name Ava Gardner is good, Hardy? Marissa asked with a smile. Hardy was stunned, looked at Marissa in surprise. He did not expect that the girl in his arms turned out to be Ava Gardner. What's the matter, John? You don't like this name? Marissa looked at Hardy in a daze and asked, You are reading www.uukansu.com. Oh no, this name is very good. Marissa laughed. Since you think it's good, I will call Ava Gardner from now on. Marissa made a decision. Remember, call me Ava from now on. The woman stroked Hardy's cheek and said, Good Ava. If he remembers correctly, Ava Gardner is the 25th greatest actress in a century by the American Film Institute. The 3rd is Audrey Hepburn, the 4th is Ingrid Bergman, the 6th is Marissa Monroe, the 7th is Elizabeth Taylor, and the 16th is Vivian Lee. In the late 1940s, Ava Gardner gradually emerged, known as the new generation of goddess in Hollywood, and became one of the most sought-after actresses in Hollywood. The film that he filmed later also won an Oscar nomination for the Best Actress, and left a handprint on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Was not replaced by Marilyn Monroe until the mid-1950s. But Marissa in my arms, do not, should be called Ava Gardner now. Is that Gardner in history? The time and space that I traveled through is not any historical time and space at all, and Hardy can't understand many things that are specious. Ava Gardner looked at the handsome man, lay down, and whispered in the man's ear, Hardy, don't you plan to open and see your gift? The sound is delicate and attractive. Hardy picked up the woman, stood up, and walked to the bedroom. Tonight is a wonderful Christmas Eve. Chapter 37. A Good Night Dream. Hardy suddenly felt itchy on his face. Touch it with your hand. Grabbed a delicate little hand. Open one's eyes, it's already dawn outside. The sun shines into the room from the window. Ava Gardner lay next to her, half covered with the quilt showing her fragrant shoulders. She was teasing Hardy with her hands, but he caught him. The woman looked at him with big beautiful eyes. What's the matter, Ava? Why are you looking at me like this? Hardy asked the woman with a smile. Hardy, I just thought about it. It's better to leave my brokerage contract with you. Haven't you already established a brokerage company? It'll be your Ida, Ava Gardner said. I don't have time to manage the artists, Hardy said. Then I will be more free, as long as you see any opportunity to think of me. That's enough, Ava Gardner said with a smile. Hardy thought for a while. In fact, it is not too much trouble to get a brokerage company. The big deal is to hire several brokers. Okay, then I will find a few brokers, get the brokerage company up, then change your contract, and divide it into 5,050. This is the treatment of Hollywood stars. Hardy looked at the woman. Thank you, boss. Ava Gardner looked happy. Today is Christmas. On a day of carnival in the city, there are floats passing by the street, people everywhere in the mall, and the song White Christmas is playing on the phonograph. Hardy is enjoying the first Christmas in this world, but some people are not idle. The Spanish gang was robbed of the casino and lost more than $200,000 in cash. Also, because the casino was bombed, many people were killed, and the casino could only be temporarily closed. Danny sent people to look for the murderer, and even issued a reward to pursue the murder, but so far there is no clue, which makes him very annoyed. Burstein, how is the shipment? Danny asked his military division. It should be at sea, or the original route. The big boat will drive to the sea and then use the boat to the dock, Burstein said. Danny turned the cigar in his mouth, and ordered, this time the transaction volume is 5 times the previous one. It must be safe and there should be no problems. Having been in business for so long, Danny is already familiar with it. But this time it still made him faintly nervous. After all, The transaction volume this time is much higher than before. The staff is ready. As long as the goods arrive at the port, the transaction will be done immediately, and the other party will leave with the money. We will deliver the goods to the secret location. It takes less than an hour before and after, Burstein said. Well, be sure to be foolproof. Just then the door was knocked. Coming. Danny's boss named Cranston walked in. Boss, I'm reporting an intelligence to you, which may be related to the robbery of the casino. These days, Danny has been tracking down the casino robbery, but he has no clue. Now I heard Cranston say that there is intelligence about the casino robbery. What information? I found a situation under my hand. Do you remember Bill from the Jewish gang? The guy who clashed with Cook? You mean Bill did the casino robbery? Danny asked with a frown. No, my subordinates heard that Bill has been hospitalized since he was injured and has not been discharged. The information I learned is that after Bill was injured, someone took over Bill's site. I heard that it was Bill's friend, John Hardy. Later that John Hardy called another group of men, all of whom have served in the Marine Corps. Later, I wondered, is that John Hardy the one who killed Cook? And he has gathered so many men, is it possible to attack our casino? Danny narrowed his eyes. John Hardy is Bill's friend. Bill was wounded by Cook and was killed by a surprise attack that night. Then the guy named John Hardy took over his territory, later called a group of soldiers who had been in the army. They have trouble with their Spanish help. Has a motive to rob myself. A few thoughts passed through Danny's mind, and he looked at Sergeant Burstein. Do you think it is possible that this John Hardy did it? Burstein thought for a while. There is a certain suspicion. Danny bit his cigar hard, and he was worried about their robbery of the casino, and said solemnly, if there is any suspicion, investigate it. After speaking, he looked at Cranston. I leave it to you to do this, and find a way to find out if they did the casino robbery. Good boss. Cranston happily took over the task. If you have a mission, you will make money. If the investigation is clear that it was indeed the man named John Hardy who did it, then he has done a great job and he is expected to be promoted in the future. The former head of the casino was beaten to death, and it has not yet opened. If this matter is investigated by yourself, you may be able to get a head of the casino to behave. It is definitely a fat man. Danny stood up after speaking, and said to the military commander Burstein, well, what we just said, just act according to the previous plan, and you are personally responsible. I will have a party with a few big people in the evening, and those old men can't neglect. After speaking, he took up his hat and walked out. Cranston and Burstein followed out of the office. When they walked out, Danny and Burstein were side by side, and Cranston followed. He vaguely heard what the boss of Danny said about docks and more manpower. He didn't care what it meant. After sending Danny away, Cranston got into his car, and the driving boy turned around and asked, Boss, where are you going now? Return to the station. On the way, Cranston has been thinking about how to accomplish what Danny ordered, trying to figure out whether the casino robbery was done by John Hardy, and how it was done. There is no clue, unless he admits it himself. Back to the station, Cranston called the guy who provided him with information, a thief named Narksy, who was more than 50 years old this year, looked thin and wretched, dressed in sloppy clothes, and looked like a homeless man. Don't underestimate these guys who live at the bottom of society. Often these people know some information best, and the things that happen on the street seldom escape their eyes. Where do you think they are based? Cranston asked. In the Jewish gang site, there were about 8 or 9 people in the original sweater factory in Xiaching, but not necessarily all of them, Narksy said. Cranston frowned, thinking about countermeasures. He has a 100% illiterate education level, and he can't think of any constructive plan at all. In fact, the easiest and most effective way is to rush in and grab those people, and you will know everything after you ask. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Dared to resist and went straight to death. If it weren't for them, it's very simple. Just assume it hasn't happened. What about being a soldier? It's useless to be a soldier in a sneak attack. He now has 5 or 6 staff, and feels a little less. He picked up the phone and called his friend, Beckman, is there a good thing to do? What a good thing. I may have found the group of robbers who robbed the casino and reported to the boss of Danny. The boss said that I will be solely responsible. If you work with me, we will share the money equally. What Cranston wants most is the appreciation of the boss Danny, so that he can get the responsibility of the casino. If he really grabs the money, he doesn't mind dividing it half. Beckman suddenly became interested when he heard that, if they were the robbers, they must have a large amount of cash in their hands, then they would send it out. Count me, Beckman said immediately. The one who is ready for the guy to take you. Let's act tonight. Tonight is Christmas Eve. Let's also give a name to it, Christmas Eve Operation. Cranston said triumphantly. Time flies to the evening. On Christmas Eve, the street was brightly lit and crowded. There were shopping crowds and children everywhere. 2 trucks drove across the street to the remote Xiaching district. This is a factory area, and there are relatively few people living. So even though it is Christmas, it still seems very deserted. 2 trucks stopped in front of the factory. Let's go in a while. If someone resists and shoot directly, but at least 1 or 2 must be kept alive. You can hear it clearly, Cranston ordered. His subordinates nodded one after another. A flexible guy rushed across the wall and quietly opened the door, and a group of people rushed into the factory. Chapter 38. There was a grill in the lobby on the first floor of the factory. The barbecue on it was squeaking. Leo used a knife to cut off a piece and put it in his mouth. A Christmas party was broadcast on TV. Similar to the Chinese Spring Festival Gala, a graceful singer was singing. Henry, Matthew, Leo, and Kerry watched it with gusto. Christmas today. Sean and Ryder go home to spend the holiday with their families. Neil went to the hospital to accompany her wife. Richard's eyes have become a bit irritated these days, and he was admitted to Murphy Clinic. Dr. Murphy's advice to him is to wait for an operation in the spring to solve the wound problem left before, and then install a fake eye. There are only 4 of them left to spend Christmas together. Matthew picked up the dagger to cut the meat, and suddenly stopped halfway through the cut. He raised his head to look at other people. No, there is movement at the door. All 4 of them had survived the slaughter fields of the war, and they never dared to be a little caring about the danger. The eyes of a few people bared, and they immediately reached a tacit understanding. Henry and Matthew drew pistols from their bodies and hid in the factory, while Leo and Kerry walked upstairs quickly. Boom! The door was kicked open. A group of guys holding guns rushed into the factory aggressively. When they came in, they saw the grill in the middle. The grilled meat on it was still smelling and there were a few bottles of beer beside it. Can't run. Swish me, Cranston said. His men scattered around looking for them. Some people walked inside, and some people went upstairs along the stairs. The 2 guys had just walked a few steps, and suddenly gunshots sounded. Boom, boom, boom. Dense bullets shot out in the shadow. The 2 younger brothers at the front were shot and fell to the ground. The others hurried to the ground in fright, and those who were about to go upstairs quickly stepped down, preparing to besiege the enemy hiding in the dark. But at this moment, 2 black hole muzzles protruded upstairs. The Chicago typewriter fired a crazy shot at the crowd downstairs, hitting Spain to help the younger brother turn around. They never expected that they would encounter such a big danger when they raid several Jewish gangsters. Someone hid in the corner to fight back, was discovered as soon as he fired 2 shots, and was immediately greeted by a piece of machine gun bullets. Cranston was hiding in the corner and regretted it. What kind of guys were these guys? He knew they had been soldiers before, but he didn't expect them to be so tough. Why do I want to investigate the casino robbery? Good days. But why bother to provoke these guys? The other boss Beckman he found died. Was shot several times in the beginning. His little brothers died. And now there is almost nothing to move. What meritorious service? What is valued by the boss? What kind of casino management rights? Money, money, car, women. It's all clouds and smoke now. He just wants to survive. Cranston turned around and ran, but just 2 steps out, a bullet came towards him. Cranston only felt a thigh thumping. His body thumped and fell to the ground. Are my legs? Leo, Kerry, you cover. Matthew, clean the battlefield with me," Henry shouted. "Understand?" Putting on a new magazine, Henry and Matthew came out of the shadows, and a corpse fell in the workshop. Just now, they attacked too hard. Almost all of these guys were hit by 3 or 4 bullets. Those who were already dead could no longer die. Cranston, who fell at the door, was still wailing. Matthew raised his gun and wanted to kill him, but Henry stopped him. "Keep alive and ask what's the situation." Matthew immediately shouted at the door, "Throw the gun in your hand if you don't want to die." "Well, I throw it away. Don't kill me," Cranston called out immediately. Throwing the gun in his hand aside, lying on the ground and raising his hands high, Matthew and Henry went over, tied him by Cranston, and carried this guy to the middle of the factory. Henry IV looked at this guy lying on the ground, wondering why they attacked him. "Who are you?" "We are from Spain." Cranston gritted his teeth and endured the pain. The 4 of them were slightly taken aback. "The Spanish gang, why did they come to us late at night? What do they want to do?" Henry asked in a deep voice. Cranston was a little afraid to say. He was afraid that the other party would kill himself directly, but he didn't know what lie should be, and he was a bit hesitant for a while. Matthew's face turned cold. Took a step forward, stretched out a finger, and plunged it directly into the eye of Cranston's thigh. "Ah!" Cranston suddenly let out a miserable howl. "Say, why are you here?" I said, "Our casino was robbed, and the boss of Danny was very angry. Let us investigate who did it. We found that there will be a huge bonus. A street thief told me that the Jewish leader was changed after Bill was injured. I recruited a new group of people, so I suspect that you did it." After the boss and I reported, the boss asked me to investigate whether you were casino robbers. Cranston quickly explained everything clearly. "Just doubt?" Henry asked. "Yes. It's just suspicion," Cranston hurriedly said. Leo looked at Henry and asked, "Everyone else is dead, what about this guy?" "I think it can be killed at all," Matthew said. Henry thought for a while and shook his head. "Maybe the boss has anything else I want to ask, and I can kill him for the time being." The others nodded after listening. "Notify the boss now?" Matthew asked. "At this night, the boss must be holding the woman for Christmas. If he disturbs his interest, will he go crazy?" "I need to inform you to inform myself," Henry said. Matthew curled his lips. "He is not stupid either. Let's clean up this place and notify the boss tomorrow." They are in Xiaching district, and most of them are factory buildings. They are sparsely populated. People may not have heard the gunshots just now. Even if they do, no one will call the police stupidly. The 4 of them drove the 2 trucks parked outside the door into the courtyard. There were a dozen dead bodies lying in the factory building, all of which were moved to the trucks. They didn't feel anything about these corpses. They had seen too many corpses on the battlefield. Sometimes in a battle, the corpses in front of the trenches could pile up into mountains. Matthew found a thicker rope and tied Cranston firmly to prevent him from running away. Kerry looked at the gun hole in Cranston's leg, still bleeding out. "He bleeds so, will he bleed to death tomorrow? Or give him some medicine?" "What kind of medicine? I have a way," Matthew said, grabbing a dagger and inserting it into the oven. After a while, it became a little reddish. Cranston realized something, and his body was trembling and contorted. Don't. Matthew didn't care about this guy, stepped 1 foot on him to keep him from moving, and the hot red dagger pressed the thigh wound. "Stab it." "Ah!" Cranston let out a miserable howl. The wound was ironed and no blood bleeds anymore. Matthew carried this guy and threw him in the corner. "Regret?" Cranston only regrets at the moment. "Why are you thinking of asking for credit? Isn't it okay to stay at home honestly? All his men are dead. I don't know if I can survive." Early morning the next day, Hardy woke up from the woman's arms, dressed and washed to bid farewell to the woman. He was a little surprised to see Henry standing by his car smoking a cigarette when he came downstairs. "Henry, why are you here?" "Something happened last night. I wanted to report to you earlier so I came over." "Waited for so long?" "It's just 2 cigarettes." "What's the matter?" "The Spanish gang suspected us and sent someone to investigate. But the leader was a brainless guy, ready to rush in directly to arrest people for interrogation. but the few of us cleaned up, killed 11 of them, and left one to survive. Henry said. Hardy was slightly surprised. I didn't expect such a big event to happen at night, but fortunately Henry and the others handled it well. Drove back to the factory in Xiaching district, looked at the bodies on the 2 trucks, and came to the only living mouth. What is your name? Hardy asked calmly. My name is Cranston. Cranston said dryly. What is your position in the Spanish gang, boss? Although the ranks of European and American gangs are not as complicated as in martial arts novels, they also have their own organizational divisions. The leader of the gang is generally called the boss or the boss. Below are the second boss, military advisor, economic advisor, and staff, and then the boss, who is regarded as the elite and backbone of the gang. Hardy is now regarded as one of the leaders of the Jewish gang. There is a group of helpers under the boss. Until novel.com. The number of helpers varies, mainly depending on whether the boss can support them. If you can afford it, you will recruit 100 young people and nobody will care about you. Tell me everything you know about the Spanish gang. Hardy said lightly. Ask what you want to know. I am sure I will not hide it, Cranston said with a bitter face. Then Hardy asked about what he wanted to know about the Spanish gang. Through Cranston's account, Hardy had a more comprehensive understanding of the Spanish gang. Finally asked, I heard that the Spanish gang was preparing for drug dealing recently. Do you know the situation? Hardy asked. Cranston immediately shook his head. I don't know. I haven't heard of it. Where do I buy the drugs from the Spanish gang on weekdays? I bought it from a Colombian. I heard that it was a general. It's quite mysterious. I was accompanied by the doc to pick up the goods. I overheard the general when I was chatting with the other party. Wharf. Do they ship goods by water? Hardy asked. Yes. The Colombians came here on an ocean freighter, transported the drugs to the offshore, and then sent them to the port by speedboat, and then returned with another freighter returning home. Which terminal? It's a small private port outside the Santa Monica port. By the way, I remembered one thing. When I reported your affairs to Danny's boss, I faintly heard what port Danny's boss and military divisions mentioned, and arranged manpower. If Hardy's heart moved. Danny is probably talking about this drug deal. Now that the staff has been deployed, it seems that the transaction time is only these few days. Hardy felt that a big deal was beckoning him. Chapter 39. A cliff in the wilderness outside Los Angeles. 2 trucks were parked on the edge of the cliff. There were more than a dozen dead bodies in their bodies. The top of them was the Cranston. Neil put 2 large firecrackers into the car, and the other truck reversed and arched the 2 trucks down the cliff. The car rolled over the cliff and fell to the bottom not long after it exploded and burned. As for whether the Spanish gang will discover that Cranston was killed, it is estimated that it will not happen in the first half of the time. Cranston said that the boss just asked him to investigate. It was his own good idea to hit the door directly. No one knows their action gang. Everyone returned to the factory gathering place, including Sean Neal. Hardy looked at the factory and said, we must find a new place. This place has already been targeted. We must be more cautious in our actions in the future. Henry and others nodded. Everyone moved quickly, cleaned up the blood from the factory, moved their belongings, and found a place on the edge of Los Angeles in the afternoon. This is a country hotel with a living room and bedroom, and a large yard for parking. Is very suitable as a new residence. The next day, Hardy brought a group of his men to the pier that Cranston said to investigate the terrain. The pier is not big, is a fishing port wharf. It can only enter and exit dozens of tons of fishing boats and shrimp boats. It is a private wharf. When they came to observe, there were many fishing boats parked at the wharf, and people were carrying fish and cargo on trucks. Richard saw a 3-story building next to him, said to Hardy, and sneaked up to the top of the building to check it out. This position is the vantage point of the entire pier. It can be viewed in all directions. It is definitely an excellent sniper spot. Everyone returned to the hotel and sat in the living room to study countermeasures. Boss, if they trade during the day, we can pretend to buy fish and get 2 trucks to go and stare at them every day. If it's night, Let's lie in ambush in advance and kill them by surprise when they are trading. Hardy thought for a while. Start assigning tasks to everyone. From the next day, Henry, Matthew, Leo, Kerry, Richard, and Neil became fishmongers, and they drove 2 trucks to buy fish. In the meantime, Richard sneaked upstairs several times and quietly placed 2 large packages in a hidden place on the roof. Whether this is a trading place or not, it is only half sure now, but if they succeed, they will get enough rewards, so Hardy is fully prepared. Leave the rest to luck. 2 days have passed. This afternoon the sun has already slanted to the west. The fishing boats have basically docked, and there are only sparse people still trading on the dock. Suddenly 2 cars drove in the distance. A few men in suits got off and walked into the fish market. They seemed to pick fish, but their eyes were always looking around. It didn't take long for these people to get in the car and leave without buying a fish. Henry, wearing overalls, rubber shoes and gloves, looked up at Matthew next to him, and whispered, "I feel these guys are like Spanish gang members." "I feel like it too." News soon reached Hardy, and Hardy knew that the deal might be tonight. Immediately summoned everyone to give orders. "Brothers, get ready to work." Hearing that they were about to work, these guys became excited one by one, and began to prepare their own guns and weapons. Late at night, 11 o'clock. The pier is pitch black and there is no light, and the distant sea is like a monster ready to swallow people at any time, making people palpitations and timid. 4 cars drove into the dock on the gravel road, parked side by side at the pier. At first, a dozen people came down and looked around. They couldn't see anything in the dark surroundings. They said to the car, and the 4 cars turned on their lights to the sea. Flashed twice. Flashed a total of 4 times. After a few breaths, there was a light on the sea in the distance, flashing 4 times toward the dock. After a while, a Tenton fishing boat came over from the sea and slowly stopped at the pier. The Spanish gang had already been waiting on the shore, and the leader was the military commander Burstein. A man got out of the fishing boat and jumped ashore on the clapper. Burstein smiled and shook hands with each other kindly, and said in Spanish, "Garcia, we meet again." "Hello Burstein, are all the money ready?" "Of course," said, waving his hand to the back. One of his men brought a suitcase, and Burstein opened the suitcase. Under the lights of the car, he could see the neatly packed dollar bills in the suitcase. $300,000. A lot of 1 cent, Burstein said. "That's good. I will let them move the goods now." Garcia waved behind him, and several dark-skinned men came out of the boat, carrying packages one by one and landed ashore. Not long after all the goods are moved to the dock, which is half a person high, almost 1 cubic meter. This is what you want. A total of 500 kilograms. You want a lot this time. It's almost our 3-month output. "It seems that your business is good," Garcia said. "It's okay," Burstein said with a smile. Then asked a younger brother to come forward to inspect the goods. Burstein took out 2 cigars, one of which was handed to the Colombian! The silver Zippo lighter in his hand ignited and handed it to Garcia. Garcia lowered his head and lit his cigarette. But at this moment, there was a sharp gunshot. Bang! The next moment, there was a blood hole in the head of the Colombian boss, and he fell to the ground with a splash. The blood splashed on Burstein's face, causing him to make a cold sound for a second or two. "They killed Garcia!" other Colombians exclaimed. A few people rushed out of the cabin quickly, all holding submachine guns in their hands, and they should have been hiding in the cabin for security. After all, everyone should guard against this kind of transaction. The Colombians brazenly opened fire on the shore, shooting frantically at the Spanish gang. The little brother next to Burstein was so frightened that he dragged his boss down, which saved him from being killed on the spot. Was attacked by Colombians, and Spanish gangsters also drew their guns to fight back. There were a few Colombians who had gone ashore to trade with Garcia, but were instantly killed by Spanish gangsters. The 2 sides formed a chaotic battle. Burstein finally reacted, knowing that there must be a misunderstanding, and shouted in Spanish, "Stop, stop all. there is a misunderstanding." Before Burstein's voice fell, a bullet flew in the distance, and a blood hole appeared in Burstein's head for an instant. Burstein opened his eyes wide, and fell down in disbelief. When the Spanish gang saw their military division being killed, their firepower became more fierce, and they shot frantically with the Colombians on board. But when they came, they were not ready to fight. They only had short guns in their hands. They were suppressed by the Colombians holding long guns. You are reading www.uucansu.com. At this time, a group of people rushed out from behind them. The Spanish gangsters were taken aback, asking whether this was our own person, but before they could react, the submachine guns in these people's hands opened fire on them. Da-da-da-da. The only few remaining Spanish gangsters were killed by this group in just one encounter. These people did not give up. After killing the Spaniards, their guns were directed at the Colombians. The Chicago typewriter fired frantically at the fishing boat. The powerful firepower suppressed the people on the boat. Kerry was nearly 2 meters tall, and he was still holding an M42 heavy machine gun in his hand. The long bullet chain was dragged to the ground, and he outputted wildly at the fishing boat. The flames of the muzzle burst out more than half a meter. Neil took out his grenade and threw it far away at the fishing boat. Boom! The grenade was accurately thrown into the cabin and exploded, and the gunfire in the cabin stopped immediately. The Colombian who was driving the boat couldn't beat the opponent at all, and immediately sailed away. Henry, Matthew and others wanted to chase them, but Hardy stopped them. "There is no need to chase. We will run away without affecting us. Let's move the goods quickly." A few people rushed to the Spanish gang as soon as they heard it, and found a money box in a car, which contained neatly arranged banknotes. "Boss, the money is found," Henry exclaimed excitedly. "What about these cocoa powder? Is it thrown into the sea?" Leo asked. Hardy thought for a while. Although he does not sell drugs, he also opposes drug trafficking, but these are all money. Although it only costs $300,000 to buy from Colombians, it can be 4 or 5 times the price on the market. Move them all in the car and take them home. How to deal with it later. Chapter 40. Henry and his team worked hard to load all the cocoa powder into the car. After loading, they left quickly, and the dock became dark and quiet again. There is only the sound of non-stop ocean waves. Back to the news station. In the living room, a group of people looked excitedly at the suitcase on the coffee table. The lid of the suitcase was opened and inside was a wad of brand new $100 bills. "Boss, I've counted it. There are 300,000 in total," Xiao En reported excitedly. The others are all excited. This time they can get a lot of money. Hardy did not wait for anything, and directly ordered the money to be divided. "Take out 90,000 to turn in the gang." Sean immediately counted out 90,000 and put it aside. According to the agreement between him and Siegel, they were divided into 3 to 7. The money would be 90,000 to Siegel. Sean and Henry didn't know about Hardy and Siegel's private decision. Hardy felt that it was not necessary to tell them about everything. It is actually easier and happier to make money with yourself. 255 cents. One of you can divide 13,000, and Sean will send the money. Hardy said, "It's not a long time. Each of these guys has a huge pile of money in their hands. All the rest belongs to Hardy. A total of 105,000. Boss, what do you think of that batch of cocoa powder?" Henry asked. "There is a lot of cocoa powder in this batch. They just counted it. There are 500 bags per kilogram each, which means that the total amount of cocoa powder is 500 kilograms. Hardy gave a quick mental calculation. $300,000 for 500 kilograms. $0.6 per gram. But in the hands of drug addicts, 1 gram can often sell for about $4 or $5. And it is even more expensive when the goods are scarce. Of course, there are layers of profit sharing, but this also shows its huge profits. Ruined? What a pity. Sell it. Hardy is unwilling to get involved in the drug business. Find a hidden place to hide. Maybe it will be useful later. Hardy said. Danny was sitting in the office, with a cigar in his mouth. and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 1:30 in the morning. He frowned. The transaction usually only takes half an hour. Why hasn't Burstein returned? Did something happen? He can't sit still anymore. John, Walter, you take people to the dock to see why Burstein hasn't come back, Danny said to his two bodyguards. It's the boss. The two bodyguards drove to the pier. They were shocked by the scene. The pier was full of corpses and blood. All the members of the Spanish gang fell to the ground, including the soldier Burstein. There are also a few dark-skinned men in there. They guess they are Colombians. Hurry up and notify the boss. The two drove back quickly and hurried into the office. John panted and said, "Boss, it's not good. The military strategist Burstein is dead, and all of us who went to the transaction are also dead." Danny rubbed up and stood up. The thing that worries him most still happened. What happened? Danny asked loudly. We only saw the dead body on the pier in the past. The military division was inside, and there seemed to be a few Colombians. Where's the goods? Where's the money? I didn't see it. Is there a boat on the pier? No. Danny took a group of his men and hurried to the dock. At the dock, he saw the situation reported by the two men. Burstein is dead. The dozen or so men who followed the deal died. $300,000 is gone. The reserved cocoa powder is gone. Is it because Colombians eat black? But they have been doing business with Colombians for several years, and it has never happened before. Why on earth this time? What's going on? What happened? Danny roared furiously. Can answer him only the cold night wind and the sound of waves. After a long time, Danny calmed down, and his opponent ordered, immediately deal with the dock and hurry up. If someone else finds the body, maybe the police will make trouble for us. Men immediately moved and threw the body onto the truck, including the corpses of those Colombians. There are still large blood stains on the ground, and I try to hide it as much as possible. It's dawn, and the fishermen are about to come over. Danny leads the people away quickly. Come back to the office. Danny couldn't calm down. For whatever reason, the loss was too great this time. His most powerful subordinate, Burstein, died. It was his right-hand man, and he was responsible for most of the business in the bank, and owned $300,000. After the casino was robbed, the Spanish gang lost a lot. He wanted to make more money from cocoa powder in order to make up for the loss. Worked hard to collect $300,000 cash, and it was all over. The money is gone. The goods are gone. The next drug business can't be done either. I think of the dead Colombians again. I am afraid that even this incoming line will be broken. Fuck. Danny became more and more angry, and roared in the office. Swept hard at the desk, and the lamp and tea set on the desk were all swept to the ground, smashed into pieces. John, summon everyone. Go and check for me. What is going on? John nodded quickly, waiting for the two bodyguards to go out. Danny stood at the window, dangling a cigar and wondering who did it. Could it be General Gustavo who traded with him? Then why? Lack of money. But there is no need to use such extreme methods. You must know that business with him is a continuously profitable business. Could it be that something happened in Colombia? Another group of people knew the trading route, and they followed along and robbed Burstein at the dock. It's possible. Danny wanted to send a telegram to General Gustavo to confirm this, but he was worried again. In case the telegram is intercepted by the FBI, I am afraid that it will not take long to come to the door to make trouble. Oh shit, what should I do now? Danny, a veteran who has run gangsters for decades, has no idea for a while. Didn't sleep all night. Makes Danny tired and headache. But he has no intention of sleeping. Smoked cigarette by cigarette, and it made him haggard a lot in just one night. It was already dawn at this time, and a new day began. Ring-ling-ling. The phone rang suddenly. Danny thought it was John, and they quickly picked it up and put it in their ears. But the person who called was not John, but a leader in charge of the brokerage business. Boss, report one thing to you. The manager of one of our model companies, called Sanders, suddenly disappeared. I have been unable to find anyone for 3 days. I investigated. He sold some models before disappearing and got more than $10,000. I suspect that the guy might have run away with the money. Novel.com. Danny didn't know Sanders. How could he remember a little boy's name with so many people? Danny's head hurts even more when someone can be heard running away with money. There is nothing good these days, it's all these disgusting news. At this moment, Danny was very irritable, and shouted at the phone, "Send someone to find the bastard, get the money back, and then bury him alive." After speaking, snapped up the phone. Phew. Danny panted heavily. Oh shit. Things are not going well. He didn't know, in fact, that Sanders had already been buried alive. Until the afternoon, John just came back from the outside and reported with his head down, "Sorry boss, we searched it carefully, and found no clues, nor Colombians, nor found out what happened." Danny clenched his fists. Check, keep checking. I don't believe that there is no clue, Danny shouted. John quickly agreed and ran out again. Danny sat down in the boss chair. Without Burstein, how to deal with gang business in the future. It is not so easy to train a qualified military division. The drug transaction failed. The money is gone. The goods are gone. What about the future drug business? The casino is also stopped now. The Spanish gang's business only has a few bars, underground boxing grounds, Juan, and loan sharks. However, these years have not made hundreds of thousands of dollars, so it is hard to make ends meet. Could it be that I offended God? Want to punish me like this? Chapter 41. 5 days later, the subordinate reported to Danny that a Colombian wanted to see him. Danny said that the other party had finally come over, and he must ask what happened. Call him in quickly. The visitor stood in front of Danny and said with an unkind expression, "General Gustavo asked me to bring you a few words." "What are you talking about? You have robbed our goods and killed our people. We will not let you go." The voice of the person who came was stiff, like an order to kill him. Danny was shocked and said anxiously, "Why did I your goods?" "It was obviously your hands. The soldier I sent for the transaction died. All of my subordinates were killed and the $300,000 that I took were robbed. I now suspect that you did it." The guy shook his head. "I don't know these. The general only asked me to notify you and pay $500,000 in compensation. There is still talk about this matter. If you don't agree, the general will send someone over. Mr. Danny will wait to accept our revenge." Danny's heart was angry when he heard it. "Oh shit. How did you push everything to me?" Now Danny wants to have a face-to-face meeting with General Gustavo to make the whole thing clear, even if he makes a phone call. Unfortunately, it is 1946 and there is no international long distance to Colombia. Ignore each other. That General Gustavo was a very powerful general in the Colombian military. His subordinates control tens of thousands of troops. If you really sent someone to kill yourself, your group of subordinates will definitely not be able to stop him. But the other party wants 500,000. Where can I get 500,000? And this time I am also the victim. Danny just feels very aggrieved. Trying to suppress the anger in his heart, Danny said to Colombian Humanity, "Please tell General Gustavo, there is a misunderstanding about this matter. I will go to Colombia to explain to him at the right time. Our business will continue and many things can be done. Discuss." The Colombian nodded, turned and left the office. Danny sat down on the sofa, reached for the cigar trembling in his hand. Fake. And at this moment, Hardy is sitting on the plane heading to Las Vegas. He was going to see Siegel and send the proceeds of the robbery. By the way, he still wants to talk to Siegel. Hardy is thinking these days. He has chosen the road of the underworld, so he must go on this road. If you want to grow and develop, you must have your own territory and some fixed income to feed more people. Robbery alone will never work. Now in Los Angeles, Irish territory is mainly concentrated in the Old Town. The Jewish gang is in a more developed new city. The Spaniard is near Hollywood. The Chinese are mainly concentrated near Chinatown and rarely do activities outside. As for the other small gangs, it is not a climate at all. Hardy has wondered these days that if he wants to have more power, he must have a suitable turf. The Irish turf is not good, and the Irish are very strong, which is the most difficult bone to gnaw. be the boss of the Jewish gang. Everywhere there is a talk about seniority, and the Jewish gang is under the control of the mafia, and it has too much involvement. It is very difficult for him to become the boss. Hardy fixed his eyes on the Spanish gang. Although the Spanish gang has a small site, he has a good location and controls the Hollywood area, and its development will only get better in the future. If you destroy the Spanish gang, seize their territory, and establish your own sphere of influence, his strength will be greatly improved. There is no need to have too many disputes with the internal forces of the Jewish gang. Next, it depends on what Siegel thinks. Guys, we are about to land. Are the seat belts fastened? Let alone I didn't remind you, if you don't wear the seat belts, you may be thrown out when you land. The pilot turned his head and shouted to a dozen guests behind him. Hardy said heartily, "The current airline service attitude is really good. The plane is small and can only carry 18 or 9 passengers. The sky is very bumpy and the propeller noise is super loud. This kind of riding experience can only be described as bad. But this is the fastest way to travel now. From Los Angeles to Las Vegas, you can also drive. Take Interstate 15. 480 kilometers. It takes about half a day to drive. You can also take the train, but the one is slower and their journey takes about 1 day. Hardy checked his seat belt. He didn't want to be thrown out by the violent pilot! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! After a violent shaking and clinking, the plane finally stopped. Just after Hardy got off the plane with the suitcase, a young man in a suit stepped forward. "Is it Mr. John Hardy?" "It's me. Mr. Siegel sent me to pick you up. The car is here," the young man said. Hardy looked at this young man. He now has a very strong memory, and he has some impressions of this young man in his mind. When he went to Siegel's house, he had seen him among the guards. The two got in the car and drove towards downtown Las Vegas. Hardy looked out the window. Both sides were covered with earthy gray sand and gravel, and occasionally there were a few withered thatch, all deserted. It didn't take long for the car to enter the city. Hardy had been to Las Vegas in his previous life, the 21st century casino, with brilliant lights, high-rise buildings everywhere, and the hustle and bustle. Now Las Vegas cannot be called a city at all in Hardy's size. It can be regarded as a small town at most, and the buildings are mainly concentrated on both sides of the highway. In 1829, a group of Mexican merchants discovered the Las Vegas Basin with abundant water resources, named Las Vegas, which means fragrant grassland in Spanish. A few decades later, gold mines were discovered in Nevada. The gold rush attracted a large number of people and Las Vegas became a small town. The train broke through in 1905. And Las Vegas was one of the important nodes. It was upgraded to a city with a population of more than 3,000 people at that time. During the Great Depression in the United States, Nevada passed a gambling legalization bill. A few years later, the Hoover Tower was completed, which provided plenty of electricity to the area. Then the highway linking Los Angeles was connected, allowing the area to develop rapidly. Okay. The so-called fast is that some tourists here come to gamble. There are no more than 20,000 locals here, and no more than 50,000 tourists come every year. These figures were told by Siegel to Hardy. And Siegel's ideal is to build the most luxurious casino in the United States here, attracting 100,000 tourists to spend every year. Although it is not as good as a town in the later generations in Hardy's size, he knows that the development here is amazing. Until Novel.com years later, the population here reached 550,000, and the number of tourists at the peak exceeded 40 million. Although there is no gold here, in Hardy's view, this is a huge gold mine with abundant reserves. There is inexhaustible gold. Now there is only one main road, Las Vegas Street, on both sides of most of the 2 and 3-story buildings. Some small casinos and entertainment venues. Behind them there is a large area of free land. And these lands will be turned into buildings in the future. There is huge room for value added. If you have money, you can buy a piece of land here without doing anything. In a few years, it is easy to guarantee that someone will buy it at a high price. But I'm not in a hurry now. The land in Las Vegas will appreciate, and we will have to wait for the success of Siegel's casino. When everyone sees the huge benefits and flocks to invest. The car stopped in front of a huge construction site. The driver said to Hardy, "Mr. Hardy, Mr. Siegel is at the construction site. I will take you to find him inside." Hardy followed the driver and saw Siegel in a clearing. There is a huge parasol above his head, a round table and a few stools below. Siegel looks into the distance with his back hands. "Mr. Siegel." Hardy approached and called out. Siegel turned to look at Hardy and said with a smile on his face, "Hardy, look at me here. It's so hot, and in the future there will be the most perfect casino in the United States and even the world." Hardy looked in the direction Siegel pointed. There is a wilderness. There are countless building materials piled up in the open space, and several bulldozers are working hard to shovel the earth, making the construction site dusty. Chapter 42. Siegel asked Hardy to watch his casino. But now this is a big construction site, and nothing can be seen. "Ha ha, come and see my plan." As he talked, he took out a plan from under the table and opened it up to half a square meter in size. It was painted in color on it, similar to the renderings of later generations. There is a name on the drawing, Flamingo Casino. Hardy said heartily, "The name is exactly the same as that of later generations." Siegel pointed to the drawing and introduced Hardy enthusiastically. Few people came here, and Siegel had a lot of whimsical ideas during the construction, so he took Hardy as the object of confession. A huge neon light pole will be built here, about 30 meters high. I want everyone to see the flamingo sign when they come to Las Vegas and attract them. The entrance is a wide corridor with palm trees planted on both sides. I want the kind of tall palm trees. I have ordered 300 trees from the Green Plant Company at a high price. People will not just feel hot and dry when they come here. Let visitors feel the refreshing feeling of the oasis. It is naturally the most essential part of this place. Flamingo Casino. I told the construction company that they should use the best materials and the most luxurious decoration to make this place look magnificent. Everyone who comes here, there must be a feeling of walking into the palace. Beside, I will build a small lake for people to relax and enjoy the cool. There is a swimming pool next to the small lake for tourists to play in. In order to supply water, I am going to dig a small river to bring the water over and supply all the water for the casino. There is a large area in the back. I plan to build a hotel and a restaurant. My requirement is to be able to accommodate more than 500 people at the same time. Siegel also introduced Hardy to other facilities, including parking lots, shopping stores, tennis courts, sunbathing centers, cinemas and other facilities. There are almost everything you can think of. Even if Hardy comes from later generations, he still admires Siegel's ideas. If it is done according to his vision, this place will completely become a leisure mecca integrating gambling and entertainment. Mr. Siegel, how much do you estimate if it is built according to your design? Hardy asked. I don't know. I have raised 4 million now, but I am afraid it is not enough. Immediately, Siegel smiled slightly, and said indifferently, don't worry, when the construction is completed, those investors will see the results, and I believe they will invest more. Hardy said heartily, you are preparing for money kidnapping. He remembered that in the movie, Siegel failed in the end. He spent too much money, but he failed to get a good start. The casino closed and was killed. You know, the partners Siegel looked for were all gangsters. But Hardy also had some doubts. Even if Siegel's investment fails, the casino is still there. It's not that there is no chance. Why should those people kill Siegel? You know, Siegel is one of the mafia veterans. Maybe, there may be other unknown reasons. Hardy looked at the drawings and tried to persuade Siegel to be simpler and complete the casino opening as soon as possible without any subsequent troubles. The words reached his lips and he swallowed again. Whether it's in the movie or in contact with Siegel now, he knows that Siegel is a very conceited person. What he believes is extremely difficult to change, and he is also a perfectionist. and now he is pregnant with Flamingo Casino with great enthusiasm. My own persuasion will not work at all. Besides, his current identity, just Siegel's subordinate, is not enough for him to give advice to the boss. After talking about the construction of the casino, Siegel was in a happy mood, as if a child who showed off his beloved toy to others was satisfied. "Heidi, what do you want to find me this time?" Siegel said. On the phone, Hardy did not explain his intentions to Siegel, mainly because he was afraid of leaking information, and only said that he was looking for important things. Hardy put the suitcase on the table and gently opened the clasp to reveal the bank notes inside. "Mr. Siegel, this is $90,000. I made a sale a few days ago. This is the hand in part." Siegel thought. They agreed to split between 3 and 7, and they turned in 90,000, which means that Hardy got 300,000. This is definitely a big deal. "Oh, tell me what the deal is." Siegel became interested. Hardy had no need to hide from Siegel, and told him the whole thing. The subordinates received news that Spain was preparing to expand the drug trade, and they were attacked by the Spanish gang. They obtained accurate information on the anti-killing. They accurately arranged ambush for several nights and robbed the 300,000 cash. As for the 500 kilograms of drugs, Hardy did not say. Siegel looked at Hardy with admiration in his eyes, and patted Hardy on the shoulder again. "You did a great job, Hardy. You did more than I expected." Hardy was silent for a while, as if plucking up the courage, and said to Siegel, "Mr. Siegel, I have an idea. Robbery is not a long-term solution. If you want to make good money, it is best to have a stable and profitable business." "What do you think of?" Siegel asked. "I think, if you take the Spaniards' site over and do business with that site, it is estimated that you can earn 1 million or more every year." Siegel looked at Hardy very seriously, and suddenly laughed. "Heidi, I like young people with ideas and motivation. Do you know why I chose you in the first place? Because I saw an urge to fight and fight in you, which Fred can't do." I smashed the site down and handed it to him. He has been in business for 7 or 8 years. But the site is still the original site without any development. The Irish and Spaniards still do business steadily on their sites. If Siegel was not obsessed with the life of Hollywood drunken fans, or the leader of the Jewish gang, I am afraid that all the Irish and Spanish would have been killed long ago, and the Los Angeles underground world would have been completely unified. "Heidi, I support you. If you can kill the Spanish gang, I agree to let you form your own gang. You will be the boss, and Fred will be equal." This time Hardy came to Las Vegas. The biggest purpose was this. He originally prepared a lot of rhetoric. He didn't expect that he just raised a mouth, and Siegel agreed to form a gang. This result has far exceeded Hardy's expectations. Siegel leaned forward and said in a low voice, "After you form a gang, all income will not be included in the accounts of the Jewish gang. I want 40% of the total income, and the income will be given to me directly." Although Siegel controls the entire Jewish gang, his annual income from the Jewish gang only accounts for about 10% of the total income of the Jewish gang. When building Las Vegas, Siegel could only spend 1 million. If Hardy really controls the Spanish gang and earns more than 1 million per year, Siegel's share will far exceed the Jewish gang's income. "Good, Mr. Siegel," Hardy responded simply. "Ha ha ha." Siegel stood up with a smile. "You are reading www.uukansu.com. He is in a very happy mood now. If he cultivates a good subordinate today, he may have a fruitful harvest tomorrow. This is the first time you come to Las Vegas. Have a good time here for 2 days and appreciate the scenery and beauty of Las Vegas. I believe you will fall in love with this place," Siegel said with a smile. Evening, Siegel took Hardy to a restaurant for dinner, and met the woman Siegel fell for, Virginia Hill. This woman is beautiful and dazzling. She has a perfect figure in an evening dress, and her face always has a slight scent of pride. Maybe it's because of the unique temperament of a woman that attracted the mafia boss. Siegel had dinner. Siegel took Hardy to a casino again. "What do you like to play?" Siegel asked. "I've never been to a casino." "Oh, except the last time the Spanish helped," Hardy said. Siegel shook his head with a smile. "That's not okay. Young people have to get in touch with more things. And you will also run a casino in the future. How can you not know the rules of the casino? Have fun tonight." After he exchanged 5,000 chips, he took Virginia and left. The two went out for a while. Virginia looked back at Hardy and asked in a low voice, "Who is this young man? It seems that you like him very much." "One of my men, but I value him very much. I think his future is limitless," Siegel said. Virginia took another look at Hardy, who was changing chips. She knew that Siegel was a very arrogant person and rarely praised her subordinates. "I don't know what's so special about this young guy that Siegel likes it so much." Chapter 43. Hardy is not very interested in gambling. Every gambler thinks that he will be the lucky one. In fact, the casino is destined to win in the end. Gamblers believe in luck, and casinos believe in mathematics. The casino does not cheat, and only uses mathematical formulas to empty the gambler's money. The only rule to win by gambling is not to gamble, or you have the strength to be a bookmaker. In his previous life, Hardy traveled to Las Vegas. Many of the friends who came with him couldn't help but test the water with curiosity. He controlled his desire and didn't go to the gambling table, and only played a few slot machines for entertainment. Changed for $2,000 in chips, and Hardy sat next to Siegel. Blackjack. The gameplay is very simple. Hardy was familiar with the rules after only a few hands. Siegel and Virginia were playing with excitement. The two enjoyed the process very much, but with a dozen cards down, both of them lost more than $1,000. But Hardy, a novice, won a lot. 2 hours later, Hardy actually won more than $3,000. Siegel looked at Hardy and said with a smile, "It seems that you have good luck." "I have always believed that some people are really lucky." "It seems that you are one of them." Then the three moved to Texas Hold'em. Hardy was lucky again. After playing for 2 hours, he won a few big ones. The chips became more than $10,000. While Siegel and Virginia lost all their chips. Hardy pushed all the chips in front of the two of them. "Mr. Siegel, Miss Virginia, these are for you." "Oh, are you not playing anymore?" "No, I am going back to rest, and I will fly back to Los Angeles tomorrow morning," Hardy said. "A few more days in Las Vegas?" Siegel asked. Hardy smiled. "I have already experienced the beauty of Las Vegas." "Well, then you go back and rest." After Hardy left, Virginia said to Siegel next to him, "He can control his desires very well, and he can just get away so simply after winning so much money." Siegel turned the bargaining chip in his hand. "Only such a person can achieve success." "I saw the shadow of Vito Corleone in him." Vito is a very self-disciplined person. I remember him saying, "Good people are not necessarily self-disciplined, but self-disciplined people are usually better." "You are also a very good person, but I don't see self-discipline in you." Virginia smiled and said to Siegel. Siegel laughed. "A good person is not necessarily self-disciplined, but I am a genius." Siegel is one of the founders of the Mafia and the boss of the Killer Group. He loves art and philosophy and has strong management skills. From these aspects, he is indeed a genius. These genius attributes also created his arrogance and conceit. The next day, Hardy returned to Los Angeles by plane. "It's still the plane, the pilot. This guy flies the plane very fiercely." Hardy guessed that this guy was a fighter pilot before. Back at the hotel, Hardy called the brothers together. People don't know what happened. They all looked at Hardy curiously. Hardy smiled. "Brothers, now there is an opportunity for development before us. Do you know who I met in Las Vegas this time?" "Benjamin Segal." "Bis Segal?" Sean asked in surprise. "Bis means a bug." "This is not a good name." Siegel has always disliked this nickname. No one dared to call him a bug in front of him. Henry, Matthew and others were all soldiers before, and they didn't know much about gangsters. However, Sean had been in this circle for several years, and he had naturally heard of Siegel's name. "Sean, do you know this Segal?" someone asked. Xiao En immediately explained. I once heard the legend about Siegel. The Jewish gang was formed by Mr. Siegel. After he came to Los Angeles to lay the ground, he let Fred Boss be the boss. Strictly speaking, Siegel was the Jewish gang, the real boss. I didn't expect the boss to meet Mr. Siegel. Neil looked at Hardy. Boss, what are your development opportunities? Mr. Siegel appreciates us very much. He promised to support us in forming our own forces and even forming gangs as long as we can grow and develop. Hardy said. Henry Matthew and others became excited when they heard it. If they can form their own gangs, they will make more money in the future, and even become the leader of the gang with a certain amount of power. Hardy continued. But if we want to grow and grow, we need to have a place of our own. Yes, there must be a site. You can't always stay in a hotel, someone said. Someone came up with an idea. Didn't the boss take over Ivan? We can also grab some small gang sites, such as the Polish and French neighborhoods, and connect them, so that we have a place of our own. Then it is slowly developing. Boss, what do you think? Henry looked at Hardy and asked. Hardy looked at everyone. Brothers, since I think we want to do it, it's better to do a big vote. I plan to take the Spanish turf over. What do you think? Henry and others were shocked. Xin said that the boss has a big appetite, and directly targeted the third largest gang in Los Angeles. But it seems they did not do anything less before. The Spaniards' territory is mainly in Hollywood, although it is smaller than the old city and the main city, but there are a large number of film companies and rich people. It is indeed a good place. Leo said. We have investigated the news of many Spaniards during this period. In fact, they are not as strong as they seem. We have killed a lot of them before. It is estimated that there are more than 100 people. Henry said. Matthew was even more straightforward and grinned. I think it's better to have a beheading operation. Didn't you kill their military division a few days ago? Let Richard go and kill the Danny directly. The Spanish gang will inevitably be in chaos, and we will accept its sight. Hardy only opened his head, and this group of militants began to fiercely analyze. All of them are very excited. None of them have the slightest worry or fear for a war with the third largest gang in Los Angeles. These guys are all elites who have survived fighting on the battlefield. They have cultivated a will of steel and are not afraid of fighting at all. Boss, what are you going to do? Leo asked. On the returning plane, Hardy already had a preliminary plan. We are not in a hurry to work with the Spanish.metalnovel.com to destroy the Spanish gang, and then we will occupy and operate there. We need more manpower, brothers. Give you a task to contact our former comrades in arms. We need more help. Me more. Hardy doesn't want to find people in the society. It is very troublesome for some useless punks to develop combat effectiveness. He wants those who have been killed on the battlefield to form combat effectiveness as soon as they come in. The next day, Henry and Matthew are busy contacting former comrades in arms. Hardy is not idle. Came to the government department and prepared to register a company. Sir, you are registering a security company, right? The young staff member took over the registration materials and asked. Yes, HD Commercial Security Company, whose main business is to provide security personnel for high-end properties, high-end shops and banks, as well as celebrity bodyguards, cash and jewelry escorts and other services. On the plane back, he thought that in the future, many subordinates would be recruited and a place must be arranged for them. Hardy felt that the gang form was still too loose. He thought of the security company. This problem can be solved by arranging the manpower into the security company. If someone asks about their identities in the future, they can tell their family and friends that they work in a security company. The wages of these people can also be paid by the security company, so that the source of the money becomes legal. Although he is taking the road of the underworld now, Hardy knows that the underworld has a ceiling. When it develops to a certain extent, it will inevitably attract the attention of the relevant departments and even take control. Therefore, he has already decided that in the future, he will try to follow the legal procedures to establish a company, so that it will be convenient to clean up in the future. In the United States, as long as your company is legal and your finances are legal, no one can move. Chapter 44. After the company was registered, Hardy found another real estate company. I plan to buy a farm or factory, preferably near Hollywood. The place should be large. Is there any recommendation? The security company needs the resident personnel training, so the place cannot be too small. Hardy drove a luxury car with a bright gold watch in his hand. The salesman knew that this was a major customer, and his attitude was very respectful. Bigger place? There is a factory in West Hollywood. Although it is a little bit off, the area is large enough. There are factories and warehouses. The workers' dormitory can accommodate more than 100 workers. There is also a large area of idle land. 18 acres. Sales said 18 acres, about the size of 10 standard stadiums, and dormitories. Hardy feels good. What kind of factory is it? Hardy asked. It's a factory that produces plastic dolls, but the dolls they produce are too ugly and can't be sold at all. The products are overstocked. The boss originally planned to produce new dolls, but found that raw materials were not available at all. During the war, all plastics were used by the military. Control. The boss couldn't bear to eventually go bankrupt. The bank took the factory away, and it's now listed for sale. How much is it? Including the land and all the houses on the ground, the machines in the factory, and even the extruded products. That is, everything that this factory owns, totaling $98,500. How long has it been sold? Sale meal. Oh, it has been hanging for almost 2 years. After the sales, he looked at Hardy cautiously. The price of 98,500 yuan is indeed very high. At the current land price in the suburbs of Los Angeles, 18 acres of land is probably worth more than $30,000. It is the plant and equipment that are valuable. But if people who don't want these will be for them, no one will be willing to pay an extra $60,000 for this. That's why this factory has been hanging up for so long and no one wants to buy it. Hardy thought for a while, and asked the salesman, "Can you take me to see it on the spot?" "No problem, no problem." Sales quickly agreed. In Hardy's luxury car, rider in front of him was responsible for driving. The salesman knew that Hardy must be a rich man. He smiled and said, "The factory has been hanging there for so long, and the bank is actually very anxious. If I really want to buy it, I suggest that I can talk to the bank. They should lower the price easily. After all, they also have financial pressure." "Which bank?" Hardy asked. "The Los Angeles City Bank is in charge of the non-performing assets group of the credit department." Sales said. Hardy's heart moved. Los Angeles City Bank Credit Department. He remembers hearing this name. Hardy looked at the sales. "Aren't you afraid that the price will come down and your commission will decrease?" The sales chuckled twice. "Don't hide the truth from Mr. Hardy. The orders listed by the bank are fixed commissions and are not tied to the price, so I naturally hope that Mr. Hardy can make a deal, so that I can make money." Hardy smiled. Came to the toy factory. There is a security guard at the door. The salesman said that they were hired by the bank. Otherwise, someone might take down all the machines secretly. After saying this, the sales volume lowered his voice and said, "The bank hired 4 people to take turns on duty. Each person was $35 a week. With this part of the salary, the bank would spend $7,200 a year." 2 years later, it was $14,000. Sales. This is to tell Hardy that the bank is losing money for this factory every year, and he can use this reason to bargain. The area of the factory is indeed very large. Even if there are hundreds of people in the dormitory area, there is no problem. The large factory building, the machines inside are all covered with tarpaulin. Hardy opened one and took a look. The machines were well maintained and not rusted. Standing in the yard, Hardy wondered. This place is located in West Hollywood. It looks like a suburb now, but in the future it will become very prosperous, and it will become a high-end community in the future. Even if not counting the factory equipment, the value of these land can be greatly appreciated after a few years. This can be registered as the resident of the security company. The dormitory is for newly acquired people to live in. The yard is used for training, and the workshop can continue to be sealed. I can't accompany it when I buy it. But Hardy is not stupid to spend more than $90,000 to buy. He can do work at the bank. Taking the information from the salesman, Hardy returned to the hotel station to find Henry and Matthew. "Do you still remember the guy named Kevin Madian?" Hardy asked. Henry didn't think of it for a moment. Matthew laughed. "Ha ha, Henry, why have you forgotten that it is your cousin who was knocked out and kidnapped by us at the Espanyol Casino, and then took a picture of the fruit?" Now Henry remembered. "What's the matter, boss? Do you want us to recover the money?" He remembered asking him to go back and prepare the money. More than a month passed in a flash. "It's not a request. I remember you said that Kevin Madian was the head of the credit department of the Los Angeles City Bank." Hardy now has a very good memory. He only heard Henry say it once, and now he still remembers it very clearly. Sales told him that he could talk to the banker about lowering prices, and he immediately thought of that guy. Henry scratched his head. "It seems to be, give you a task. I plan to buy a factory and get a resident for the guys who I find in the future. The local bank is listing for takeout." It happened to be that Kevin Madden is in charge. "You can talk to him." Hardy Dow. "No problem, boss." Henry responded immediately. Hardy gave some details to the two guys, and they drove out. In the evening, after get off work, Kevin Madian walked out of the bank, said goodbye with a smile to his passing colleagues, and came to his car parked on the highway, opened the car door and got into the driving position. Just about to start the car, a figure appeared behind him suddenly, making Kevin shiver with fright. "Don't move, don't bark," Henry said behind him. Hearing this voice, Kevin's body trembled. This voice was too familiar to him. It was one of the two robbers who kidnapped himself. After he was released back, he had had nightmares for a long time, and the voices of those two people were always lingering in the dreams. Often wake him up. "Jim, Mr. Robber, I won't yell and yell. Are you here to get the money?" "I'm sorry, I only prepared $3,600. Which is a little worse. Can you give me more grace?" "For a while, I must find a way to make up," Kevin said very nervously. "I'm here this time. There is one thing for you to do," Henry said. Kevin Madian was slightly taken aback. "What's the matter?" he thought to himself. These robbers wouldn't let themselves cooperate with the bank robbery. Someone wants to buy a bankrupt factory. That factory is listed for sale by your bank. A friend of my boss wants to buy him at a lower price, Henry said. Kevin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Henry's request. "It's not like robbing the bank." "Which factory is it?" Kevin asked quickly. "Shady Grove Toy Factory." "Do you have an impression?" "There are impressions and impressions." Kevin really had an impression of the factory that Henry mentioned. The management mentioned him when discussing bad assets a few months ago. The factory was very difficult to sell. If you didn't make money, you had to invest money in it. Listed as extremely non-performing assets. "What price does your boss friend want to buy?" Kevin asked cautiously. "Of course, the lower the better." "I understand. Well, someone will contact you tomorrow to deal with this matter. Remember, the lower the price, the better. Metalnovel.com. If this matter is done well, your money can be waived," Henry said. Kevin felt a joy in his heart. The robbers asked him to prepare $5,000. $5,000 is not a small amount of money. Kevin is one of the bank's executives, and his salary is only $5,000 or $6,000 a year. Doing this thing well is equivalent to earning 1 year's salary. "Don't worry, I will do my best to get this thing done," Kevin said. Henry got off the car, turned around and got into a car not far away, which drove away quickly. From beginning to end, Kevin didn't even dare to look back at Henry. When the robbers finally left, he exhaled greatly. Actually, these days, although the robbers didn't come to the door, he was not doing well. He was taking a fruit photo, and those robbers were out there, so it was not difficult to catch him again. So he did not dare to call the police for fear of retaliation. During this period of time, the robbers didn't look for him. He has always had a heart hanging on him. Today, the robbers asked him to do things, but he was relieved a lot. Kevin did not start the car to go home, got off the car and went back to the bank building. and found a staff member of the credit department, and asked him to find out the information of the toy factory. He wants to find out all the problems inside. All the reasons why the bank can lower the price are singled out. A head of the credit department, a person who is proficient in finance, and this case is still under his authority. It can be said that no one knows the doorway here better than him. Before, he was desperately trying to find a way to raise the price, but this time he found himself the problem of bargaining. The world is so magical. Chapter 45. The next day, Hardy brought Sean and real estate sales to Los Angeles City Bank. Walking into the luxurious bank lobby, the lady at the front desk asked, "Who are the gentlemen looking for?" "We're looking for Kevin Madden in charge." Sean said, "Are there any appointments?" "You just said that we are here to discuss buying a toy factory. He should know." The lady at the front desk looked at a few people, picked up the phone and called Kevin's office. "Director Madden, there are 3 gentlemen downstairs who said they would talk to you about buying a toy factory. Do you have time to see them?" Kevin on the other side of the phone heard the 3 words from the toy factory, and said that he was finally here, and hurriedly said, "Oh yes, we have made an appointment. Please ask them to the reception room on the 3rd floor. Please take them to Daisy. I'm afraid they don't know." "Good, Mr. Madden," the front desk responded. Put down the phone at the front desk and smiled at Hardy's 3 people. "Mr. Madden invites you to the 3rd floor. I will take you some of you please come with me." The front desk led the way to an elegantly decorated reception room on the 3rd floor and helped them make coffee. "It's not the first time for sales to come to the bank. I've never had this kind of treatment before." My heart said how enthusiastic this time is. "Isn't Mr. Hardy a big man?" I thought of selling here and looked at Hardy seriously. Not long after, Kevin walked into the reception room with another middle-aged person and saw Hardy and others' smiles on their faces. "Hello, this is Kevin Madden, the head of the credit department, and this is Dave, the head of the non-performing asset management department of the credit department." This is the first time Hardy has seen Kevin Madden. Oh, last time this guy was covered in his head, he didn't see his face. "Hello, Director Madden, this is Sean. This is my boss, Mr. Hardy. This is a real estate company sales. We came here to discuss the toy factory with the bank." Xiao En said. Kevin looked at Hardy and said that this is the friend of their boss that Mr. Robber said. As long as the business is negotiated this time, the robber promised not to ask him for ransom in the future. "Hello, Mr. Hardy." Kevin stretched out his hand enthusiastically. "Hello, Mr. Madden." Hardy shook hands with the other party. The 2 sides sat down and entered the negotiation mode. Dave smiled and said to Hardy, "Mr. Hardy, I believe you have obtained information about the toy factory from the sales company." The bank quoted it at $98,500. In fact, the price is very affordable, on the basis of land price. The land price in West Hollywood is now $1,800 per acre. The factory has 18 acres of land, and the land is worth $32,000. Moreover, it is close to Hollywood, and there is huge room for future appreciation. Toy factories, warehouses, dormitory buildings. These buildings originally cost more than $20,000. You can directly put into use the receiving factory without building it yourself, which can save at least half a year. There are also the machines from the toy factory. The toy factory was one of the largest plastic toy factories in Los Angeles. The machines were also newly replaced. The owner bought the machines for more than $40,000. Speaking of it, the owner of the toy factory was really unlucky. He bought a new machine with a loan and prepared to produce new toys. He did not expect that a military material control would kill him. After Dave introduced, he looked at Hardy and said, "Don't hide the truth from Mr. Hardy. That toy factory is very popular, and many people are planning to buy it. If Mr. Hardy is interested, it is best to decide as early as possible. Otherwise I am afraid that other buyers will buy it." Hardy smiled. He knew this guy was playing sales tricks with himself. "I went to see it in the field. The land is 18 acres, but it is far away from Hollywood. The price is not as high as $1,800 per acre. I think $1,300 per acre is a reasonable price. Dave said how it is possible. The price is too low. Discussed with Hardy. You come and I talked for a long time. Hardy just bid the price of $1,300 and do not let go. Dave was a little annoyed and wanted to say that it was a big deal and sell it to others, but then Kevin Madian spoke up. The location of the toy factory is really not very good. I think Mr. Hardy's price of $1,300 per acre is very relevant. Oh. Dave was stunned. Looked at his boss in surprise. Why did you agree to the other party's price? But Kevin Madian is his immediate boss. And now that Kevin has spoken, Dave can't refute it for a while. The sales psychology of the real estate company sitting next to him was also puzzled. Banks are not philanthropists. Actually agreed to a price reduction. And the price reduction was so large. He secretly looked at Hardy and said that he told Mr. Hardy yesterday that he asked him to find the bank to suppress the price. Now the bank is willing to suppress the price. This is how a person with real power has been found. Is it the bank president? No matter who it is, allowing the bank to lower the price so much, it shows that Mr. Hardy has a strong network. After the land was confirmed, Hardy continued. I went to see the factory. The building has been in disrepair for a long time, and many places are already terrible. I bought it to be renovated and rebuilt, so the price of $20,000 for the building is very unreliable. I think the maximum is $5,000. Dave is a little anxious. Mr. Hardy, those factories, warehouses, and dormitories, but after 4 or 5 years of construction, there is no problem with the main building. As long as it is renovated, it will be the same as the new one. It's still too expensive. Hardy shook his head. Dave is ready to fight for reasons. At this time, Kevin Madian, who was next to him, spoke again and smiled to Hardy. I have read the information. Those factories are built with wooden frames and planks. Last year's report said that termites were found nearby. So, let's set the price at $6,000. Does Mr. Hardy feel appropriate? Hardy nodded with a smile. Well, I think $6,000 is a reasonable price. Dave was surprised. He didn't expect his boss to agree to the price again. Which side is your boss? The sales were even more surprised. From $20,000 to $6,000. This Mr. Hardy's knife was really sharp. Hardy said again, as for those machines, they are all 3 years ago. After 3 years of idleness, many of them have rusted and corroded. Now that the machines are being updated very quickly, they are out of date. Besides, I am mainly interested in places and I didn't want to make toys. If those machines are sold out, they can only be sold at scrap prices. It is estimated that they can't even sell for $3,000. $3,000. Dave almost jumped up. Even if you sell second-hand machines, those machines can sell for $10,000. Dave said loudly. Then you can sell it, I have no problem. Hardy spread out. Dave was speechless for a while. Banks are not in business. They keep a lot of second-hand machines in their hands. And whoever sells them, should they go by themselves? Mr. Hardy, banks always deal with assets in packaging, not retail. Dave said in an angry voice. Then it's cheaper. I will pay for the land. Hardy said. Dave said in his heart, the price you buy for the land is not expensive. It should even be considered a super low price. Are you still planning to spend a penny? You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Our bank is taking two. Kevin Madian, who hadn't spoken for a long time, spoke again. Mr. Hardy, what you said does make sense, but our bank always sells them in packages. If you want to buy land, these machines must be bought together. He paused for a while and continued, I don't think so. The price will be lowered, so I will sell it to you at the second-hand price. What do you think of the total price of $8,000? Kevin looked at Hardy when he finished speaking, his eyes full of inquiries. Next to Dave blinked his eyes vigorously, and said to his heart how Director Madian changed his style today. You must know that he used to dispute the price with customers. but it took a long time to worry about hundreds of dollars. Hardy figured it out in his heart. $23,400 for 18 acres of land. $6,000 for buildings. $8,000 for production equipment. The total price is $37,400. Which is more than half of the original price. I'm afraid this is the limit of Kevin Madian. Well, I accept the price. Let's sign the contract, Hardy said. Kevin Madian listened to Hardy's agreement, and he was greatly relieved that this thing was finally done, which is equivalent to earning himself $5,000. Real estate sales looked surprised. The price was something he never expected. He thought it would be great if Hardy could find someone a few thousand yuan cheaper. He didn't expect it to be sold from 90,000 to 37,000, which was a total of more than 60,000 yuan. The most incredible person is actually Dave, even if he signs it and confirms that the toy factory already belongs to the Mr. Hardy. He hasn't turned his mind yet. How can I sell it to the other party at such a low price inexplicably? Chapter 46 came out of the bank and congratulated the salesman with a look of joy. Mr. Hardy is really good. I bought that toy factory for less than 40,000. Now even if I sell it directly, I can make $10,000 or $20,000. You also earn a commission, don't you? Hardy smiled. Mr. Hardy, if you have any real estate needs in the future, you can contact me at any time. My name is Edward, he said, handing over a business card with both hands. Didn't you give it before? Hardy took the business card in surprise. Edward smiled. I am used to handing out a business card when I meet with a customer, so that we can communicate easily. If it is a business, then handing over a business card to deepen the impression. Please remember my name. When doing business with old customers, the success rate is often several times that of new customers. Hardy thinks this guy's analysis is right. If he doesn't hand over his business card, he is a dragon sleeve without a name. Came to the toy factory again, and now it belongs to Hardy. Sean, find someone to renovate the factory's office building and dormitory building, and the yard needs to be taken care of. And then find someone to make a brand, HD Commercial Security Company. This will be the headquarters of the security company from now on. Good boss. Walking around the office building, there is a big basement below. Hardy had an idea. Sean, let someone remodel this place too. What is it like? Make it into a gun library. How can the security company not have its own gun library? Hardy smiled. He imagined that this basement of 200 square meters, surrounded by guns and ammunition, must be very shocking. Adults in the US are eligible to buy guns and ammunition. Guns are flooded and gun battles occur at any time. Security companies must apply for legal gun certificates. Now the HD security company's business license has been down, and the procedures for legal possession of weapons are still being reviewed. This does not prevent getting a weapon arsenal. Don't look at Scene's fighting skills, his mind is still pretty good, and the security company's decoration is completely fine to him. If the nest is set up, will there be fewer men? Henry and the others still need some time to recruit. Hardy thought that he hadn't visited the film company for several days. He still had the identity of an assistant to the chairman of Noah Film Company. Although he didn't take the money, he had to work. Drove to the film company. Susan at the front desk smiled charmingly at Hardy. Good afternoon, Assistant Hardy. Is it already afternoon? Good afternoon, Susan. Your skin has become more delicate after a few days. Hardy smiled. Susan was said to be full of joy, and her big eyes flickered at Hardy. If Hardy invites her to dinner now, she will definitely agree. Have another play game at night. But he now has a ready-to-eat Ava Gardner. That woman is considered the best in Hollywood, and Hardy's mouth is a bit tricky. Just when he came to his office, Cohen, the general manager of the film company, opened the door and said, Hardy, I wanted to call you, but I didn't expect you to come in the afternoon. What's the matter, General Manager Cohen? Hardy asked. The movie we discussed at the previous meeting? Warner's side had read the script and found it to be okay. They agreed to cooperate in the filming. We will have a meeting in the afternoon to fix things and prepare to sign with Warner's side. Cohen said, Okay, I will attend the meeting on time." After drinking a cup of coffee from Susan, he came to the meeting room. The general manager Cohen and the supervisors of several other departments have all arrived. Cohen looked at the file in his hand and said, "The movie Warner has agreed to cooperate, but Warner said that it will revise the script. The previous plot is still a bit divergent. The movie's name has been determined and it is called Golden Outlaws." Hearing the name, Hardy searched the memory in his mind. Okay, there is no memory. That is to say, the future generations of this movie have been submerged in the vast sea of shadows. Later generations of film investors have summed up an 8-to rule, which means that 8 out of 10 films lose money, and the remaining 2 make money or not. Since the 1940s and 1950s, Hollywood has produced thousands of movies every year. After decades of accumulation, how many people can remember? There are very few movies that make a lot of money in the history of film history, so they can be called the classics of the classics. Cohen continues to introduce. Warner is willing to cooperate in filming, but we must focus on them. The production team is Warner's, and we only invest. The meaning of is very clear. Warner only needs the script and changes. The rest only accepts no's investment. Warner has the final say. This is the case in the capital world. Whoever has the strength has the final say. Then our actors are no longer alive. I have dozens of actors who have been off for half a year. Thomas, the director of the Performing Arts Department, frowned. Hans, the director of the production department, is even more dissatisfied. The director team, the screenwriter, the photographer, the lighting engineer, the prop artist, the music department. I have more people idle. General Manager Cohen was helpless. Of course I know, but we are not sure about that movie, aren't we? And the funds are not enough. We can only listen to Warner, or even the investment will be aborted. The last thing was reluctantly finalized. The movie called Golden Outlaws was handed over to Warner Production, and Noah invested $150,000 in shares. After the meeting, Hardy went to Thomas' office to chat. Thomas complained, "Even if you make a small-cost movie, if you continue to be in a daze like this, I'm afraid the film company will really be over in a while." Cohen didn't do well? Hardy asked with a smile. The person who should be replaced the most in the entire company is Cohen. He has no vision, no achievements, no brains and no connections. The boss gave him the film company, and he didn't make a cent for the boss. Thomas said. Hardy said in his heart, this guy would not want to pass these words to Siegel through his assistant to the chairman. Ha ha. He's interesting. There are rivers and lakes everywhere. Such a small film company is no exception. Hardy returned to his office and lit a cigarette. Originally, he thought that if this movie started shooting, he would get Ava Gardner a small role, but now he gave it to Warner, and the role matter seemed to be ruined. Noah can't go on like this. A thought flashed through Hardy's mind. Can I invest in a low-cost movie by myself? He has seen countless movies in later generations, and any one of them is a classic. It should not be difficult to find a low-cost movie, make money and raise girls. But this movie cannot be run by Noah. Noah has too many questions, and this is someone else's company. Even if the boss is Siegel, he doesn't have the noble sentiment to do other people's wedding dresses. How much money can I spend now? He earned 170,000 yuan from 2 robberies and 40,000 yuan to buy a toy factory, but he can use the toy factory to mortgage the loan and get back a sum of money. In addition to leaving a portion of the expenses, it should be able to spend 150,000 US dollars invested in a movie. Even now in 1946, it is still a small production. What should I take? Hardy had a flash of light in his mind and thought of a movie. He once played a PS4 game, which was adapted from a movie. Later generations are known as one of the classics of Western films. In 1964, the movie only invested 200,000 yuan. But it won tens of millions of dollars at the box office, and it has received numerous praises. Hardy took out a stack of letter paper and wrote a name with a pen. Red Dead Redemption. Summary of the story: a lone bounty hunter, John, came from a small town on the border of Mexico. He learned that the two groups of forces in the town, Rahman Brothers and the Sheriff Baxter, kept fighting, and the people of the town were not able to make a living. So they decided to remove the two groups of evil forces from the town. There is a female character in the movie, a woman who was snatched by Rahman. The only female character in the play is not very recognizable but very recognizable. Hardy thinks Marissa is very suitable for this role. The outline is about 3,000 or 4,000 words. Hardy felt that the whole story had been explained very clearly, so he picked up the phone and called the office. "Mr. Hardy, what do you want?" "Help me call the company's screenwriters. I have something to look for them." Hardy said. Industry specializing in surgery. He doesn't know how to write scripts, so he will naturally leave it to a professional screenwriter. There is a suitable person here, so why not use it? Chapter 47. Two screenwriters came. One is called David Shaw and the other is called Newton. "What's the matter with Assistant Hardy asking us?" the two asked. "I thought of a story. I want you to help me create a script, you see." Then he pushed the manuscript over. At the same time, David and Newton had an idea in their hearts. They are also a young man who is overpowered. Do they really think that being an assistant by the boss is omnipotent? The two took the manuscript and looked at it with thoughts. But the more they watched, the more surprised they found it was a good story. In the past, most Westerns were inseparable from gold, Western development, and Indians. However, this script did not have those fixed elements and told the story of a lonely hero. Just look at this short 3,000 word story outline. They have sketched a wonderful story in their minds. And there is also an image of a Western cowboy who is riding a horse and making his home in all directions. I hope to see the first draft of the script tomorrow. Can any one of you help me fix it?" Hardy said. Both screenwriters were taken aback. "Tomorrow? How is this possible, Mr. Hardy? At least 1 week." Newton retorted. Hardy found that these people who are connected with art are always slow to do things. A script of tens of thousands of words will take a long time to come out. A movie often takes several months. Hong Kong later. The film can be finished as soon as half a month from the establishment of the project to the completion. It is not how good they are, but how hard they are. Hardy stared at the two guys and said, "I plan to invest in shooting this story by myself. I am confident that the movie will be awarded and there will be a contribution fee. You can still keep the name of the second screenwriter. Once the winning work is obtained, the value will change. It's different, right?" The eyes of the two screenwriters lit up. They are really optimistic about this story. If they can win an award, they can be famous. Even if they are the second screenwriter, they can tell others that they have an award-winning work when they go out. It will be easy to go to Hollywood parties and pick up girls. "Mr. Hardy, we took this task. The first draft of the script will be handed to you tomorrow afternoon," David said. After the two screenwriters left, Hardy went to the screening room again. The facilities of Noah Film Company were quite complete, with its own film library and screening room. He asked the staff to find out the films shot by the two directors of his company, and prepare to choose a suitable director from them. The style of the first director is more urban, and there is a sense of light comedy, which is far from the style requested by Hardy. The second director is called Jonathan Nolan, but he is good at shooting westerns, the one written by the company before. Golden Outlaw is a typical western film, originally intended for Nolan to shoot. Nolan is not in the company. Since he heard that the movie was aborted, he has no movies to shoot and hasn't come to the company for 2 days. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not appropriate to call the other party to the company at this time. I found the number of Nolan's house in the company address book and dialed it. Ling ling ling. The phone is connected. Who may I ask? Is it Director Nolan? I am. May I ask you who? This is John Hardy. Nolan reacted for a while. It's Assistant Hardy. What can I do for you? I want to talk to you about filming the movie. Do you have time in the evening? Find a bar for a drink. Hardy said. Didn't the movie have been handed over to Warner? Nolan wondered. A new film, a Western film. The company doesn't seem to have a budget this year, right? No, I got the investment," Hardy said. Hardy walked into the bar, found a quiet stand, took off his coat and placed it next to him. Within a few minutes, a middle-aged man walked into the tavern and saw Hardy walking towards him. "Hello, Assistant Hardy." "Hello, Director Nolan." The two shook hands and exchanged greetings and then sat down. After drinking, Nolan asked in surprise, "Assistant Hardy plans to run a movie?" "Yes, there is already a script, and there is still a certain amount of funds," Hardy said and handed the summary of the story to Nolan. Nolan read the summary under the dim light of the bar, and then pondered for a while. There were many pictures in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more interesting the story became. "Is there no script yet?" Nolan asked. "The screenwriter is already writing, and the first draft should be available tomorrow evening," Hardy said. "How much investment can Mr. Hardy bring?" Nolan is most concerned about money. "How much do you think it costs to make this movie?" Nolan picked up his glass and took a sip. "The difference is big. The first is the actors. The pay of big-name actors is very expensive, such as Clark Gable, who can't pay for less than $500,000. If you find a second-tier or even third-tier actor, it only takes a few thousand or even less. In this movie, I am looking for film effects, not star effects. It is okay to find second and third line group performances or even acting," Hardy said. Nolan nodded. "Then there are the set props. I read this story. The content is not complicated. It is what happened in a small town. I remember that several film companies have shooting bases in New Mexico. We can rent them for a period of time, and then the costumes, props, carriages, explosives and the like. These are not high either. Then it's film. Is Mr. Hardy going to shoot black and white or color?" Nolan asked. "Is there a big gap?" "It's very large. The difference is about 3 times. Film is a big item of expenditure. If you use black and white film to shoot a film that costs $50,000, then color film costs $150,000. Nolan said. "Black and white film," Hardy decided directly. The classic film Roman Holiday was filmed in 1953 and still used black and white films. Some people say that Gone with the Wind filmed in 1939 all used color films. Why is it not used on Roman Holiday more than 10 years later? Many people regret it. Actually, there is one simplest reason: not enough money. But this will not obliterate the Roman Holiday as a classic in movie history. Hardy thought of this, and said in his heart that if there is a chance to come into contact with Audrey Hepburn in the future, he must invest in making the Roman Holiday into a color film. Hardy and Nolan talked until wee hours. Through the chat, Hardy got a better understanding of the process and doorway of making the movie. The two talked about this Red Dead Redemption again, and Nolan said some of his own thoughts: desolate, pure, wild, and man. Nolan's ideas and Hardy's ideas fit very well. MTLnovel.com Director Nolan officially invites you to make this movie. Hardy reached out to Nolan. Nolan paused. "Can I ask how much investment there is?" The two chatted just now, but Nolan has already heard that the investment in this movie should not be much. $150,000. This is the entire investment. Nolan frowned and thought for a while. $150,000 is indeed a bit less. A few seconds later, he stretched out his hand and patted Hardy's palm again. "I'll take this job." The next morning, Hardy contacted the agency and bought a shell film company. There are many such shell companies in Hollywood, and the company has nothing. Hardy bought it to save the time and trouble of registration, things that cost a few $100s more. The company name was re-registered, and just like that, another HD film company was added to Hardy's name. Just 2 months. Hardy already owns 3 companies: HD Broker Company, HD Commercial Security Company, HD Film Company. After the film company was registered, Hardy called Sean again. "Go, follow me to the bank." "What, boss? Do you go to the bank?" "Loan. Movies need money, and it needs money to recruit a large number of kids." Hardy plans to mortgage the toy factory to the bank and lend a sum of money so that he has money to spend. Kevin Madian is at work. The front desk lady told him that when a gentleman named John Hardy called for him, Kevin's heart trembled. Why did it start again? Is this endless? O_O. Chapter 48. Mr. Hardy, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. What do you want to do with me this time? In the reception room of the bank, Kevin Madian asked Hardy with a smile on his face. Dare not to accept him. Who knows if the robbers will tie themselves again? I want to take a loan this time, Hardy said. Loans? How much are you going to borrow, and what are you going to do with the loan money? Kevin asked. I have a film company and I am going to shoot a movie. I still have a small amount of funds. I want to borrow money from the bank. It turns out that this is the case. Do you have any mortgage or guarantee? What kind of collateral is needed? Kevin quickly explained to Hardy. The most common is physical mortgage. For example, you have valuables such as gold jewelry, precious paintings, or real estate, shares of other companies, and all other valuable collateral. There are also intangible mortgages. Hollywood has some special mortgage methods. For example, when MGM Films wants a loan, he can use movies like Gone with the Wind as collateral. Although Gone with the Wind has been out for a few years, it still works every year. Hundreds of thousands of income can be earned for MGM, which can also be counted as collateral. Then there are guarantees from other companies. Find some large companies with guarantee qualifications. If you can't pay the money, the guarantee company will naturally be responsible. How much can I mortgage for my toy factory? Hardy said. Kevin was taken aback. This Mr. Hardy only bought the toy factory yesterday, and he took it as a mortgage today. The action was really quick. This wouldn't be something he planned long ago. How much do you plan to use it as a mortgage? Kevin asked cautiously. I have asked the professionals. They said that the plot of land plus plant and machinery, it should be no problem to sell $60,000. He'll take a loan of $60,000. Hardy said. Kevin took a breath quietly. I bought it for less than $40,000 yesterday, and today I came to take out a mortgage of $60,000. If this matter was known by the bank's senior management, I would definitely think that I was helping the other party to win the bank's interests. Oh, it seems that this is indeed the case. But he didn't dare to refuse. Those 3 days of suffering in the cellar, he didn't want to experience it again in his life. May I try my best to help you get your opinion? Kevin whispered. Okay, I'm going to trouble Director Madian. No trouble, no trouble. You wait here. Kevin returned to his office and sat in a chair to think about it. He is the head of the credit department. For loans under $50,000, you don't have to go through higher levels. He has right to decide. It's better to lend 50,000 yuan to the other party, which can save a lot of trouble. After completing a set of loan procedures, Kevin came to the reception room again. Mr. Hardy, a loan of $50,000 is my highest authority. No matter how high it is, it needs to be approved at a high-level meeting, and it will take longer, at least half a month. The above. If you are in a hurry to spend money, I suggest you take a loan of 50,000 yuan. I can help you with this money in 3 days. What do you think of Mr. Hardy? Kevin asked cautiously. Since my life as a credit officer, it was the first time he used this tone to talk to people who came to borrow. In the past, those company bosses begged him. 50,000. Hardy groaned. It was almost enough. In addition to 150,000 for making movies, there are still more than 30,000 left. This sum of money should be enough for the newly recruited people to eat and drink for a while. Say it again. I'm so anxious. He'll grab Spanish help again. Anyway, he has made up his mind to kill him. Okay, it's 50,000 yuan. Kevin Madian was greatly relieved. Well, he'll go through the formalities, and the money should be available in 3 days. Came out of the bank. Hardy took a look at the time. In the afternoon, he drove to Nozark Film Company again. Yesterday, he agreed with the 2 screenwriters to watch the first draft this evening. When I came to the company, Director Nolan was already waiting here. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening when the 2 screenwriters David and Newton hurried over. The eyes of the 2 were red and exhausted, but their expressions were very excited. Assistant Hardy, and Director Nolan is also here. Both of us stayed up all night yesterday, and we had another day today. The first draft of the script was finally made. Both of us have a very strong feeling for this script. I believe this script is very good. Something to do, David said excitedly. Hardy took the script, and Nolan stood behind him, and the two looked together. The whole script was only 3,000 to 4,000 words, and it only took 10 minutes to read it. This first draft of the script basically restored all the essence of Hardy's outline. Hardy was still satisfied. He looked up at Nolan and found that he was in deep thought. Director Nolan, what do you think of this script? Hardy asked. Nolan woke up from deep thought, and quickly said, I just conceived the picture in my mind, and I have a rough plot story. It feels better than the two of us talked about yesterday. To be honest, I am very optimistic about this movie. This movie is not only chivalrous and lonely heroes, but there are also many things that Hollywood movies do not have. The plot is clear and refreshing. The backbone is clear, but it is not simple. The protagonist is not the pure incarnation of justice in the past. He promised to help at first, money, but it's not just for money. The protagonist is a bounty hunter, a ranger, and a prodigal son. His image is closer to reality, which also makes him look more vivid, not a symbol, but a living person. To pave the way for the atmosphere, I plan to use a panoramic lens and a close-up lens, sparse stubble, a cloak full of dust, walking alone in the afterglow of the setting sun. Hardy discovered that the director Nolan was already immersed in his creation. Then let's talk to Cohen together tomorrow. I plan to use Ozark's equipment staff for filming and production, Hardy said. Nolan waved his hand indifferently. That's your business. I'm only in charge of the movie, Nolan said, leaving Hardy aside and looked at the two screenwriters. I think there are still some details that need to be changed and improved. Let's discuss. The three artists discussed the script in Hardy's office. Hardy took a look at the time. It was already around 9 o'clock in the evening. I ignored these artistic madmen and drove to Ava's house by himself. Click. The door knocked softly. Ava Gardner opened the door in loose-fitting home clothes. He was surprised to see Hardy and gave him a hug. I haven't seen you, Hardy, for days. It's been very busy these days. Can I eat? I haven't eaten dinner yet. Until novel.com. Hardy walked in and took off her coat, and Ava took it and hung it on the hanger. What do I want to eat? Ava asked. Just do whatever you want. How about spaghetti? I'll fry you another steak. Yes. Ava was cooking in the kitchen. Hardy poured a glass of wine and stood beside him. Ava looked back at the man. What have you been up to during this time? Many, they are all business matters, but there is one thing you must be interested in. Hardy finished speaking and took a sip of wine. Oh, what's the matter? The woman asked with interest. Don't you always want to make a movie? I found a role for you. Ava immediately turned to look at Hardy, her face full of surprises. Really, Hardy? What kind of character is it? Does it have lines? In fact, it doesn't matter if there is no line. A single shot is enough. The heroine, Hardy said with a smile. Ava was stunned, seeing Hardy's face full of disbelief. The heroine? How is it possible? Hardy smiled softly at the woman and said, I invested in this movie. It is a Western movie with a heroine in it, but the drama is not too much. This movie is mainly a man drama. Do you want such a role? Ava finally reacted. I want it, I want it. Ah! Ava Gardner let out a scream, dropped the barbecue fork in his hand and rushed to Hardy. Really, Hardy? Heroine? God, I can't believe it. Thank you, Hardy. Ava, the barbecue is about to burn. Leave him alone, Hardy. Chapter 49. A wonderful dinner. Although the food is simple, the waiters are top-notch. They are served in maid costumes. The steak is cut and served in the mouth. The red wine tastes mellow. After dinner, Ava pestered Hardy to tell her the plot of the movie. Listening to the entire story, Ava discovered that, as Hardy said, this movie is entirely a male film, and the heroine's presence is very weak. But it was the first time she made a movie, and she was very lucky to get the heroine. She knew that if it weren't for Hardy, She might not get a chance to play the heroine by running for 10 years. Tomorrow you and I will go to Noah Film Company to meet the director. Hardy said. What if the director doesn't like me? Ava asked worriedly. Hardy held up the woman's face and said seriously, I invested in this movie. I am a producer. Do you think I can't even decide on a heroine? Tone reveals the confidence of the domineering president. There are too many beautiful women in Hollywood. Many people try their best to get a chance. It is a great fortune to meet Hardy. Ava is not stupid. She will firmly grasp an opportunity like this, and will not relax at all. The next day, Hardy drove to the film company with Ava Gardner. Susan at the front desk saw Hardy coming in with a beautiful young woman. Compared with this woman, she immediately paled in comparison. He hinted at Assistant Hardy. He didn't care. It turned out that he already had such a beautiful girlfriend. Came to the assistant's office. Here is a draft of the script made yesterday. Hardy handed it to Ava. You look at the script first. I'm going to talk to Noah's general manager first, and then he'll take you to see director Nolan. Hardy, go ahead and leave me alone, Ava said, holding the script. Hardy leaves, and Ava looks at the script eagerly. This is the first script she has ever gotten in her life, and she cherishes it very much. When he came to the office of general manager Cohen saw that Hardy stood up with a smile. Hardy, I heard that you are going to shoot a movie, want to use the company's Nolan director. It's true, it's just a small cost western movie, with an investment of $150,000. I came to the general manager of Cohen to discuss with you. I am going to rent the company's personnel and equipment to make this movie. Of course, if Noah is ready to invest, I am also willing to accept investment. Hardy smiled. Investment? What proportion and how to divide it? Cohen asked. Nolan is responsible for all expenses, including the director, photography, props, soundtrack production team, as well as preliminary funds, accounting for 30% of the shares. Hardy said. Cohen furrowed his brows deeply. This assistant Hardy was prepared to not pay a penny. The initial funds were completely invested by Noah. He wanted to occupy 70% of the shares with only one script. What made him dare to say such a thing? Come. Cohen branded Hardy as ignorant and frivolous in his heart. Forget the investment. Noah's funds are tight this year, and he has just cooperated with Warner. He has no plans to make a second investment so soon. Cohen vetoed his intention to invest. Hardy said heartily, I gave you a chance. Is your own uselessness? Then let's discuss the lease. Hardy smiled. Renting personnel and equipment is a common practice in Hollywood. There are thousands of film companies in Hollywood, but there are only a few dozen large companies that have all-round production capabilities. Most film companies make movies and equipment personnel are rented. Noah has been idle recently. I also saw this situation before I prepared to start a movie. If I have not worked for a long time, there will be problems within the company, especially the unstable people. Do you think this is the case for General Manager Cohen? Hardy looked at Cohen. Cohen was taken aback and talked about leasing. When he talked about leasing, what do you do with the company? His mind suddenly turned. Think of the boss, Siegel. Hardy is an assistant to the boss. Knowing that the movie project was given to Warner, and the internal operation of the company is weak. Does this mean he has an opinion on himself? Hardy is just an assistant. How could he have the ability to make a movie? It must be the instruction of Siegel's boss. And even the money is probably from the boss. Is this beating yourself? If you can't do it well, I am afraid that you will be kicked out of the company. The assistant Hardy in front of him is Siegel's confidant, and he is sent to the company to supervise him. This filming is also a test. You must cooperate well and must not let him speak ill of himself in front of the boss. Hardy didn't know what he said, which reminded Cohen so much. His original intention of saying this sentence was just to keep the price down. But because of his assistant status, Cohen thought a lot about it. General Manager Cohen, I plan to lease the entire team at Noah. So should the price be given a discount? Cohen was awakened by Hardy's words. Assistant Hardy is also a member of the company. Naturally, he can get a discount. The company has a rental price list, so I can rent it to you at the lowest 30%. How does Assistant Hardy feel? Cohen has made up his mind to have a good relationship with Hardy, and he has given the highest discount, 30% off. I'm very satisfied with this discount, but General Manager Cohen, I don't have enough funds now. I can pay the campaigners' personnel rent step by step. Can we temporarily owe the machine and prop rent? Hardy said. He doesn't have much money in his hand, and I don't know how much he will spend in the later period. I can save a little bit in the front, and keep a little more money in his hand to deal with emergencies. Cohen was embarrassed. He has already given the most favorable price. This Hardy has to say that he owes the rent of the machine props first. In case you run out of money and the movie loses money, this business may become a bad debt, and he will have to do so by then. Be criticized. But think about Hardy's identity. Anyway, cursing is also cursed by the boss. He must be in front of him. Okay, I agree that the rent for the machine is reduced, Cohen said. Hardy left the office of the general manager with satisfaction, and Cohen was also relieved, and finally dealt with this guy. He made such a concession, thinking that he would not tell his boss anything in a short time. Came to the director's office. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Hardy saw Nolan lying on the table writing something, raised his head when he heard the voice, and when he saw that it was Hardy, he stood up and rubbed his face. Nolan, you won't stay home all night? Hardy asked in surprise. Nolan smiled. I haven't directed for 2 years. I finally received a good script. I felt a sense of excitement from the inside out. I was discussing with Newton and the others until the early hours of the morning, and there were many ideas in my mind. Hurry up and write it down. I have been busy all night without knowing it. By the way, did you talk to Cohen? How about it? Nolan stood up and walked to the coffee pot, adding water to make coffee. I have already said, from now on you will be the director of Red Dead Redemption, and No's machinery and equipment will be called by you, Hardy said. Nolan smiled with joy. After hearing this, it's great. Then from today, I will form my own team. Nolan, I will bring someone. You see if she is suitable to be the heroine, Hardy said. Oh, where is it? It's in my office. You'll call her. No, I happen to have an event. Let's go to your office together, Nolan said. When the two went to Hardy's office, Nolan thought in his heart, since Hardy had brought the heroine and let her stay in his office, the two must have a deep relationship. As long as that woman is not outrageous, he is going to let him be the heroine. And in this drama, the protagonist is a group of men. Although there is a heroine, the role of the heroine is very weak, and maybe less than the supporting actress in other movies, so it is not the point. What he thought about the most yesterday was to find a suitable actor to highlight the role of John. Chapter 50. Ava Gardner is reading the script. If classified by movie, this movie should be regarded as a Western chivalrous movie. The protagonist is a bounty hunter named John. Seeing the name John, Ava pursed her lips and smiled. This is because Hardy used her own name. She was taken aback when she saw the heroine's name, because the heroine was Marissa. Ava wondered, when writing the heroine, did Hardy think of her name? The whole script has a very good story. After watching it, Hardy told her that Hardy wrote it himself. Before, Ava only thought Hardy was a rough man. I didn't expect that he was so talented and could write such a good script. At this moment, Ava developed a strong sense of admiration for Hardy. He is not an ordinary gang leader, is a talented gang leader who understands art. Thinking of this, Ava suddenly felt that the Red Dead Redemption in the script had a good personality and Hardy was really a bit like rough, but there is a chivalrous heart. If I didn't meet him at the beginning, maybe he still lives in the shadow of that devil agent. Didn't it mean Hardy saved him in the end? Just then the door was pushed open. Hardy walked in with director Nolan. Ava woke up from her thoughts and looked up at the two of them. Ah, back, said and stood up quickly. Seeing someone around Hardy, Ava looked a little cautious. Nolan looked at the woman in front of him, and the first thing he felt was amazing. This woman is very beautiful. Even among the female stars in Hollywood, she is considered to be the top. The figure is perfectly proportioned, the calf is slender, and the face is that kind of majestic beauty. bright with a sense of firmness. No wonder Hardy is so careful. If I had such a girlfriend, I would also be very careful. Ava, let me introduce you. This is Jonathan Nolan, the director of Red Dead Redemption. Hello, Mr. Director. Ava said hello gently. Hello, Miss Gardner. Hardy looked at Nolan, smiled and asked, "This is the heroine I found for you. What do you think?" Nolan looked at Ava, did not speak but shook his head. Why did the director shook his head? Is it because he didn't like him? Ava Gardner immediately became nervous. She is so beautiful. In my imagination, Marissa was not so beautiful, but I suddenly felt that the woman who could be snatched away by Roman should be very beautiful. People couldn't help taking her away. Hearing this, Ava's mood a little lowered. Nolan looked at Ava holding the script in her hand and said to the woman, "Miss Gardner, you must have read the script." "Well, I've seen it." "Then can you perform a section according to the plot in the script?" "It doesn't matter which section is," Nolan said. Ava Gardner also studied acting for more than a year before. She just read the script and has some understanding of the character Marissa in the script. Just now, she also thought that Hardy was Red Dead John, and she was the Marissa who was saved by him, and she unknowingly took the role into her heart. Ava walked to the middle, staggered slightly, her eyes turned melancholy, and her voice was sad. "Roman, don't hurt my child, don't." After speaking, I turned around and hugged something, rushed into my arms. Tears were left behind. "Please Roman, let him go, he is innocent, I will go back with you obediently." Never again. Ran's face is full of sadness and despair. "Okay, the acting is very good. Miss Gardner is very suitable for this role. I think the heroine can already be confirmed," Nolan said loudly. Nolan is not stupid. This woman is Hardy's default heroine, and the acting skills of the woman in front of him are also reasonable. She looks beautiful and is completely qualified for the heroine. Ava wiped her tears and almost jumped up excitedly. Anyone could see the joy and excitement in his eyes. This is the first role in her life. The three of them sat down, and Nolan said to Hardy, "The most important thing now is to find an actor who fits the protagonist John's temperament. This is very important. I think about the right actor in Hollywood now. How many this is more appropriate? I am very optimistic about Henry Fonda, but his salary is about $350,000, which is too expensive. McCree or Cobain can also work, but their salary is also more than $100,000. Hardy shook his head. "I said in this movie that we don't use celebrities to drive traffic. All the money is used for shooting. There are second and third tier actors in Hollywood. Their acting skills are not bad. We can select suitable actors in it." Nolan also agreed with Hardy. "Okay, I'll let someone go to the actors union to pick someone, and I'll let you go through the list when I get the list." "Hardy, I'll go first. I can't wait to form a crew now." Nolan stood up and said. Hardy smiled and sent Nolan out. Only Hardy and Ava were left in the office, and Ava immediately lost her restraint and threw herself on Hardy. "Hardy, I can really be the heroine. I'm so happy, it's like a dream." "Is it a sweet dream?" "Yes, a very beautiful dream." The woman nodded. "Then keep doing it. Don't wake up." After the woman was excited, she held up the script again and looked like it was the most beautiful thing in the world. Hardy made a cup of tea, lit a cigar and started smoking. About the movie. The reason why film companies look for big stars is that the big stars have good acting skills, but this is only a small part of the reason, and the main reason is to use their reputation to attract people into the movie theater. Is like a director of later generations, knowing that Xianra's acting skills are bad, but people have traffic and can attract audiences into the movie theater. You can't do it with other actors. Before the broadcast of each movie, it will promote it hard. In many cases, the publicity cost accounts for a large part of the movie cost, and some even exceed the production cost. Is to let people buy tickets to enter the cinema. How will I promote my own movie in the future? The traditional methods of publicity must be very expensive. Hardy is searching for posterity's publicity strategies in his mind, hoping to use it. "John, does this movie have a theme song?" Ava suddenly asked next to him. "Theme song?" "Yes, Gone with the Wind theme song My True Love, I absolutely love it. There are many theme songs, more famous than movies. There was a flash of light in Hardy's mind.mentalnovel.com. Yes, movie episode. If you get a movie episode out and play it on the radio, let the song become popular first, and advertise that it is an episode of a movie, but without the name. People will be very curious. When the movie comes out, plus the promotion of the song, the effect, I'm afraid it's better than throwing a lot of money. What song should I use? Let someone from the company arranger department write a song? I am afraid that those people will not be able to write a hit song. Might as well take a classic from later generations. Hardy's original English is good, and I like listening to English songs, especially some old classic songs, which are played in a loop while driving. He suddenly thought of a song, closed his eyes and hummed softly, Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme, please say hello to the one who lives there. He used to be my true love. Hardy's voice is a bit low, and his singing level is at best karaoke level, but his singing together immediately attracted Ava. This beautiful tone is something she has never heard before. Quickly immersed in it, Hardy only sang for a while, then stopped and looked at Ava with a shocked face. This is a song I wrote before and adapted from British folk songs. What do you think? Ava Gardner covered her mouth in surprise. God, Hardy, you can compose a song, and it's so beautiful. This song is so good to hear. I was deeply attracted by it after only a few sentences. Ava Gardner walked up to Hardy, eyes full of admiration, holding the man's face and whispering, Hardy, you are the most talented man I have ever seen.